Great job, man. Unbelievable. And for such a great performance, I finished 100,000 my own wildlife. Absolutely. 100%. Thank you. Great for everybody. And my by the name of Black Dust. I'm going to say I'm yeah. Uh, trying to bring a profit, right? It is. It is the background. Yeah, it is transparent. It looks like sun. I love it. So, where are you at? Oh, yeah, that's crazy to be right now, huh? I've been around. Oh, you posted this guy? Yeah. Got the same beard as your head. Perfect. 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 Yeah. I love it. We do work. Oh, you doing in fine dining? Cool. Where are you working at? Ruby Chris? Oh, hell yeah. And are you not focused on because I was told that you care and then like you know like Rogan era was right. What was going on? Well, I can't, but I do. A little while out of the city for a year now. I should say, not that too. I get knocked down pretty good. Yeah, what? Come on, man. Come on. This is my home son. Oh, wow. That's good. Like, serious, obvious. But, song I okay. Are you like, that was like my one. Deal with all kinds of years with doing, marijuana actually. I, I did, I was like, bring about marijuana. Yep. I'll be, honest question. I'm actually, when I've done this time, same amount. Funny because the guy there for just had a, but mine was like a probation. Something happened on me. That was my first. I feel like I'm getting scared. I'm fighting, by the way. Oh yeah. Yeah. I was known as like a fun guy you wrestle with, and I just like to have fun. Guy came up behind me, got me naked. Yeah. So I turned into it, and I got up and go to the ground. I put my arm, and I'm like, so, and, right? Like, no, I'm not gonna do that. He's like, look at the nigger. So I got up, let go of him. I'm like, let's do this right now. He was being put back to the cell, like back to the kitchen. Everybody knows about it. When I finally get back to the pod, my cousin fell back to the and yeah, go into the cell. I threw an outrageous punch and like in the air total. And I don't know, that's kind of like unofficial thing. And then I had chased the return attack and I touched him, I grabbed him, I let him get one more time. I let him and they were all like, hey, there's you defended your honor. You can watch Go Bears tonight. It's great. Yeah, uh, before this, but I moved down. I took showers first got paid out. I was like, all the kind of things are like third time. I just tried to that's all guys. I said, well, they took they're like, what? Don't hey, hey. Wild. Goodness. That's he was talking about me. Dale, might know this. Do races like perhaps or later? Like a loose so your friend can put his same time. There you go. Count on Jeremiah. There it is. I don't. And this on round of fresh body like a fresh. Here he is. Ninja. A lot of weird tactics during the morning. People are protesting for their homes. Prisoners are rioting out of their toilets at home. I mean, the outside is pretty. I remember when fools in town was fighting. But now the fools on the outside are fighting over the toilet paper like they were on the inside. I don't get it. Yeah, the toilet paper to make things. What the fuck is going on? What was the most for the outside meters? I don't get it. People are acting this was so real. I mean, just the other day, I get a bank account that because he was hanging out with Tony. But it's just weird. Mexico's not considering buying a wall. America's most profitable with. Only has a wall that turns. I mean, Trump is trying to kill off the fossil because he's very off everybody. He'll be the smartest man in the damn world. I think Rose Los Angeles, where the first a statue of a dog and a white. Oh, I always channel. Feel like I love this. I don't know what it is. Oh, that's love it. Love it. Love the graffiti. Yeah, love it. It's like graffiti your own would appear to be pretty broken or something. I don't know. How about the story with the dog? That was pretty going in one. About it's interesting in you know they have their own culture over there about in their comedy and chaos, so much fun. We Mondays and Mondays and are in feeling worth it not being very right now and round about it hard to point let out those strategies that you're famous for and first how you together. Once you donate to me and you and you're good time. You know, I've done it once, twice before. You see what happened in my room? I came with it on the wall. I'm not going to crazy funny. in a lot of yeah, you've never seen roast battle someone? It's a sight to see. Whole different, whole different. I think Andy Lucas on that school thing, the roast thing, actually pretty bad. That's right. I really like roast. There you go. Yeah. What's the story with that white guy behind you? Did you ever miss like a young and Bernie? Okay, obviously, Irish guy. Don't move out. I love. What did you go to jail? Is there any kid over here? These are like if the Sklar brothers' parents. Sklar brothers. What did you go to jail for? We just had another young man before you that got caught with grandma hot and are you like to talk about why they in jail or is it off limits? I went to jail for breaking into white people's house to hold them hostage. So that was years ago. So I don't do it no more. Oh, yeah, no. We're not telling. That's right. Oh yeah, I'm no rat. I'm not a snitch. I went to the first time I went for graffiti, and then the second time I did it for graffiti, I was a security guard. Oh. Fuck yeah, man. But we gotta get you on one of these shows, the comedy store, which is moving. The roast battle Fridays. Is that true? Yeah, I'm doing every once in a while. Doing the international battle roast battle. I'm doing Tokyo 26. But I also that I'm there. I was in Australia, England, trying to get. But yeah, it's incredible. Great roast car and the fact that clearly you're trying to get better. The first on Sunday roast class first roast. I love and for your stop exercise ground. You roast here at I mean, I think it's kind of shape. You know, I love everybody in the room has to say, or else it's good day. Fuck you, dude. Well, thank you so much for joining us on Kill everywhere on motherfucker. We actually love great performance here today. Go on, top back for you. Hilarious. From behind shout dog. Girl, proud for oh my god. Long distance, powerful testimony. Very chaotic. Fire going on. It's very fitting time. Very cool. Paparazzi down there. The new Brian J. About it? Brian audio audio Brian on Brian right now. Gotcha. Girl, for sure. Your own also sportsmail.com. Other happen. Sports are you roast class on Patreon, Jeremiah? No, Jeremiah. I'm glad Jeremiah was there. Yeah. become pretty much for a little bit. The great I talked about it for people. There's a person moved stuff out of his right. Love it. Person. I love Dead Air with Red Bull. Full layer. I mean, my there's the Brian. Well as a couple episodes of Dead Air, but me, I love what. Yeah, great. My God, like fucking Godzilla and Kong. Like I don't. There were times where it was thing, but it still was serious. And either way, time. That was awesome. And recent Michael Lair, of course, michaellaircomedy.com. And what else? Thanks a lot. Here we go. Yes, Griffin, better box. Brian, happy birthday, boy. Happy birthday. Always on the birthday. Oh, we were in Omaha, Nebraska. Yeah, that's go for outside on that. Here is Better Box. Unbelievable range, great of speed and surprise under up here during the entire quarantine of that box. They're all been thousands of times and handle a lot of people are buying tiny like you pressure my stuff, man. I have stuff called rub. Am I saying that right, Ryan? Those shit, stuff like you out never bought it. I first, but now I'm to do that. Get it. together, and it's tired of all that I really really how much there's and it's and around it and have two and time or long or on that ball and it kills you back. It hurts you really so I love it. Never go. Neither will I, and you're gonna love it. The life and warranty it'll always be there for you. If you return, you don't like it. That's how much like a money back. 10% off today with free worldwide shipping at bridge.com/Tony. Bridge.com/code Tony. It's 10% off. Shipping with all it. And if you're looking for a way to have some while at home, lights are always on. I go entertain or cooking blackjack or dinner or spot. All while everyone else is freaking out, fine, fun, free from never stop. If you got the interest, I killers online right there. Killers log on site. Again, it's dead all it right now. That's really every blackjack and lots of price. In fact, it's home right now. They've got that free to stick your team, free to enter, pays cash free. That's where I play for you. For you, look up marketing. My book about 18. So doubling first cause. That is double. Promo Tony. That's promo Kill Tony. My book. You get paid. Shout out to Caveman Coffee. Use the promo code Kill Tony there. They sent it. Unbelievable. It's yeah. Love it. Stretching. Like one of my new favorite things. He's picking up here in LA and it's over and I'm like, hey, you know what you do? You listen to us on different things. Check us out over on Spotify. Right there. A lot of fun things that happen there nowadays, and a lot of people are getting Spotify Premium. They're looking at who's coming over from where. So check out right there. And while I'm pitching driving thing, head over to YouTube. Close to 100,000 subscribers. Even if you don't even have a YouTube account, like me. Yeah, well, I found this one where they die for treasure. Sounds like out of the water fountain in there and kids driving. You ever watch Jim? That's a crime, but it's age. Uh, they, they're age down all about criminal. They, how they trick information. They could that they already have attorney do that. And like forensic, but like it's like a forensic program. Just real. Very. You can fit the Sony. I mean, we're coming down the straightaway. I guess we're going to here to make it in LA. This is their last chance. This is still print. Keep an eye on your email. Respond quickly. Did it. Filter.com. All right, there we go. You guys ready to start this thing? Yeah. Excited. Right. Got it. No. Expecting somebody. Yeah. Something. Yeah. So let's start with that. We have a guest tonight. We did last. Very special guest. Right. So great room. Time. Ladies and gentlemen, David. Hi, David. Good to have you back again. We're gonna around the world, and there's also a band on the show. Never know writing down same character about every episode. Ladies and gentlemen, and they killed the band. I walk in, and as a guest. Oh my God, at Garbage Pail? I never would have known it for that song. Oh my God, how are you? Girl, or guy? That man, my friend, you know, here, somebody kick. Wow. I just realized how many days there are in all you guys' names. I should have realized months ago. Joelson is 3J. Jess Johnson is 3J. And Jeremiah Brody. Brody Jeremiah. Thank you. What's your name, Dad of the barbecue? My name is Tony. Wayne? Hey. And a guy that Wayne's on a guy. Got my phone right here. Oh, there you go. And what's your name, Mr. Harry Lakes over there? Oh, you can call me Harry. Okay. And our look. And what's your name? Dash. Name's Phil Dempsey, but you can call me Dash. Always got the best joke. Here. Gary. Let's jump right in. Everything's this space. Brian, Jake, get the Luke, the whole band. We got Charlie from Vito's. The best now, like Vito's, all around Southern California. So, check it. You guys see that fucking, talk about this week, the goddamn fast food thing that came out that said we're eating steak? Yeah, what the? They're trolling everybody, right? What's healthy? I don't know. Heard of it. California. No one goes to Denny's in California. Period. I love it. I'm pretty sure it's like a CIA. Yeah, like it's an experiment. There was something else like Austin where they had some Austin market. I was like, no, it would be every single year. All right, let's jump into the show. Your first edition. Where it's coming from. These way episode quarantine episode. They are definitely different than having hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people be there on a Monday at 8 p.m. excited to get energy out. But here you know what I mean? 9 talented egos slammed into a 30 by 30 room. And let's see what happens here. We're going to get started with Jesse Curtis, everyone. Here we go. Hi, Jesse. How are you? Thank you so much. Good to see you. Where are you calling in from? Heck yeah, that's very white, right? Angry about. It said like no matter how many lives are there, human. What's that? Oh, better. You know, and she has a black guy's favorite white girl, Miss Piggy. What do you do, Jesse? For work? Fox News analyst, press secretary for the White House. What is it? What did you do exactly for push it? Wow. Did you get to talk to him directly at all? Oh, cool. Any of these guys try to bang push it? Like 1% to kill Tony Hawk. Last my push team. Is that artist at all? Did you get into e-commerce after you left the or hey, it's like Carol the zombie. That's a compliment. You single, Jesse? Yeah. That was like that's like white. White. Are you kidding? Get the hell out. He's hooking up with a black guy. Police badge. Yeah. Go ahead. Wow. That was east of Vine Street, right? You stayed around the Silver Lake area. East? Oh, all right. Right. What is with the yellow bird on the wall? Why is it yellow? Is that an R. Kelly original? Are you, that's all your art behind? unicorns and stuff. I try to do my the friends like kind of depressing, and then he literally said like, "Don't be depressing," and like, "when it's not well lit, and everyone seems bummed out. Have fun," and that's why I basically wrote it on my page and had fun with it. It's exactly me with all of this. So I went online. I saw now. I did the whole outside online on the street or whatever. So Emily Blunt and Bruno Mars, and I saw Alex Baldwin from sick, like Goosebumps, and yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. I'm not a baseball fan. Yo, Tony, what's going on, man? Here's what it is. Black Lives Matter. Yes, sir. Orlando, Florida. Yes, Ever since quarantine, I was fired from my job. So I was out here chilling.
Where'd you get fired from?
I was supervisor in a call, customer service.
Okay.
They said it was about the numbers, but maybe I was very irresponsible at work.
Like what?
Um, didn't take it as seriously as I should in the later years. Like, yeah. What kind of calls?
What kind of call center?
Customer service for the tolling program. No comment.
Love a commentary for your sexual action that you do. What's your favorite type of girl to also fly girl innovation from Step Bill Dempsey.
That's right.
Do you have a preference? And the black women?
Honestly, like fine with really doesn't matter. Whatever I can get.
Good thing is you have to do this. Or were you Greek?
Yes.
I headed.
Cuban, Greek, Dominican, black, white, that's all of them.
One of they keep a knife in the person.
One time, for around.
What's the how many white women do you been with? You got the gas. Talking to
Probably four, maybe four, just like 15 years ago.
what's your least favorite thing about white women? I asked you what your favorite was. You said cat and black women first. What is it about the white women that
How they
I get that too?
to be honest, I really don't discriminate. I just, if I had to choose one, nobody, and relate.
Oh, okay. You said that your dirty talk is good in the bedroom. Give us an example of what some of that dirty talk sounds like. Yourself in the moment.
Well,
Better never let it go.
before I get on my head, I have to say it was premise, but I do like to, get into their head, kind of in the moment, like this, those, yeah, but hey, muscle dumb.
Wow. Pretty good.
I use not for myself. I use time of time of
Great.
I am when I grew up in the neighborhood, I get my blood, so
At my house, my wife actually comes 30 to me and says, clean up your goddamn mess, Gary.
Love it. Love it. Yeah, from. What do you do for fun? What do you free?
I mean, to be honest, and I know friends like to talk, drink. I like to surf, kind of in the moment, man. Actually, that I hang out with, funny. I don't know. Kind of like the introverted extra. Nothing. Didn't hang, but I never made it still. Definitely not.
Biggest thing is fish heavy. Huh? Okay. We can do it half Friday. Let's have you at the next barbecue. It's a while out there. I will tell you. I got the other day. I got people know. They tell me going over the speed limit, and then I question all a lot of people. I'll say speeding, and they'll go, yeah, I got you. Before I go, what did you get me? I'll go like go, you 40, 48, you got that on a radar? I go, you got that on video? And like this guy the other day, he's like, well, I didn't get it on my radar exactly, but he's on it. All right, I trust your system. 48. My speedometer here is pretty big. Pretty big monitor I got there on my lovely car.
But so we have the hand back in the
I put my hand in my trunk. And I out when I said to it, I mean, yeah. Great talk, Steve. Thank you so much for today. Fun times, dude. Thanks for your creativity. Wait, figure it out. Figure it out. Quiet, ladies. Lights out. Period. I will.
how's it going? You all pretty tonight? The rain will go down sometime. Oh wow.
There's no delay, William.
Is that reverb? Finding Gosling is very subjective, which is almost as surprising as finding out that he married the Colonel person. Say what you will about Scientologists, but goddamn, can they act? Masters and all the pyramid industry. I'm not. I was boy, I this time I wanted to start a collecting the guy that got picked in Minneapolis, but I got the name fixed. What's the criminal position? They get this guy out. Can I say my last? Yeah.
Anybody
Can I
like
say
it?
my last?
Kidding. I will. It was.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Will.
Read in. I bought a book recently called the Bible. Maybe you should look at.
Oh!
And my actual last time.
Always funny. Funnier than
And then finally, why didn't LA get a cloud?
how many more fucking jokes do you have, William? Like, you just told me.
What are you fucking thinking of, Brett? I think I think
Oh.
start getting the black girl. Y'all know who have.
Whoa. True.
It is. Well, literally, man, we've seen you in Anaconda.
We're in.
You're the right guy that showed the one in the. I want that movie. Red Man was it fun? Y'all read it was fun.
What? Talking about perhaps very talented. They're able to keep it together. Great for people are saying they're concerns for your health.
You say that for all time.
Your peers, your family, and your doctors.
Where's your peers? I had sex with his dog. With my penis in her bottom. Get separation on her hole. I was doing that.
We're gonna check in here.
Honest question. Now, right now, or yeah, I was about to say, it's my daughter.
Turning it like it's loud. So
I'm gonna quit fucking saying that. I'm gonna quit fucking
everything. Red spot on your back. That's words. Let's do our
Can we check in with my nephew?
Yes. 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 You gonna put the camera on him?
Nope.
Yeah. Say it faster already. That's
such a where are you?
actually what did you do?
Telling me. Really, it's my okay. Really. Why not? I will.
What are you doing to stay healthy? You know,
Out of
orange, out of vitamin down. You're a fruitarian.
you're Syrian.
No. Fruitarian. A fruitarian. The fruit.
My name is Michael Fruitarian. I can't break guys for the first target at an
Fruitarian. Are you Armenian?
you can say that.
All right. All right. I'm probably gonna get a text from your parents if they're good parents here.
So we don't say that. We don't say that.
Are you gonna cry? What's going on over there?
Play down. I mean, hey David, we're going. I don't get it. Liam, on yourself.
All right.
Okay,
Really good Montgomery, everybody. We love you, William. We love you. Good stuff. William Montgomery. William.f.Montgomery 1. Your next meeting goes by the name of Allie Rosen. Allie Rosen. Here's Ellie Rosen.
So I guess they left out. And I said, screw that.
Hi, Ellie. How are you?
Hey guys, I'm very well.
Where are you at right now?
I'm in Warsaw.
Warsaw, Poland, huh?
Yeah,
Is that in your...
yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks for joining us. How far are you from Poland?
Pretty far. Like, that's what I.
Right, where you want to check it? Maybe you want
No, I think you don't say it.
I'm not. Begin with an O. It's in your country. What is it? Oh, shit. Yeah, they say letters are different. Oh, awesome.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, awesome. Looks like
It's a
with an O. What do you there in? Oh, cool. What kind of music?
Michael.
Justin Bieber.
Yeah, you look up the lyrics. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Poland, pretty much.
It's nothing to Polish.
Your stash is crazy right there. You may have barbecue too much standing over the grill. Yeah, mustache. We're gonna get for men. We're gonna be. Gary said you did it, right?
I got drums.
Okay, cool. Where are you staying at? What haunted house are you staying at right now?
It's actually my studio. My girlfriend is sleeping in a place.
Okay, play us something. Play us some Polish. You have anything handy there in your studio? You have your laptop?
Now I got like I got this star. I'm gonna pick her up like that.
Give her a what's the line for the Polish pirated.
But just I'm not even Polish, I'm French. I just live in Poland.
Classic Polish toast.
Yeah, it's dirty. Polish is dirty, man.
Pirate. True. Or how you fun to get a Polish girl pregnant, right? You know how to do that, right? No, you come in a shoe and let the size breath. Let size. What?
That doesn't sound like my country.
I said I was right, and they're super easy. Yeah, well, they're dirty and but that's the American stereotype. Clearly, I don't know if you've watched the digital in the past few weeks. We're a little bit racist here. How do you get one arm pull to come out of the street? You wait. They do it in 3 months of quarantine. We're just doing Polish toast right off.
I'm gonna use that up next barbecue.
You have any Polish jokes? The dad is Polish. My dad.
I'm just admiring fans.
He knows all of them. Give us another one. Okay. Right on top of his head. Did you hear about the bitch?
What was it?
Huh? Okay. Alright, play us something on the guitar. I'm sorry to retire ethnicity and home country. Oh, your friend?
That's nothing to do with the guitar.
How'd you end up in
My family's college and it's easy to make a music career here.
how's your career going?
So, yeah, it's like a video that like
What's the name of your video? You should check out.
then that's the band is nice.
Nine
M-Y.
and Y. Mine.
Yeah, pretty name. No one can pronounce it.
I love it. Play us a song. Here's Ellie Rothschild on the guitar, trying to not wake up his girlfriend, and also playing with masks around the world right now.
Okay, so be a Polish blues, yeah?
Here we go. Or as we call them, white. I love your music. I play lobby at the hospital hotel where they murdered kids. Yeah. How do you have so many hits on your music? Explain that. Or you popular? No, how does that happen?
We used to live and we were his housemates for a bit. Lucas and then we like made us play friends and stuff.
So where is it? Great. No experience. They can work like this is about diabetes. I love it. Well, Ellie, thank you so much for joining us. Band is tonight. Not on or whatever. Everywhere available.
Thank you guys.
Thank
And
you.
happy birthday, Tony.
Thank
Love
you.
you.
Yeah, thank you. See you soon.
A little bit about me. Mario, circumcised. But the older I get, I wonder if it turns out differently if I had any other name my parents were to pick for me. Because I'm Italian, they pick two names. Like Sergio was Puerto on top, you know? My ex-girlfriend, she has a tattoo. It says, nice, fucking bitch. I'm not going to give you an origin story of why she was a fucking bitch. Brian sucking her boyfriend's dick behind my back. I hooked up with a foreigner recently. Don't clap. That's just a cooler way of saying a girl pissed in my bed recently. I hate when white people compare basic stuff to being heroin. I've done heroin before and it's nothing like a pumpkin spice latte. Some people I used to do heroin with, they used to mix it with spit or even soil water to water with shit. She's actually the girl is with William.
Serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. Here's how I realized. Okay, like when we like kind of stopped acting, but a couple, well, maybe like a month later, William was at the doing his set interview. I still remember it. At grandparents' house in Virginia, and I'm like, that's fucking her, dude.
Oh my god. Put it together. So you put it together. Yeah.
A couple months later, you guys called her on the show and it's her voice. I was like, oh, that's her. I'm not mad. I don't care.
No, I mean, stick with me. Stick with me. So you put this together somewhat. That is while you're dead.
Well, like, okay, so like I found out about the show from going with her, like back. I never saw the show like every fucking Monday for.
Right. Yeah,
So like, I just put it together. You know?
One of the
Oh,
that's just
I've
like
been
how they
waiting.
describe you.
Yeah, my boyfriend.
Awesome. You're no longer with your girlfriend?
No, I'm with someone right now.
Oh, wow. That was, I mean, you guys were both on at the same time before, correct?
What's that?
No. Didn't she stand up as well?
No, she didn't do stand up.
How long were you with her for?
She's actually, I don't know if I want to. Okay, but she's actually the girl is. Later, was at the interview. Grandparents, that's her. A couple months later, you guys called her on the show and it's her voice. I was like, oh, that's her.
So you
I'm not.
put it
Man,
together.
I want.
No, stick with me. Stick with me. So you put together somewhat. Like you did the math.
Like, okay, so I found out about back then. I never saw every fucking Monday for.
Right. Yeah.
So like, I just put it because I'm. Yeah.
One of the good ones.
I've been.
Describe you. Yeah, well, immediately done.
But yeah, I was in the main room.
Probably great.
Yeah, no shit.
You blew Gary that's right on.
I was
Quarantine all over.
like that where the guy's last side of the screen and back. But it was the last
You can run it, or how did that go down?
ball what?
This? So you watch Williams that
I never hit in front of him. Yes, he knows now.
yeah.
Yeah. No.
That's a yeah.
That was recently as a yeah, years ago.
Was it the group? Because no,
No, different group.
my goodness. So Mario, what have you been doing through this? How you been?
I'm pretty much having going out.
Living for a lot, you know, break from work. I know you.
Oh yeah, I got laid off. Been unemployed. Unemployment.
Everybody's saying the extreme living saying they're making more money than they were before. So why would they ever get back to work?
Yeah. I don't want
They
to go back to work and be broke.
right, absolutely. Just take the government's money. That's all. It's all fine. Why would that ever cause any? Anyway, what do you feel bad about it? Bad. Imagine. That is the bad. You're now so very right. For some. We all went crazy. Better to get rid of it, get through it. You know, and those girls are also, you know, some of them are the most fun in the bedroom. You know what I mean? They all have their pluses and minuses. You know what I mean? Like I was thinking the other day about how badly I'm looking forward to getting an actual massage. And every time I go to my massage place, I always go, and I'm always the front desk lady doing impressions. So do it. Now I now I do it. But my point is, I always give me the strongest, heaviest, like can't hurt me. You can't hurt me. Whatever you do, you can't hurt me. And sometimes they'll be like one of the, you know, like it's none of them are them. Be like some girl, and it's just pointless. Like wait, there's a wait, right? worried about you when I see you. I know you're not your chest. What have you been eating? If you're not cooking for yourself, what have you been eating?
I mean, I cook shit. Maybe a lot of Trader Joe's, frozen
You could always go from a Bill video for a toastmaker.com and get $103 for your food. Basically,
break that down.
$100 for a month. End up proposing. All right, I think David was. Yeah, go ahead, David.
I want to know if you
Good. It sounds like a great idea. Yeah.
Alright.
Needless to have bring experience.
We're like,
Yeah. Heck yeah. That's not the only area. Thank you so much for
I think
all that. Mario content. Great guy. You see him every Monday when we're at the bring our normal live. All right, let's move along. Here is Ellen.
My therapist told me I'm Tuesday, so I don't know. Hot. Lower it down. You read the Florida? I'll tell you what, if it wants to, I'll put it in there. I'm not gonna lie. Like, right through had to swallow it. Corn kernels in it. Why is he's not the only one doing it. With whatever color I hear that meow, Mr. Tiger? What that means.
I'm on my face. How are you? Good, good.
That was my dad. Then I walked. Oh, I know. Oh my God. Video taker was pretty attached and I like and I thought he was yeah, and farting down he didn't even meow. That would have been the potential.
Right up red bands. It's interesting. This happened. First, I never did. It's something there's a new holding. So, Alan, part of
like psychotic and scary all the time. And basically got really mad at me and threw it. And I was talking to my intern, and my mouth was wide open, and literally back my throat. I don't have to.
How long have you been taking care of
Animals like 4 years, but I've been at this very for
what it tastes like?
honest. I mean, smell. I don't know how to describe it, and I just like pour it down to my mouth. That's like the only thing that's not in our manual. And I just pour it down to my mouth and just like sit for like an hour.
You're a beautiful girl. Did any of these chimps ever try anything sexual on you?
They did a party cruise, so and only really a lot of the children that were rescued from the entertainment industry are like they're like 7 years old anymore. They'll tell you. And these guys are like all in the 30s, 40s, and a lot of them like right there in the morning that were movies. I don't know why. And they all have the masturbating, and the one that like sit and it'll hit his neck, and then he'll make hard eye contact with you and like tap the person. And so
Why?
because they're when they're fully grown and it's kind of they're adolescents and they're just I don't know if you know them, they're not they're kind of violent by nature. That's how they kind of their within like groups. And, yeah, I'm sure you heard some news about like that that Rogan talks about it all the time.
I heard one.
Normal.
At our
Michael Jackson.
that's the original bubble. We do. I'm like, yeah. Yeah.
Lays over the fact that
I can't.
wow.
Yeah, it's the thing that gets me. So I actually know it's kind of around with that one. I thought it was weird. Like,
Yeah, love it. That's a great thing. I forgot to cut. I was training the trolley. And then he was rebellious child. God, had a all right. So much great, great stuff. I honestly that everything you're saying was fine. Oh, here's the stuff about Joe Exotic. Like I even even stuff on retro days that your incredible story. And I think in the future you definitely schedule period from Miami to where are you on the way? Tampa or something or
it's in the middle of nowhere, but I have also car and have
which direction? South of
oh god, southwest.
technically if you did Miami, yeah, you're not really okay. Seen anything?
Unfortunately, it's where
Yeah. Get us around red again. Yeah, lots of really I don't know. Now all right. Thank you so much.
all right.
Instagram. We can hear next on the time. Here's Kyle Ridley. Kyle, how are you? I was I'm great. Great. So great. Fucking great. All right, relax, relax. You look great. As always, I didn't think. Well, not only anywhere to shower or brush your teeth at all.
No, I mean, I've been living in Southern California for a long time. I have a lot of friends, but, I've been essentially working, next to Los Angeles International Airport. It was real hard to get a guy to, show up and come and hang out with the guy who's working a fucking hot spot of,
Yeah, what type of essential work have you been doing?
I am a janitor, if you remember. I work at In-N-Out Burger. They're a great company. They're an amazing company. And if I don't say that, it's been a legal Watergate.
Yep.
It's been a
Extremely offended at that fast food thing. Any California in and out all the way. These crazy people out here trying to talk shit about In and Out when they want to get their content stuff up.
The only one that got right was that.
Yeah. That's all they had to do to get us upset. It's like get a couple of states right.
Yeah,
California days in Ohio. No. What?
You keep eating there every day. Pays my check, and that is great.
Just fine, my friend. I promise.
I got a question. I mean, I was doing it. Oh man, I fucking work at 4 in the morning. All right, I get out at like 8. I fucking for the power up, spend an hour or two in LA traffic. Write something. Like I was working on something, and now it's
Hard. Hey, and part of your story, you know? To be part of your history, either that or your tale, but you'll still have a good story about it. Man, it happened. Wild time. Where are you originally from, Kyle?
I was born in Orange. I grew up in San Bernardino, California. 2008, high per capita, the nation. Fun. But then in county for 5 years. I work. It's the airport.
Right. Your parents still have Inland Empire?
Oh, my mom lives in Mexico. My dad is somewhere, who knows? I'm not finding out. Producer guy. Oh, right. Awesome. I get to go to call my dad again.
Your father's good job. In and out.
That's perfect. It's great.
How old were you? How old were you?
I need to take off. And, and then, my mom, then, this started happening.
Oh, God. Not only but ever since then, you've had breaking parents, correct?
Yeah, you're right. I don't know what that saying.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I was my dad. It's
Yeah.
It's fun. I can talk about it all day. Flip my boy. Terrible.
Right. Wild thing. Now I remember. It's so
Yeah, I can't tell if it's a camera, but it looks like you have a permanent fake filter on your face. I'm terrified, but I won't accept it. I can't even see the line.
I'd rather be fast. mean, how's that? So, it's crazy. I'm actually at a silversmithing shop. I can show you the whole thing. It's kind of like, let's do it. The guy, he works on metal. It's stable. It's an old tin can in Costa Mesa, California. And the guy who runs his name is Sam Cutts. He used to do comedy in the 80s and 90s, but had to quit because of his crackcore wife. And he's been hanging out in Orange County. Sam what? What's his last name? Sam what? Sam Cutts. Sam Cutts. Spell that. K-U-T-Z. This guy, I remember this guy. He's like an older guy. Silver hair, right? He's got black hair. He's been on the show. He lost his courage a long time ago. I don't know. We hang out. I make fun of him being old. We smoke pot. Good time. I remember. My car is outside. My car is outside. It's good to have older types of that have been in the business for a long time come to and to hear stories about it. Like, things are going to get through it. Very, very crazy thing that happened when I first started. It was actually like I talked about, I think, on this right next your very Starbucks, is where I met Shia LaBeouf's father, Jeff, and I had made friends with them and great advice. My big plan started to get my around Burbank and then work my way into the store. Too. Actually, the final decider for me started for things and or it had for the start there. It was great. It's kind of really for quite a while. Crazy and boy was all about him. All things about him were exactly all stuff that they definitely meant to be way sort of what he sort of just decided. And like Sam there, while he may not have been wildly successful in his art, could be someone that helps thrive. A father like yeah. Yeah, he's a guy. Yeah, he's a fun guy. And I did a little, I bought a camera a while ago, and I filmed a little podcast. I showed him some, all the old shit he has. He paints a lot. This one's rad. You can see it. Like he did on sheet metal. The sheet metal. That's cool. The nice dad. So these guys, he's hanging out. You haven't seen any race. Right? No. Love it. We're loving it. All about it. You guys want to keep it cars right out the door. You guys want to I'm here, often. But I still have to go to work all the time. And the janitor. Much energy for a guy that has. Are you? No. He never did. He's a weird. He was weird. He used to get naked. Jumping jacks in front of the house. Yeah, I'm a real molested personality, right? I don't know what it is. This is like mine. I don't. Yeah, it's just a personality that I have. Molestation. You see it? It's bad. I got it for 10 years. It's been really fun rolling up and being cool and people there. I join drive and I write while driving on my phone. Honestly, I'm disappointed the cops were not catching me at this point. Jeez, but they're really bad. Right. You get that? Yeah, my comedy forever is important to me. And I want to thank Dave for giving me free shoes this time because stupid. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of weight on his feet.
Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Hey, has anyone else seen strange powers maybe TikTok live of some guy jacked? Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
No, it's good now. It's frozen. Perfect. Play back up in your lap. No, I know, but on like flip it out. No, you'll see it. There you go. Yeah, it's gonna. Yeah. Yes, you will. I'm gonna. Anyone else?
can't even remember. Can't trust these doctors though. I went to one of these doctors, gave me one of these CAT scans. I don't know why he scanned my CAT. I knew what it hit my head, but he says all the bleeding's on the inside. So whatever. Anyway, what I'm here for. You ever notice how this flying scene, ranking, all got a common denominator? Yeah. They're all vicious monsters. Well, you get it. A lot of these smart alecks will say, actually, Frankenstein was the doctor, not the monster. Oh, really? You're telling me this doctor went around all the cemeteries around town digging up monsters, mimicking, spitting in the eye of God, and you're telling me he's a monster? Where do you find a guy with a rectangle head, huh? Someone else scare his cat, eh, Hans?
Tyler, how are you, man? Great. Are you in Madison, Milwaukee? Where is that fun statue?
Oh, that's in Milwaukee. I live about, looking out my window, I sincerely hate beer.
That's that was burned down?
Not yet. Hopefully within time.
Have you ever tried Pepsi milk before?
You know, that tastes like a root beer below.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to talk about this.
I mean, I was trying to connect with the guy who
There it is. What did I do?
there it is. He looks like
I'm going to go lift weights at night.
like Portland Aquaman.
Well, I used to live in Madison. Been there, Tony?
Yes.
You been in Madison?
Multiple times.
Okay.
And a great comedy club, Country, there. It's got comedy on the little corner place there. I've performed at it's here. Is it in Milwaukee or Madison?
That's in Milwaukee. That's at Turner Hall.
Yeah. Did the Turner Hall? Did the there? I've done the Pap Theater there multiple times with other people. And I've done Madison, what's the piece there that's amazing? The lights that go around it.
I don't know. The Barrymore. The Orpheum.
The Orpheum. That's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Comedy on stage. You know what? I don't want to talk about comedy on stage. You got to stop.
Why are you banned at comedy on stage?
I'm banned at comedy on stage. Everyone thinks I'm crazy, but and I've been on InfoWars a bunch. And they're all politically correct. I love I have this stage. Like,
Right.
I don't
Yeah, if
see
you listen to anybody for 4 hours a day, you're pretty much in. Like what came first, the chicken or the egg? I'm pretty sure you get addicted to anything for 4 hours. But
yeah, I was comedy since I earlier said well from Tony, I got this for you. Buddy.
wow, that's very exciting. Okay. Okay, he's been set up with you. Okay. Right. Some name. Who was that?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, bring them. So,
well, I guess it's occupation as a enhancement into wrestling, walking 12 years.
steel chair. Steel chair. Wow. What's like, my character name?
Well, I'm a topic that I am co-leader from another.
Okay, what are some of the crazy conspiracy theories that you think stop?
Well, conspiracy. I
Right. Everything you know that are like conspiracy theorists or internet. Are hey, wow, yes, your rep girls. And then great, great out. We're on your tell us. I was yeah, wait, rabbit. You don't believe in rabbit? Good bridge.
I'm not the rain wave. I'm not afraid of all the way we're going to brain. Well, I'm coming up with the 5G things to connect. Why do I'm coronavirus? I found not the food, flies, the internet network, and not some big conglomerate friggin' thing.
Yeah. Okay. So, what do you mean? You mean like this, like Truman Show style?
I mean, I get up and when it's light in the sky. That's there's a bunch of light in the point of illuminated sky. So the clouds, dude.
Wow. Man, you're an entertaining guy. I like your style, Tyler. Oh,
I'm 30 years old. But I just wanted to say,
so that's awesome. What else? One more period. So like according to the Bible, I remember reading current
learning phase. I got one for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't care what. It was not a color. It was considered by high school because each one was a bracket light blue prism and light spectrum of colors. Even though indigo only had the light spectrum of colors picked up more. Isaac Newton happened to hold stock in something so high in place. So indigo spectrum.
Welcome, Audie.
Okay. People have 180s, 90s, and they just can't fuck it up. Corner is how most people have built him in uh, yeah, West Palm Beach from corner. All right, we're gonna get very entertaining. And that is available range, like not a lot of people, but it's really first. Speaking of losing, shout out to great David Lucas joining us here.
America.
Player on Instagram Live is funny. It is all one word. Oh, David. The leader of the band tonight, believe it or not, great Jeremiah Watson.
Thank you so much. At Jeremiah Dan, youtube.com/Jeremiah Watson. Subscribe there. Jeremiah Watson. Actually, Dr. Smith, special drops on Wednesday.
Awesome. I'm going to begin Virtual Jimenez here tonight, everybody. Here in the corner.
Johnny, happy birthday. Very happy you were born. Without you, but another and next episode of Mostly Straight Podcast.
Oh, yeah. It's nonsense.
At 10 this Friday. Yeah, the headline Michael Turner show.
I will report about that. Fun stuff happening. This at Roastmaster class that I took. It's our first business one. Quite incredible. Free showing any got it by get out there. A lot of fun stuff. We laid down a lot of episodes for excited. They're all tremendous help. I'm really proud of the work that we're doing. We're on the road. City, Boston, Dallas, Salt Lake, our Sacramento, my west right. So also available. Even any of those you just pull back. So awesome. Pizza is for in Southern California. Coffee. I Reddit. Check out virtual reality. So on. Also, and Brian person. And don't forget, those foreign emails got my I somewhat of our very things for joining us, everybody, and we'll
How are you? What up?
Rambling,
Living the dream, dog. How are you?
chilling.
How much did you study today?
I studied for another hour.
That's
Not like I want to study more though. If I want to finish 8 hours.
what class did you?
I watched the practice test, then I watched Professor Messer's course, CompA plus course. Yeah, yeah. I did the course like the free course. I didn't want to pay the Udemy one.
I know.
No, I don't want to ask my mom for money because she already paid for the CompTA thing. She paid for my computer information.
Yeah, I'm oh, probably not down.
Should I do it? Should I start to pay for it?
You should ask her now. Sit it down and say, Mom, I really appreciate you having paid for what you paid for this far. I really think that this course will be helpful. Is there any way that it's only like what, $50 or something? That's not no, dude. It's you didn't even look at how much nothing on YouTube is that expensive. Like $60.
Guys, give it up for Tony. I want to tell everyone that's here.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you.
got different things. So you off banging, great bang, every caller, everybody will increase your performance and get that extra confidence. Then, like the yeah, great down, like water, two reaching every hour, right on the different needs that happen. Okay, answer right now. Yeah, excited right now. Regardless, about free money, five the brain, $5 get an extra for your and then email you each Tony and that's concert the bonus.com. Yeah, you know, you know, they absolutely. But it is yeah, sure. All friends draws everything right over. Great for everything having like now. I have a official show. That supports the show too. Little money side of it, rich bullet for me. We all sit here on minimal front wall is very yeah, stuff with and cards that you there. So yeah, thick on it, are going to work every day. It's damn nice to be around your front pocket or your back. But everything that lifetime with was last forever. Free returns don't for any $1,000. It's not free worldwide. It's like they know even the list great things happen. This great right away. They paid early on all the costs closed after have my neighborhood cost work back up room and now that they it's towards guys the other that is damn good candle company, and they are damn good candles. A lot of people have been buying the lifted, aka Mama candle, damngoodcook.com for that. Other things have happened. We're here for Kill Tony. Exciting time. If you know, it's going to be in Miami. It's the 31st or 30th. They just take the ticket. Oh, yeah. Going to be there from we're going to be in Boston and Dallas. Some of these are actually no. You Tony.com. I really revamped my website. There's a little or Spanish icon. Control. Salt Lake City. September new or the big one. Elizabeth here. September 29th. And then middle of October, chaos. Road Bakersfield, Sacramento, and 3 nights. San Francisco. Get to Madison Square Garden and Boston Garden now. Days every day. That's my normal. Very exciting. October. To do without having any. When I eat it on Mondays. On Mondays when I eat it here. So on Monday, we're not missing Monday. Right. Very introspective on roasting. Brand new. Good. It's there on the highest tier after 3 months. Get a bigger crowd student. First. That. I do. I have 3 on right now. I have bumper for my Corvette. Anyway, the show. A stunning turn of events. Jeremiah Watt for tennis for relaxation reasons, doing their own thing. I think Rush. Call it. Sounds like yeah. Thing that what the energy was like without those gobbledygook. That are the word gobbledygook. I think you're allowed to say that. No, no, yeah. The gobbledygook is from WWF, by the way. There was the famous character, gobbledygook. It's chicken from WWF. They have big dates. They were teaching for weeks. They're like, this egg, I don't know what it is. And eventually, it's like one of the all-time worst professional wrestling characters to ever happen. Like, there was just a tape in the corner of an arena and hatched. Really bad production. Really boring. But it's fun. Gobbledygook. That's what the gobbledygook. Okay, it doesn't matter. But we do have one band for people you know her, you love her, nice band, nice backbone of the band, and the person nice. One of our favorites. Great and powerful. Johnson. Whoa! Hey, what's up? Are a Latina?
And so you see this, I'm going a little bit.
That's awesome. I'm so glad you could make it here.
Yeah,
Where you been met before? What do you do?
I'm just trying to go, and I love to skate.
I love that. Okay. Wait of all 3 band members tonight, so this is exciting. Brother,
Yeah.
well, why on a different episode of the show? And exciting stuff. So pretty good. Heck yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
Doing that your whole life? And here we go. We got yeah, and let's start. So, let's get right into it. Our first submission comes from Drew Williams. Submission from Drew. And here's Drew Williams. I'll be playing the drums. Here's Drew, everybody.
Hello, I'm Spaceman D. Willie, coming to you live from space. I like to write jokes and leave them floating around the capsule on top. Oh, hang on a second. Alright, back to the jokes. I'm so dope, I have insurance. I'm very white. When I first started NWA, I took it straight to the police. I was traded for back. I'm worried there might be inbreeding in my family. My mom keeps calling me Aunt Amy. I'm traded. I'm so old I fall asleep during porn search. And that's actually true. Okay, I got one more joke. Oh, great. The aliens are here again.
And what an awesome creative.
Oh, great. I'm so glad to hear that.
I love that. Like literally like 5 times during that, which I'm like, no way, right? Like it kept getting me. Like I'm like, I'm looking at the pieces of paper. My goodness. Yeah, actually, I was watching a space station. They have it streaming on YouTube. Yeah, I skipped ahead with it because it's like no sound, sound. That was awesome. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
What part of Oregon or Eastern Washington are you like coming in from? San Francisco, either San Francisco or north of there. Am I correct?
I think New York. New York. Wow. I know I'm kind of a loop.
Okay. So you're in
I know a whole thing. Yes, I'm in Queens. I'm just outside of.
that is terrible. I've never seen anyone from Queens that looks like they're building multiple bombs.
I hate to admit this, by the time Dad's oriented is coming out of the front 10 by 12 of my apartment right now. So
Yeah, man. Do you keep the green screen up all year long? Is that do you like YouTube videos or something?
well, it's just incredible to be on the show, guys. But I actually appeared at the Gramercy show with Mormon, and I was, and it has ever since I was on. Well, I was on a path about 6 months over the following previous one, and I've been writing jokes, trying to entertain stuff, and as soon as the court goes all the way, and I'm developing with friends and brothers a podcast. I'm just diving into green screening. All my friends let it work. So I've always wanted to, and I've been writing for years. On this quarantine, I thought of a project for me to do the house, just to make all the songs I like. So I've been going down the list, trying to figure out what I want to do. And naturally, you guys announced send video, and that's all I do now. It's like a part-time job now, and you guys are the best. I would say I'm pretty close to super fan, and yeah, guys, keep it up.
You've gotten so good at it, man. I mean, that's incredible. Someone that just that mission. It was only for about a very, very smart. You kept getting me. Like, I'm like, fucking.
Yeah, it works for just everyone who does turn on green stuff.
Yeah, green.
Yeah.
I gotta say earlier before the show, Asian are nerdy. Can't wait.
Thing that you said here really which uh dive into writing a lot, which I find interesting, and I found that a lot of conversations with people throughout it's like, yeah, I started writing, I will be able to do that. All the people that haven't done a lot of stand up are now writing, like making X time, and all the people with experience that have been doing it forever are at a complete blockade. Like, I can write roast jokes, I can write screenplays, or show ideas, or jokes, but when it comes to my stand-up comedy, my process is starting with the simplest, shortest form of the idea, trying that on stage, and then writing, tagging that from on stage. So I literally almost have completely nothing uh, compared to, I have things that I have to try, but nothing that I believe in whatsoever at all until I try it. That's my process.
I got that one so crazy scary. I mean, just failing is one like one. So it's
I got offered.
I'm enjoying it.
I got offered to do a spot at a real comedy club, and I was thinking, is it even possible to get my old kids anymore? Like, you can't even, you have to talk about what's going on now. I can't just, I'm just gonna act like everything's normal. Like, it's weird. I kind of want to try it because I've been writing, but it feels like everybody, I just want to know if like all the comics are going to be awesome, and you're just gonna be like, I need to decide if I want to be topical on that or be a distraction. Yeah.
I just want to sit.
That's it. At least you don't give a fuck. Drew, what were you doing for work before all of this started?
So I'm a agent on Broadway. I've been in theaters college since about 1990, and I've mostly done production, backstage work, prep for regional theaters around the St. Louis area. My wife and I both started working in theaters for 6 years.
You work on any big Broadway productions we would know about? Hey, that's so wild. How long have you been working on that?
Approximately 3.5 years. So given a small talk about that when I went on the show last summer.
Okay. We found out that Tony was up for the role of main guy. Greatest all time. One of the silliest stories I have up my sleeve. Crazy, crazy.
I'd love to hear. I sent a song. I'd love you guys to hear. You guys willing?
Sure. Absolutely. Why not? You take it out outer space. See what's
The bench.
with Russia. Not a music video. Okay. All right. Like your style, Drew. Thank you so much for your so cool. Thank you guys. Those his songs. Follow him up. Now is a great time. Make sure that you're on Spotify. Subscribe. Tell Tony Spotify. Get used to it. Yeah. Get used to it. Never know what the future is going to hold over there. But anything has happened. If you subscribe now, Spotify, but you have the curve. Also, sure that you go to YouTube, subscribe there. So close to 100,000 followers. Great. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, next young lady has to be star. Casey Cassidy, we are. Here we go.
I told my husband, passengers going to this 5-year-old lay on his bed. Like, when I asked her why she bowing and cribbing,
There. Hello, Cassidy. How are you?
I don't know how are you.
Good. Good. You're the first person submission while performing and laying down on a picture.
It was my friend.
Oh. So Cassidy, have you ever done stand before?
Never.
Where are you at?
I'm from
Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, yeah. They have internet in Calgary. Canadian college. What do you do in Calgary? What do you do for work? The wife of an oil miner?
restoration. I was
You have kids? Stay in white? Does that mean you do it? Now, pork cook. What are you doing? Pork cook? Oh my God.
What up?
They must have found out your work ethic.
Should I reinforce?
Yeah,
Maybe. You said?
for you, I would, and I mean, I think it's a good idea, dude. It's like $50. Like, just fucking do whatever it takes to make $50.
Go to the bank. Yeah, I might just go to the bank.
Doug, if anything, you could say to her, "Mom, I really appreciate that you've paid for what you've paid for already. Please don't take it as disrespectful that I asked you for more. I just really thought it would be helpful, but I understand. But I want you to know how much I appreciated what you did previously. And she'll be like, "Oh wow, this really means a lot to me." And she'll think about it, and she'll be like, "How much is it?" And like, you will, if you show that you're working and not going to the mall and jerking off, well then she'll pay for it.
You know, pretty sure if I ask you,
Right, but I mean, she sees you not doing anything. Show her that you're really working for it.
no, I study up.
Incredible breed, experience, point, I was trying British China. Yeah, that's 9/11 right there. That's great. Oh, did you hear about the time that ran out of car? And the lady had air dried vagina. Good steel of it, and it's like turn it up, but it's still what those and one everybody guys like it's um no, it's still airboat. Think they're gonna fly away, but if the air dryer just start back, it would have to go. It just be big. ladies and gentlemen, one of our regulars, brilliant, brilliant face on the William. Hi, William. Here's William. William. Dude, funded the police years ago. I watched movie diaries. There's not. Can you imagine if George Floyd's counterfeit money is more than he is.
Yeah, you're right. It's only like $20.
Exactly. So just fucking man up for it.
I'll just. you seriously consider adopting a small system voice to help navigation safely? I will never forgive you for that. Years old, get free control from my mother in a game of Uno. Biloxi, recently Mississippi, my Aunt Carol, spotting an abandoned house on Elm Street. Now it's been a nightmare. Probably my favorite. You guys think I should get this checked out? Yeah, I just wanted to apologize. Racist. I was okay.
How far do you live from Los Angeles? Really like yeah. Are you really? Okay. All right, that's where you're born and raised.
Great. I was
Or you
I, my parents were doing mission work at the time, so I was years, but I still get it screwed up.
great. Up there and have one of those free dogs. Check out that.
It was actually something I did get checked by. It was just a key for getting up. Just how I started.
Wow, incredible. What do you do for work?
with a couple of stuff that totally leads where you're sitting.
How long were you in jail?
Well, for that first part, I was 20 years old, days in a prison for my original. So that was probably the worst 90 days of my life. But then after that, put on 5 years of felony probation and subsequently violated multiple times after that. I got a DUI that I actually in court, but just because I got arrested while I was on probation, I had to.
Oh,
Yeah.
fucking for me.
Yeah. And a year later, I for marijuana, and they gave me 9.5 months in a prison work camp.
Oh, wow. Gee, man, it's unexpected. Prison, like Martha Stewart.
And then a year after that, I'd been on non-reporting probation. They called me the day after New Year's Eve. I had to handle within 4 hours, or they were going to put a warrant out for my arrest. I called my brother, who was an attorney, and said, "Hey, you're going to need to fire up some paper because I'm about to burn the bottom out of this cup." So I got a bonus lawyer that time, so I actually got 7.5 months for that one. But the day I left, my probation ended. I got to keep my first offender's right because I got an attorney every time I violated that I would, but your first offender's right if you get through all your probation record. So
I would have been better
I
off
did.
selling cocaine.
That's what my lawyer said. He's like, that's grown up.
Look at that. My
But
goodness. So what do you have?
right?
Do you have any crazy
Yeah,
prison stories?
Yeah, I forgot a lot of them.
It's hard to probably know when you never pick it up.
Yeah. Funny thing is they had Irish Spring soap in jail, so I always did that. Maybe it helped. I don't know. But I mean, a lot of fights, and I was in a work here in dorm. There was 60 people in each dorm. I was on the bottom of the triple bunk. So a lot of people crammed into one room at one time. So every Friday night, like they had throughout the week, like it was Friday Night Lights. You got young kids, different gangs, messing with each other, and then we cook up a box and getting each other.
That's right. Were you a good fighter?
My dad was arrested.
Oh, yeah.
I had, experience getting out of horrible situations.
You're ridiculous. In street fight.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you to my dad. I was here, but I just let him know I appreciate it. I mean, out of years for all of it, I got probably 3 heavy years, but it's never really I would sometimes you feel you don't get too feel in a situation and you gotta usually maybe call the wife. I was 1 out of 4 and a 60, so I get scared to get you don't want to kind of have to pick people didn't I was trying.
Got it all now. Now you're a recyclable version. Recyclable version of Willy Wonka. There's like a billion on silver. Like to
Yeah, you need to like a
do.
I mean, probably much trouble to
They get around each other. It's crazy. Please come to a show if you're ever near one of our shows. Have you?
I came out here last year for work. But I saw
Definitely message us and let us know when you're coming. That's fun.
oh yeah, no,
There you
I'm like no jack, no shirt, but be
go. I get it.
scary.
It is big, big cross. Doing. All right, there you go, ladies. There. Great. Yeah, we're flying through. Keep it moving, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for Rob. There's Rob Allen. Here's Rob.
Before the pandemic started, I didn't work. Various handicap stalls for bathroom. We came in with this. Hurry up, I got out of there as quick as I could. My way out. Happened again the very next day. Came in, find a handicap stall. Done as quick as I could. My way out. Sorry. I don't think I actually. I mean, I got hit in the elevator at the same time. No, I can't. I'm not crazy about it.
Loved it. Rob Allen, keeping it interesting. Juggling some balls during it. Phil Tony artwork behind him. I like that. How are you doing, Rob?
Yeah, I'm great. How are you?
Good, good. You are in the New York area or
Awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah, I went to the show of the green
Remember where that was from? Another incredible Ryan Bell artwork. Yeah, that Jay. Oh, oh, what did we find out about you? Tampa Bay, Florida. And Steve, interesting. Here's your faces on.
Yeah, it's questionable. I don't even know. They haven't even told me yet.
What do you do for work?
Like, theories on that there. I do record information.
Like what kind of record?
Like for like listeners and clients, paperwork, file it, make sure that it's findable.
That looks like Ryan. Brother. Brother? No. I offended now go. So Rob, oh, now I remember. That's right. Wait My good. I know somebody else that tried to just have learned juggling during the pandemic. Like that's an interesting thing because I always try to juggle and it just I can imagine trying to do something in the game, trying or getting good at. Yeah, I mean, but it's the same thing. Just get a couple times. Look, you're good at there's breathe. Yeah, I just really, yeah, I have no interest in being able to juggle like I mean, there's it is wild. In fact, it would be a very short list if I could think of it, of things that I have no interest in learning. I like learning. I like, I'll watch YouTube videos on things. Try to learn life hacks and that. Juggling would be on that short list of things that I truly, I cannot get. Literally applying. Oh, yeah. It's like ice cream back. I don't. Oh, well, you're. I think you know how to ice. I actually do know. You gotta see how it happens. Or did you hear electric? Yeah, I canceled my order. Whoa! Yeah, they're having a lot of problems with the company. People are sending them canceled orders. They're breaking the people that have it. Trouble found at Super 73. Oh my goodness! Shocking turn of events. Yeah. Device. You do? How do you guys? Yeah. Rough House. Very tough sounding name. Yeah, rock. Make it point. What does it sound like? Really? Computer sound? It's like I have like a test, or I was trying to get like a Tesla instant torque. So it's only supposed to go miles an hour because that's legal, like street legal. Way to hack, Rob, has anybody ever told you that you agree what years? Like a Karen? Yeah. It's like a hairy Karen. Karen. Have you ever called the police on somebody? Something? Only one video. Wow. Our crazy there working. Oh, what makes you angry? Yeah. Is there anything that we would be surprised that it makes you angry for some reason? A pet of yours? People that wear backpacks. So proud. You don't want them to cross the leg. Okay. Welcome to our episode of our dang, dang, gosh dang, dang. Right. I feel like you have like a hobby that you have, something that you collect, like comic books or you do. Do you play cards or anything? I mean, oh, that is fair. Yeah. Oh my goodness, it was a real life. Oh, bird is. Rob, thank you so much for your submission. Fun times on Instagram at Born Alcohol. RNAHALL. Thank you, Rob. Thank you. You're welcome. Oh God. Yeah, baby, Gary. This is a guy that truly cares less than anybody about the global pandemic. Hanging out with the crew, ladies and gentlemen, one of our favorite regulars of all time, the brilliant, talented, great David Lucas. Hi, David. What's happening? What's going on there? You guys shooting it? I'm here to prove that I am black. Hey, we brought together. Hey, Mom. Hey, Tony, I want you to see it going to that alcohol. Look at that. Look at that. Hey, Tony, look at the face. Look at the face. Everybody like a lot of time to feel. And he did it. Come on, son. He did it right now. I love that. What's your favorite kind of raisins? I know it's not your children. Who's that white bitch? I was going to the bar, but this guy from London, he's a big fan of California. I'm such boy, I'm good. Wow. That a black guy with an English accent. That's incredible. Way hot in fast food. You know, and a big hot. My goodness. I'm not even kidding. I was in the drive-thru a Wendy's yesterday. No one was there. This time to get a Wendy's right now. No one wants to be there. It's been right there. Oh, yeah. Oh my goodness. I feel like this guy's about to beat my ass. Oh yeah, I love it. I love the phrase hanging out with a bunch of black guys. You guys must all get along. I think it's
We got to do a show in Macon or Atlanta, bro, because as soon as I walk to the bar, they're like, what?
hilarious. Right. Big, strong, very strong base, and all this other stuff. Food, gorgeous. Wine, we're having fun. Stay out there. Pull through it. And,
Absolutely.
awesome through there. Thanks for participating, guys. Rock and roll.
All right, let me come.
Very fun. I guess we could sort of call it roast chemistry. It's one of our friends. It is a cool, positive guy. He's there for work through here, but I hanging out. All right, let's keep the fun train moving on. Very here, ladies and gentlemen, is Chuckle. Here's Chuckle.
Right now, being heroes in America. Martin Luther King wasn't King. Don't speak King. Martin Luther King Boulevard. We're in the right neighborhood. Because of that, King, the young depression, and that's breakfast counter. Because the years and America passed, maybe another 40, and a whole till now, stuff with the market. Plus, black woman there.
I am. I love that. Martin Luther King Boulevard. You know what they are on it? I know.
Hello.
How's it going, buddy? How are you? Quite going from by the bar and oh, okay. Located in all right. How'd you dislocate your hip?
I ran and I was holding a washing machine and I dropped down.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did tire the and
Here I'm thinking about it.
And uh, streets are not so I know basically the whole spot.
Population?
Yeah, well, yeah,
That's probably perspectives on life, right?
do a lot of them, and then there's the ones that are just south fucked up all day and picket fights, shit like that. It's a little dangerous. But I got my one here.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. You ever do any art or anything like that? You an artist of any kind? This your first time taking stand up?
Well, I do a lot of writing. Me and one of my friends get together and we write. Uh, and he performs a lot, and I'm gonna get stand up also. I'm allowed to stay out past 9 o'clock.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. There's definitely there's definitely something there. The way that you take jokes, it's really hard to get laughs. Your face is covered in a mask and things like that. You have some things against you
Yeah,
made us audibly really good.
I had a great time at the protest there. That was one of the protests. I've been going to all of them. It's really the first time that people are getting out of the house, and they took the protest getting out there.
For sure. No protest is anti-cotton here. Sure. I love it. Oh, well, thank you so much. Great submission, great interview. Fun times, man. Thank you so much. Anything else crazy before we go?
I have a friend.
We knew already.
Yeah,
No, go ahead.
well, yeah, I'm on disability, so I don't have to work, and I I like to spend time riding motorcycles. I used to be in a motorcycle club, and
You ever ride a roughhouse before?
I don't.
It's a scooter that goes
I actually kind of a 49 cc motor, put it on a mountain bike and ride it around town.
yeah,
Told me around.
49 cc is good. I'm a 50 guy on Mario Kart. Dominant. All right. Thank you so much. So interesting. Awesome talk, man. I love your honesty. I love your fucking. That was a fun one, bro.
All right, thanks.
There you go.
Love you guys.
Everybody. Where it's from soccer. Yeah. Take it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we actually know your next submission. Found this before, ladies and gentlemen. Dirty Hippie Comics. Thurston Alberts, everyone. Here we go. Thurston Alberts.
on your bus ride. But you said the word tight. Just felt that's what sounds in our music. Imagine a little boy again. Allowed to run and how you right then.
Yeah. Bird. Gone. Good. I love that. Flame. Your deep behind.
Is that it?
Wow. Look at that. Yeah. I love it. Well, you can't get started without practice. What mistakes did he make? Oh, wow. What a depressing lifestyle. Now, I lost my God. Whoa, we went from Los Angeles. Oh, New York is a better place to be right now. That's your kind of favorite. What part of wow, I guess. You ever see any there like Tasha anything? Okay, yeah, all the great New York talking about. Finest right there. How much boy there? The egg maker. Oh, sure it is. Trying to just say, making sure are healthy. Ready to eat. Happy with how you're gonna move. I can share. What part of the you live in? Perfect. Well, I know where did you actually live? And Victory. I made up for my yes earlier on. Wait, wow. Incredible. You're the meanwhile he never had. Oh, the naughty lady. Any and always honest. She was doing work, I think, for the comedy stock structure. Now I'm oh I think you can tell coronavirus. If you know a lot of people that have gotten sick, really, to be the general consensus is they might as well be the friends. Those are my friends. Fun times. You know anybody that's ever taken a blue chew before? A blue they make on cancer that gets you ready to chew. Oh, I love it. All right, well, fun times first and Albert. Good to have you on the show again. Thank you so much for some fun times. Good joke. See you soon. First and Albert. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time. It is the future one. This is perhaps the most powerful regular in the and production, Michael Laird. Here he is, Michael. Absolutely. Yeah, do you use a bench cam sometimes? That's pretty frustrating. You already have love it. Go right ahead. Trouble's been down all day today. Oh, you're right. Uh-oh. What does it say?
Please say
Right. Problems reading. I don't know if you've ever heard it on the show, but wanted to. He had a question about when start doing live show. Read the last. Friday. Right. But no, it's all self Los Angeles. So it's weird. And it ends up being like, hey, I need something. True. Okay, so at 9:04 p.m. that day, here's what you can see. Play something like that.
Up him.
Oh,
I haven't moved.
yeah, play that.
I'm here. What's up? Oh, you'll be back. Okay, cool, man.
Fully, very next, because the Airbox Studio is a rating, range, and you're in engaged video, and it's like, I done it out of, guess that's yes, there you shit, here he is, there's Louisa, kidding, but party first, right, You're goddamn right. Yes, it does. They're like the 50 Cent history. Incredible. Call them a party. He will walk right back to you. That's exactly. Just that. Get two of them. Don't ever do that. Everyone people say Ohio. Yeah, oh yeah. Pretty simple. That's like saying we have a great football team that plays college football in Ohio. Being like, you're talking about the Cincinnati Bearcats? The Clippers? It's Cedars. Anyway. I'm a very big Cedar Point loyalist. You have to understand. Raised yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, your chair goes pretty fast, but it is not the real drag. You know what I'm saying? They got rise 240 miles per hour. Heck yeah, girls also must be a certain height to rise at. That's for damn sure. Good. Sex with a midget, girl? I need that. I will be your first OnlyFans subscriber for sure. It's great. I will watch. Great. The only thing is your future bitch. Yeah. Okay. Maybe do the Michael rule free reign. Well, we love you, world. You're a guy. Saint, Colin, whatever we show for you and love you. Talk about it with someone that is part of my life throughout the week. You're an inspiration. Just one of my favorite things on the planet. You know, it's up there. When I saw that house, very lucky found it at the up. I was attended by someone in his circle, so I checked the shit. I remember I was like number, it doesn't matter. The first people on YouTube that night and post about it, which I don't even know at all.
I'm not going to go for this. I also wrote myself. I just found out I was looking at cats. They're musical.
Impressive. I think perhaps that it was possible to already of the person to submission Mexican process. However, you absolutely made a great impression, delivery, production quality, incredible. Great.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was uh, real bad diet. So we that's crazy. Manolo is definitely a fixture on the show. Like active me, like
Yeah.
it's like when I don't know. It's just moment quarantine episodes. I thought well, I'm not gonna do a lot of like I was told to beer and
It is
that I
impressive that I think only 3 or 4 appearances throughout this quarantine, and yet you absolutely destroyed it in comedy, maybe of or any tribute.
yeah, it's fun. I don't know if I'm gonna do an impression right now. No. Hey man, it's I don't know what it is. But
Good. I think the delivery was great. Where are you? Where are you?
I am in I'm in Southern California. You know, yeah, yeah. It's 40 minutes away or so. Crazy man. It's yeah. I actually had one more joke. This is Mola. I like to say hit and listen to all the huge artists like it. And no wordplay for this though, because it's already fast.
I like the press you did there to get the point across that you were done.
Yeah, I gotta force things like this comedy sitting in a dirty chair,
No, I love it. I love it. So you're in what do you do for work?
I work at a grocery store, at a quick store. And, yeah, essential here. It's crazy. I see people that angst about it. Done. I literally cry like over toilet paper in the aisles. Like I can't. Like, like it was the whole thing pushed over. We have like a now. You should find martial law.
Okay. That's were you born and raised in Southern California or somewhere else?
I yeah, raised here. I mean, I was born in Fresno. I lived in Fresno for the first couple years of my life, but then went with after he goes to undecided for a second. Crazy. Oh yeah, you know it. Someone's sorry, I got bugging me right now. Just I'm quarantined literally people. On the list, you know, I'm just thinking that like I'm on the rise, and I've agreed. I'm gonna start shooting with like me and someone else, like thing, and like there was like a gremlin guy in Germany, that, like out for no reason, who's like shit on it or something. Yeah, it's a lot of bizarre stuff, but yeah, there's a lot of I didn't know they're doing this podcast, man. It's pretty bizarre. Theme park deaths. Like I had a thing about theme park accidents, and I got super morbid. I can really think like this kid got his head decapitated. Hilarious, you know. It's darn people fucking dumb. Oh, God, it, hold on one second. I'm sorry.
It's gonna be somebody's dick or something. Any given moment, the moment, all up here comes down to this giant ball sack which is about to go for the camera. Have your hand on the red button. I repeat, have your hand on the red button.
No. No, don't worry. It's not gonna be like face suggestion. There's not gonna be a it's a child. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Who gets that?
Yeah. He brought a picture. He brought a picture. Everyone's interested in getting a house. It was not Chesky. Yeah. He wanted me to roast him. I'm not used to roast. It's usually the other way around. It's a big you. But hey John, way to pick a career in a pandemic, pal. That's not my
I love that picture of him. I didn't realize that he had passed away and they're handing out his funeral.
We don't have a colored ink. Oh, there's look, it's part of my French. There's poison ivy right here.
Rolo, I just realized that you've been on this show for the first time. Made the connection.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years. Last time I was on, I was still living in a purple suit and ate a bag of dicks, but too short.
Yeah.
But Adderall, man, that is very much like Adderall. That's right. It's legal.
I love that.
Should I make a rebuttal? I got the new. Have you heard of Jeffrey Epstein? No, I'm kidding. This is not. I'll leave it for this new show that my aunt will be watching later when I have a gun in my mouth. No, this is. I got a little dark there. Yeah, he's
Hey, what do you want to be when you grow up?
George.
Brad? George? Boy George?
He wants to be a wrestler, dog. Yeah. He's got John Leguizamo here. Dude, this poison ivy, like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. This thing, I discovered I was a boy. Like, was a Joker, right?
Look at that.
Yeah, dude.
The cool version. Yellow pants, orange jacket. Very cool.
That's pretty fun. Yeah. Okay, no. Yeah.
Episode of Tony, and I absolutely love it. Great way to end. It's awesome. Rock and roll.
Yeah. Yeah, he just. Thank you guys.
Look at this. Absolutely. Thank you, John. Williams the Barrel, Eddie George. You got Michael Lair rocking it, absolutely destroying with his headband, red band behind the iPad, and the fire-breathing dragon up. That is David Lucas. Absolutely. Very nice. That's roasting. RyanJGBelt.com. A lot of funny stuff is on sale. He has friends of the free show. That was on roasting. David Lucas, not the crew of characters. Which reminds me, we just dropped an episode of Roast Masterclass on my Patreon, which is, I believe, an hour and a half or 2 hours of me and Connell Rollins talking about the history of comedy and absolutely cracking each other up. Really, him cracking me up, to be completely honest. But the entire episode is mind-blowing, hilarious, and God, he is a superstar. That's a lot of fun. That's happening. And the band, you've heard of one man band? This is the one lady band, the great Jesse Johnson, came to strong. It's the lead singer, Jimenez. What else is going on?
Just have something to do. Thank you guys. Thanks for all watching.
Follow her at Jesse Johnson. And yeah, thank you to Vito's Pizza. Got us all stuffed up tonight on some amazing pizza. Vito's everywhere here, all around the Los Angeles area, West Hollywood, Santa Monica, a bunch of different places. You can come into the show that I believe we're coming around the final quarter here. I mean, we could possibly only have, I don't know, a few of this, I guess. Maybe a last chance. Good for the show. Be creative. As you see, stakes are starting to raise. 3 months ago, people in a fucking dark closet doing bits to their. I'm probably going to do an episode this week with Al, David Lucas, trying to get Quincy Weekly or anyone David Lucas-ish to. He's fine. David Lucas is fucking you can go to Desmond.tv for all that. And check out my membership virtual red band like 5 times a week. Good night, everybody. Thank you. Hey, this is Red Band coming to you live. Beautiful Crowd Studio for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Yeah, here we are.
Welcome, Zoot. How you living, Pam?
Burger King in Australia is shut down. So don't have it.
You mean like Australia's Burger King or Hungry Jack's? All right, why did it shut down? Dude, when I go viral, I'm gonna make that shit just to stick it to Hungry Jack's. Welcome, welcome. How are you? No, how'd you find out about me?
Oh, I was here before. Yeah, you might remember me, but the comp name.
What was it?
Okay.
What was the name of your account?
Oh, Luna Chris.
Oh, okay. Welcome back. Just living the dream watching Kill Tony. You know what Kill Tony is? It's the largest live podcast in the world. It streams live every Monday from Joe Rogan's Comedy Mothership. Been going for 12 years. What did you find, Zoo? Dude, are you gonna get a Nintendo Switch too?
Maybe. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe when I haven't really played it.
What's the best game on Nintendo Switch? What's the best game on Nintendo Switch? All right.
Alright, Odyssey was one of the games.
Okay.
But Super Mario Odyssey and the uh, Odyssey. This is Mario Odyssey.
What do you like about Zelda?
Every game.
Okay.
Well, it's staple. Like Zelda is just like most free games. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
what's your favorite?
Like regular Nintendo?
Any
Probably Mario Kart. That's a good question. The OG, the OG one. Uh, well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. GoldenEye is probably my favorite, or Perfect Dark. Super, super. There there you go. Super Nintendo. I was dirty at that game. Um, but then with Nintendo 6, go ahead. That's cool. That's cool. That's neat that they are putting a giving you a game when you buy the system. All right, so you ready for an invitation? Yo, pimp. Any second. But maybe when you start to beat me at mini golf, dude. Yep, you're not upper class. You're solidly in the middle class. You have a net worth of about $1 million. That's not upper class. You don't own a home. You don't own a car. You're middle class. Okay, well, I mean, what do you call it? What's your favorite phrase? Non-recognized profits or whatever. What's it called? Unrealized profits. Well, you have unrealized assets. Zoo, what are your thoughts on being a millionaire who sucks dick at mini golf? Okay, but you still suck dick at mini golf. Are we clear on that? Good man. All right, this hole sucks. Get there, get there, get there, get there. I'll take it. I'll take that. Yo, pimp. No, I hit your ball. But I cleared the tree for you. You're welcome. Water. Easily water. Oh, too hard, dog. Too hard. Water. Water. Nope, that's good. That stinks. Easy win for Zoo. Planes? I don't want to say too many to count, but like a lot. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe like, do we count layovers when they change the plane? Uh, Probably at least a couple dozen. Maybe somewhere between 12 and 24, something like that. Yep. Yeah, it was a like a small plane. It wasn't like a luxury Learjet or anything. But right. But when I was little, I went on one, and I still remember it was well, there's a bunch of reasons for that. Commercial planes have mechanics and procedures that multiple people have to check and double check. A private plane, it's just up to the pilot. Additionally, commercial planes generally have specified flight patterns and procedures when private planes can fly basically wherever they want and may not be as well experienced in bad weather or turbulence. There's the issue of maintenance costs. So a private plane may not be maintained as well as a commercial plane simply due to the fact that it's very expensive and somebody may cut corners. There are many reasons, but those are just a few of them. Boy, this is a tough shot.
But like, give it, say like president, president.
Um, yeah, there's some laws about what presidents can ride in. Like, they're not allowed to drive their own cars. Once you're president, you're not allowed to drive your own car. And there may be some kind of law. Yeah, that's why, like, when Aiden Ross gave Donald Trump a Cybertruck, even though he wasn't president yet, it's against like secret security rules to allow like a president, but even I think perhaps even a non-sitting president to, or perhaps a presidential candidate to drive. Um, Donald Trump hasn't driven a car in like he has a big car collection, but he hasn't driven a car in like at least 10 years. And and I don't know if planes have a similar law or rules, but um, I mean, I shouldn't say that. Donald Trump has his own plane and flies in it. So Yeah, they do. They fly in private planes all the time. But his private plane's like a Boeing 727 or something. It's a big plane. What'd you say? No, I don't know a single. Well, actually, George Herbert Walker Bush, he was a pilot. He was a pilot in the Navy, so he flew planes. But like, that's not really a thing that many presidents have done. Um, he he, he might be the only one. What? No. Um, George W. Bush was in the Air National Guard, but I don't know if he ever flew. Obama was not a pilot. Biden not a pilot. Trump's not a pilot. Clinton's not a pilot. George Herbert Walker Bush was a pilot. Reagan was not a pilot. Carter was not a pilot. Ford was not a pilot. Um, it's a lot of headache that I don't like. Right? Yeah, dog. I like to be able to. I mean, well, quite a few things, but like the biggest thing that you have to do is get reelected. You have to kiss a lot of people's asses you don't want to necessarily kiss. I mean, it's just probably easy. Yeah, I would say so. Look at all the presidents and how much it ages them, especially like Obama. I mean, it really takes a toll on your body and the stress level. I mean, you got to think that like every moment of your day, you're basically the most influential person on earth, and there's somebody out there who doesn't like you, may want to kill you. Why would you want that if you're just like living a cool life as a private citizen? Additionally, you're making $400,000 a year. I mean, just like absolutely nothing in comparison to what you make in the private sector. So you have to take like a huge pay cut generally. I mean, yeah, there's some cool stuff to it. Uh, you're remembered in the history books. That's cool, and that's probably a huge reason that motivates people. But um, I'd rather do something where I think I could make a difference. I'd rather be the UN Secretary General than President of the United States. Oh, definitely. That's correct. But I mean, like a lot of times they don't like it. I know that presidential children don't like Secret Service because they want to go on dates and they want to like go party and stuff. They're not allowed to because they've got these Secret Service people all the time, so they do their best to ditch them and like hide from them. And I know that that has been true of other presidents as well. There used to be a story of some president who would sneak out the back, um, like perhaps sneak out the back stairwell at the White House and just go on walks by themselves. They just didn't want to be around anybody. I forget exactly the story, but it was something like that. Welcome. That's a that's a difficult question to answer. I mean, I could make arguments for any president being a really good president, and I could make arguments for them being a really bad president. So, for instance, I could be like, oh, right. I could say that, oh, George Washington was our greatest president. Well, was he? He was a slave owner. Or Thomas Jefferson. Or um, I could say, Lincoln was such a great president because he wrote the Emancipation Proclamation, which essentially freed the slaves. But arguments could be made that he could have perhaps, he under his presidency, the entire South was destroyed essentially, um, and there may have been an argument to be made. So there's an argument to be made. Andrew Jackson, he shut down the United States Bank. He on his on his tombstone it says, "I killed the bank." That's what he wanted to be remembered for. What he wanted to be remembered, and I think that there's some interest in that type of an event. There's an argument to be made. I mean, for any president. So I don't really have a favorite one. There are aspects of some presidencies that I like more than others. Like, I think many Americans have a romanticism with the Camelot like atmosphere that was the Kennedy presidency, but it was short. It was like less than 4 years, and
History's kind of
Zoot, you have an invitation. 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 Okay. Dude, that was a very good shot. Dude,
oh, you guys ready? Ready?
yeah, I'm ready, big dog. That's what you think is a good shot.
Um,
Okay.
I'm ready.
How'd you like that shot, dude? You know you love it. You know you love it. What up, Miss Aquarius? How are you? You ready to play some bowling? Okay. Zoot and I are in the middle of some mini golf. We'll be done in about 2 minutes. Sounds like a plan.
Okay. Actually, yeah, that's how I do that.
Excellent.
Don't we all want to power? Brian, you know you're a genius.
Thanks, big dog.
Everyone has a book dream for you.
I appreciate it. Thanks, big man. Hopefully it pays dividends in the future.
Well,
Right, Zoo?
first location family.
I agree. Oh, what was that shot?
I'm going over.
Yo, yo, pimp. How about that middle spot? How about that middle? How about that middle spot? No way. Oh, you're fortunate that you went in the water. You are fortunate you went in the water. Dude, I've got you. You know I've got you. You know I'm better on this hole than you are. Oh, dude, I left it short though. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. You helped me. Thank you, Zoo. No, I actually hit a perfect shot. You and I both know that's a perfect shot. I don't think so. You really need, especially, you're pretty far behind. Yeah, but even still, I mean, look how good I am. I'll make it in the next shot. And you need, no, you just try to put it through the little hole. You left it short. I'm just gonna end your misery right now, Zoo. That was nice. Too bad it was too little too late. No, it wasn't. Dude, do you ever play bowling on here? Yes? Yeah, I do too. I'm gonna send you an invite so we can practice. Darts. I'm, I just haven't played it that much. I like your ball. Nope. I'm good. No, I've seen way worse shots than that. Oh, look at this split. This is a tough shot. Get it. What's up, Crocodile Dundee? Yep, that was pretty good. I mean, you can still pretty easily win. I'm only up by 12. All you need is a strike here, and you're like gonna win. Dude, hit the ball. Go. Yeah, what happened to you? What's his name? Dude, mine. No, it's not, but it's hard. I got it. Alright, you ready for darts? I'm so bad at this. Let's see it. Are you gonna throw the dart? That was not good. That was good. That was not good. Oh, that was terrible. 4? That was ugly. Okay. You got a 3. No, you didn't. There's your 20. Get that 18. Get that 18. You got it. Oh, no, you didn't. It looked like you did. Oh, I threw it off the brick. Yes, you did. I don't know how you're so good at that game, but you suck at everything else. I know. I'll be right back. I'm getting my soup. Dude, are we gonna watch Survivor? Sounds good. Dude, did you create a Plenty of Fish account? How many guys did you match with? All right, that's something. Zoot, are you on Hinge? Correct. I think it's like Tinder. I think it's like Tinder. And frankly, I think a lot of people meet on it. The reason why I say that, a lot of people on Kill Tony, they meet on the big, it's like they ask these people how they always meet their girlfriends or boyfriends. The biggest one is Tinder. Bumble is probably second or third, tied with Hinge. Hinge is pretty big. Then there are people who do Plenty of Fish, and then um, there are a couple others. There's like Match.com and eHarmony, but those are kind of, I don't know if that's for what you're looking. And then there are like specific ones like Farmers Only. All right, well, dude, then why don't you just go to a brothel? Well, dude, no girl is. I mean, I guess like huge whores, but any girl's gonna make you work for it a little bit. At least take her out to dinner. Excellent. All righty, Miss Aquarius is ready. Zoot, are you ready? All right, all right. We'll be patient. Okay, very well. Noah, if you'd like to play, download an app called Plato, Plato. It's available on the App Store and Google Play. All right, Miss Aquarius. Plato, Plato. It takes like 2 minutes to sign up. We'll get you in on the next round. We'll be done with this round in like 5 minutes. Zoot, Zoot, Zoot. Miss Aquarius's time is valuable. Quit whatever game you're playing. There you go, big dog. All right, well, just wait on that for a little bit. No, you didn't. Zoot, be respectful. He said something inappropriate. Nothing too bad, but just Zoot, get it, big dog.
There you go. All right.
That's 9. That's 9.
Come on, get it straight.
Nope, too much to the right. Okay, well, even still, that would have been inappropriate. Absolutely, with good reason. Oh, come on, Miss Aquarius. You can get it. There you go. Yeah, you wish, dude. In your dreams. Dude, I like your bowling ball. What was that? Get it. All but one. I'm not good at these ones in the corner. Oh, that was terrible. Oh, that's tough when you're playing. What's going on, Zoot? Zoot, when your score is higher than mine, you can give me suggestions. Zoot, just get it. Oh, all but one. That was good. Get it, Zoot. Get it, Zoot. Get it. This is a tough shot. Get it. I'll take it. 9, I'll take it. Am I making fun of you? No. Am I what? Am I in front of you? Yes. Yes. Or no, I started the game after you did. So,
I'm just gonna be.
here you go.
I guess it wasn't too bad.
Come on. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna get free drive.
That's what we all want to happen, Zoot.
Free drive.
I don't think so. There you go. Miss Aquarius, 34. Zoot needs at least 5. Oh, Miss Aquarius, you beat Zoot. You beat Zoot. Miss Aquarius beat Zoot. We did. We did. We practiced one round before this. I did do that. All right, there we go. All right, I'm sending out another invitation. Zoot, quit that. Zoot, we're waiting on you. Come on, dude. Zoot. Zoot, no one's gonna like you. You should put in your biography, I take too long to play minigames. Very nice, Miss Aquarius. Noah, did you download the app, Play-Doh? Okay, did you create an account? Okay, create an account and we'll get you in on the next game. There we go. That's a tough split, folks. Get it. Oh, only one? Garbage. Get it. Get it. Yep.
Come on, Rabbi. Got this strike.
All but one. I'll get the spare though.
Yep.
Get it.
Get it. Good job.
Hello, this is Sam. Hey, Mike. Another like this.
Come on, Zoo. You can beat it. Come on. Good strike now.
I just got a strike.
No, you didn't. You threw it right in the gutter, dude. You did it again. That's not what I wanted.
No. Good job.
Thank you, man. All right, Miss Aquarius with the lead. Get it. Get a strike.
There's a universe out there. Got him there.
All right.
How many things back here?
Come on, Zoo.
That's good. That's better.
Getting better. Come on.
Get those three. That's good.
There
That was a good shot. All right, I need a strike here. Give me that strike. No. Okay, I need a spare here. Nope. Nope, not at all. We're tied. Comes down to this, Miss Aquarius. You get it. You win, I win. Get it. Oh, that's good. Right, perfect. Perfectly aimed. Right down the middle. Get this spare, Miss Aquarius. I know you got it.
Nope. Okay. You're past me. Come on, Zoo. Now you better get a strike.
I'm not gonna get a strike.
Come on, don't say that. You gotta be confident. Come on.
Dude, I don't know what you gotta be, but you gotta be
What are you
faster.
doing, Zoo?
Zoot, quit with your hinge garbage. Get it. It all comes down to this.
Come on, get a strike, Rabbi, please.
No, I didn't. I need to get one of these.
Come on, let's go.
I need to get one of them.
Okay.
No, we tied.
Fine.
Good job, Miss Aquarius. Good job. You win, I win. You win, I win. No, Noah, did you download Play-Doh, Noah?
Yeah. Wait.
Downloaded it. Okay. Do you see where it says add a friend? Okay, add me on the Rabbi. TheRabbi. Excellent. You are Poof Brand. Is that correct? Okay, excellent. Okay, I'm gonna send you an invite along with Miss Aquarius and Zoot. Miss Aquarius. I've got Zoot. I've got Miss Aquarius. I've got Poof Brand. Alright, you all should have invitations. Noah, all you do is just like fire upward with the ball. Zoot, come on, man. Zoot, then I just won't send you an invitation next round. Nobody is here for your dating app. We're here to play bowling. Zoot, come on, man.
Yes.
Hey, that's a good first shot, man. Yeah, very good. Oh, look at you. He's got the lead. Dude, you're terrible. You're terrible. Get it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Perfect 10. No. The highest I've ever gotten is 114, which happened, I think, last night, or the night before, or yesterday. It was yesterday afternoon. Okay. Oh, nice strike. Wow. Good job. Good job, Hoof. Oh, all but one. Get it, Zoot. Get it. Oh, Zoot. Wrong way. Got it. You win, I win. That's right. No, Zoot. If you played enough times, yeah, and you got your head away from hinge and into bowling, yeah, I think you have a chance. There you go. That's 9. That was okay. Okay. Well, then do it. Then do it. Let's see you do it, Zoot. Oh, yeah. Strike every time. Good job, man. There you go. That's better. We're getting there. Get it. That's what I'm talking about. 49. That's 9. Good job. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Those are difficult. Those. That's difficult. Get it. Hoof is good. First game, he's got the second place, and he's approaching the lead. Eight. Zoot can get this. Zoot, get it. Easy. Perfect, man. Good job. Nope, too far to the right. But I can get this spare. There we go. Alright, Mr. Aquarius. You get it, girl. All but one. That's good. Get it. She got it. Nice spare. Oh, that's good. An extra 8. She takes second place right now. Now it's Noah's turn. Oh boy, he might win. That's right. That's our rule. Oh, dude, Hoof, that was really, really good. I know he is. Dude, get it. Nice strike, big dog. Nice strike, big dog. That's 2. That's good. Dude, get this. If you get this, oh, get it. Oh, this is a tough pickup. We got it. Woo woo. All right, friends. I'm sending it out again. We've got Miss Aquarius, we've got Poof, and we've got Zoot. Excellent. Why don't you get a perfect game? Poof, we sent you an invite. Did you get it? Absolutely. Poof, I'm sent. That was looking good. Yes, it did. That's a good shot. Zoot, I give your round an 8 out of 10. Good job, Hoof. Hoof's gonna get this one. Gonna get that spare. Oh, Miss Aquarius, apologies. That's gonna be you. I'm always used to you going second or you going first. All right, good job. Nice spare, Miss Aquarius. Hoof was purple last time. That's what messed me up. All right, Hoof. Hoof got 6 or 5. I know. I gotta stay on my toes. All right, Hoof. There you go. Not what I wanted to do. Not what I wanted to do. But I can get this. Oh, maybe not. That's a tough one. Come on, knock that other pin out. Dude, we have never been more ready for a 10 in our entire life. Here we go, Mr. Aquarius.
Come on, who you got it? Strike it. Well, come on, who you got it? Come on, who? Strike it now. Come on, Rabbi.
I'm playing second.
Yay. Come on. Come on, Zoom.
Damn, that's my problem.
Okay, good job. No. Mine's passing. Okay. Somebody gonna get it though. Come on, who strike it?
Right.
I come down, who get it? You got it. Okay. Pretty good. Come on, Brad. Yes, Rabbi Strike. Yes. You got it. You got it. Okay. Come on, get it.
Fuck. No, not I'm gonna get back. An egg's good. I'll take an egg. Rabbi, get your various
Thank you.
by your plate.
Come on, who? Strike.
Round.
Go.
Okay.
Okay.
Who's this playing go to the
Come on, Rabbi. Strike it.
Rabbi's gonna get it. Rabbi.
No, go ahead and talk about it. All right, go. Get it.
Come on.
Hey.
Oh, fuck.
He showed you. He showed you. Now, come on. Strike it.
This is bad. Bad. I gotta work from home. Bigger face. You're doing so well. You're doing better than Rabbi.
No, don't say that. Rabbi's.
Rabbi is
Don't be letting my friend down.
This Aquarius will protect me. Get it.
Come on, move. Hey.
Good job, Hoof. Nice spare. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's good. Oh, I'm gonna get you. I got you, girl. Because
Because if you win, I win.
that's our saying. That's our saying. We're nice to each other.
Yay.
There we go. Woo, 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 woo. All right, Miss Aquarius. One more for Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius, and you all should have invitations now.
Where is it going?
Zoot, come on, man. He's invited. He's just got his head in his pants. Zoot, come on, man. Beautiful. Nice job, Miss Aquarius. You're welcome.
Ready for me to get
Yeah, come on. Frank it.
Nope. Get this. Get this spare, big dog.
Come on, knock it down. Knock it down. Come on.
Zoot, you're good at talking.
Okay, good job.
There you go. All but two. Get it.
Let's go.
go for another try.
Yeah, get it. Yep. There you go. 26 points.
I know you.
Oh, that was looking good. That was right down the middle. I did as well.
Got these two down. Come on. Pass me. Let's go.
Good job,
Yep,
Zoot.
you did it. Good job.
Zoot's now in the lead.
All right.
Oh, this is tough. This is like impossible. Yeah. Zoot, it's not over till it's over.
Come on, cool. Strike it.
That was good. Nice job. Nice job, Hoof. I'm going to your house to teach you how to play these games faster. Good job, Zoot. Good job, Zoot. Get it. Get it.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm going to come back and beat you, Zoot. No doubt. No doubt. Oh, okay. Not hitting down the pins.
Come on, cool.
Oh, okay. That was the issue. Nice job, Hoof. Nice job. Oh, Hoof? Hoof is making a comeback. Hoof's the one you got to watch. Uh-oh, Zoot. Get it.
Yes. There you go.
Not good is right, Zoot. Beautiful shot.
Come on, cool.
Oh, beautiful. Oof is going to come in second, maybe. He might win. He might win. We'll see. We'll see. Oof, you're up. Oof, you're up. Get it. That's all right. You're up again, Hoof. Ooh, Hoof, you had a good round. 75. Oh, there you go, Zoot. Get it. That's one. Oh, I'm taking home the gold. That's two. Oh, no. I did. I got what I needed. Get it. Got it. 91. We won again, Mr. Aquarius. Excellent, Miss Aquarius. Sweet dreams. All right. Good night. Noah, you want to learn how to play mini golf? Excellent. Zoot, you ready, big dog? You're not playing? Zoot, play one game of mini golf. Dude, come on. What game do you want to play, Zoot? Zoot, play. You want to play darts? All right. Well, no, we'll take a break then. You did really well, my friend. Thank you for playing. You did very well. Absolutely.
Welcome.
Greetings.
Welcome. How are you?
Doing well.
Excellent. We're watching Kill Tony. Feel free to enjoy.
Are you gonna buy more Sonic?
Not right now. I know it's not doing as well as I'd like.
You think it'll go back up?
You never know.
We go. Start climbing it. Like, oh, then, okay, so disabled and disabled. Am I right, people? Oh, Aaron. Oh, good. Great. Why does it feel the breeze? I think I think by DC things are done. Like a great idea.
I think it's really crazy. Holy shit, girls are paying for girls are paying.
the video that he sent him? What was that? Oh, you remember? Check out the drawing. Can you tell? Stop and wait. Hurry. Wait. Someone's right there. Drawing. I can actually perfect. On that. Okay. Um, no. What it is. Bunch of fun stuff. Jesse, tons of
I don't believe so. I said
sorry. Yes. I can't.
Anthony Sanchez over 2 decades software engineer for major corporations in Silicon Valley with the FBI and elements of the Department of Defense. He became interested in the UFO phenomenon in 1989. He has been researching some of the deeper, darker aspects of UFOs, such as events at the Dulce Archuleta Mesa, a deep underground military base there. He is keeping track with modern developments in UFOs, and he's here to talk about some of his latest research and what lies ahead in the UFO field.
You're listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Salla, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. Click the like button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Salla.
Welcome to Exopolitics Today, Anthony.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it, Dr. Salla.
Now, you have a very interesting background, and I know you go back a long way as far as UFO research is concerned. But first, why don't you talk about your professional background so my audience knows exactly what kind of expertise you had and how you got drawn into this field?
Right. So I've been developing software predominantly for the semiconductor industry. Did a bulk of work for Intel Corporation. I did a work for Hewlett Packard, NEC. And way back in the early 90s, I was the first corporate webmaster for 3Com Corporation. Nobody knew what a webmaster was back in those days. And I've been working as a contractor for the state of California. I did that for a number of years. I held a CMAS, the California Multiple Award Schedule, for my own company, which allowed me to bid on projects and get work for the state of California. So I've been developing software for well over 25 years now.
So you mentioned in the pre-interview that you had contact experiences as a child, and that was actually something that predisposed you for events that happened in 1989.
that drew you into the field. So what was it that happened as a youngster?
Right. So that truly was the genesis of my delving into everything ufological. And when I was 5 years old, there was an incident where, well, there was a solar eclipse. There was a lunar eclipse, excuse me. And I remember being outside with my mom and our cousin who lived adjacent to us. My mom was, my parents were very young at the time, so they hadn't yet had their house. They had an apartment complex, and we were at an apartment complex. And that evening, there was a lot of superstition stuff talking about the eclipse. But I remember something drew me out to the field across the street. This was the following evening of the eclipse. Something drew me out there, and I remember seeing a massive cube, like a black cube that had like a lighting system. It was massive. It had to have been a half a mile wide. And I just remember receiving messages to go out into the field and wait. And all I recall is after seeing that was waking up the next morning, and my parents were in a panic because as I walked from the field back towards our home, there was a police car. And my mom was explaining that I had been missing. And I remember there was a gentleman from the San Jose Mercury News. He was a delivery person, and it was John. He's probably no longer with us anymore, but he was fairly friendly with my parents. And he was in a panic because he said that he had searched the whole neighborhood for me and he couldn't find me. So that was the first instance. Then a couple of years later, I remember being at a family member's home, and all of the children were asleep in the living room. We had sleeping bags. It was kind of like we were having a family get together, and the parents were staying up late at night doing something, God knows what, in the other room, playing cards, chatting, singing music. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, I remember waking up. I felt like a vibration, and I heard like a humming sound. And when I opened my eyes, I saw my cousin. She was on a couch that was adjacent to the living room windows, and all the lights were off. But there was something happening outside, and she looked at me, and she had signaled to me, the hush sign. And I crawled up on the couch with her. And remember, I was barely 7 years old at the time. I looked out, and she had been observing two grays. There were two grays outside holding some sort of like a tablet or like an equipment. And sure enough, we looked towards the high school that they were building at the time, Independence High School, which was supposed to have been a junior college for it was a 4,000 student campus. It ended up being the largest high school in San Jose, but it was being constructed at the time. And there in the field was a ship. It was a small saucer craft, not like the sport model like Bob Lazar claims it, which is a classic saucer. This was more contemporary in its design. It looked like futuristic. It looked like nothing I'd ever seen before. But remarkably, it was the same color as the cube that I had seen. These grays that we were watching were conducting a survey or doing something until they noticed us. And when they saw us watching them, they seemed to like pack up whatever it was they had, and then they left. They went back towards the ship. And that was frightening because as they were leaving, the humming sound grew louder and the vibration started. Now, I wonder in retrospect if that was the ship that was causing that. But the vibrations were bothering me and my cousin. We both felt it. And the next thing I knew, I woke up. I woke up and knew hours had passed. It's as if I don't recall from the moment that they were leaving and the hum began to increase in volume and vibration. I don't know what happened. So at this point, I remember telling my mom about these incidents, and before I knew it, I was in therapy. And I think that's common with a lot of children that report seeing creatures, non-human entities, or having sightings of UFO craft, that they ultimately end up in therapy. I did for years. I was in therapy for years. And I had a couple of more incidents. And by the way, I wrote about all of these for the first time ever. I wrote about these in detail in my book, UFO Nexus. I had a friend of mine, Rick Prestel, who's a MUFON member, who I met back in 2010 at a MUFON meeting, who's an excellent UFO researcher. He's independent, works on his own, but he and I have been friends for over a decade now, and I had him conduct an analysis from an outside perspective of the events that I had witnessed as a child. Probably the most significant event of my life was we were leaving a San Francisco Giants game. This is a baseball game in South San Francisco. And I think it had been a doubleheader. It was late at night. We were heading back to San Jose, and we were just passing Moffett Field. And there was Hangar 1, which was a massive hangar, a very famous hangar. And I remember the cars in front of us were slowing down. This is on the freeway. And it kind of jarred us to having gone from 70 miles an hour. We were now slowing down to 45, 30 miles an hour. Somewhere in that range. It was just very jarring. So I got up. My little brother was asleep in the back. My uncle and my dad were in the front seat. And I looked over to my left, and I literally pressed my face on the window because there was a massive disc hovering above the ground just outside the doors of Hangar 1. Now, here's what's interesting. It was wider than Hangar 1. The doors to Hangar 1 were open. By the way, Hangar 1 is such an interesting hangar. It literally takes an entire day for the doors to open and to close. So it was open in the evening. It had to have been past midnight. We were leaving South San Francisco. The game was over. And you could see the silhouette of the individuals running around, driving around beneath the disc. And I remember that the disc had like this dark metallic color to it. But the bottom of it seemed liquefied almost, like it was rotating, hovering, allowing this craft to hover. And before we knew it, it was gone. And all the other cars that were on the freeway had come to a complete stop. And I remember there were people. I remember this is in the early '80s, late '70s, early '80s. There were people taking flash photography. Somebody had photographs of what happened that night. And I asked my father. I said, Dad, do you think this is going to be in the paper? And he's like, I have no idea. Subsequently, I remember bringing this up in therapy, but we had group therapy, we had family therapy, and I brought it up, and I was shut down. But my dad saw what I saw, my uncle saw what I saw, and my brother unfortunately was asleep. He was tiny at the time, he was little, and that was a huge event for me because I felt like, is there something wrong with me? Why am I continually seeing non, or otherworldly type events, incidents? First there was the cube, then there were these grays from the ship over at Independence High School, then there was this massive UFO outside of Hangar 1. The other event that happened to me that was really profound was I had gone to Point Reyes. Are you familiar with Point Reyes? It's north of San Francisco. I'd gone on a camping trip, a weekend camping trip. And I remember on one of the evenings that we were there, I had climbed over this hill, and in the water, there was something illuminating the water. It was massive in size. And I was frozen. I remember being frozen. I couldn't move, but I was able to focus on what I was seeing. Before I knew it, a massive illuminated sphere lifted out of the water, hovered, and then it just left. And again, same as all the other incidents, except for the Moffett Field incident. This was the Moffett Field incident was the only time where I didn't fall asleep and like lose time. It's as if I was just witnessing it in real time with my family. But the Point Reyes incident, like the Independence High School incident, and like the Cube incident, which happened the day after the lunar eclipse, I lost time. I, 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 I woke up hours later on the beach, nowhere near our tent and our sleeping bags. And there was a group of counselors that were from San Jose State that were taking all of us kids out there, and we had a great time. But I was shocked by what I had seen, and for years I tried not to go outside. I tried to avoid seeing, seeing the night sky. I became a little bit apprehensive about going outside at night. I no longer wanted to have these encounters. But by 1989, and for the first time, really hearing other people finally hit the media with their stories, with their narratives about what they were experiencing. And in particular, in 1989, it was about Bob Lazar, John Lear, what they had seen. I forget the other gentleman's name, but what they had seen in the black mailbox. Um, and then ultimately, I started following the work of Norio Hayakawa. So I became really interested, and I said, okay, what I saw growing up, other people saw. Other people have seen what I've seen. I'm not alone. And, I was aware of the Betty and Barney Hill incident at that time. So as the years went on, and as in 1997, the Phoenix Lights happened, 10 years later, Stevensville, Texas, I became convinced that we are witnessing something that is embarking on revealing itself. We're on the cusp of a major revelation. So that's why I have decided to really thrust myself into writing within the sphere of ufological events, incidents, history. In 2009, I started writing a book about Area 51. It was called UFO Highway. The book was meant to be about about Area 51. And
before that, Anthony, before we talk about UFO Highway, I'm just very interested in some of these incidents you had while very young, and that incident where at the Moffett Field, Hangar 1, that was seen by your father and your uncle. Now, do you think that was a extraterrestrial craft, or do you think it may have been some kind of reverse engineered craft?
This is funny. I used to think, at the time, that it was a craft of a top secret nature, something that had been developed by the military industrial complex. But in retrospect, or in hindsight, as I look back at the event that night, the people beneath the craft, the silhouettes of the individuals, they were terrified. And to have been in a terrified state, running around as they were that evening, I now think that it wasn't something that we built. I think it was something of a non-human intelligence, a craft, potentially an extraterrestrial craft, or potentially a terrestrial non-human entity, technological craft.
By that, are we talking like an inner Earth craft?
Correct. Previously, you had referenced the 1989 leaked Majestic 12 document that described 4 extraterrestrial types. This was released to the public by Heather Wade in 2017, who was a producer for Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell, the show that he had prior to passing away. But the document had described Earth-like humanoids, small humanoids, which are grays, non-humanoid EVEs, these are the insectoids and the reptilians, and the fourth being the transmorphic entities. In essence, those are the entities, or they're not physical beings or creatures. existing in perhaps some other dimension or plane, not in our space or time. That's the description of the transmorphic entities. But I tend to think of them in another. Are you familiar with the writing of Mac Tonnies or John Keel? These are the Mac Tonnies had written the cryptoterrestrials, and John Keel had written the ultra-terrestrials. A little bit different between the way they both describe these entities. Um, for instance, Tony's work stopped short of defining the exact nature and the intentions of the cryptoterrestrials, so it kind of leaves it open to what it is, what they might actually be. He hints at the possibility that they could be indigenous humanoids. When I think of indigenous humanoids, I think of like Atlanteans. I don't think of progenitors or Anunnaki, because to me, progenitors and Anunnaki are extraterrestrial. They're not indigenous. And there may be other types of similar to Atlanteans. Um, his hypothesis suggests that they're a sister race, a parallel race, developing advanced technology in response to us. I remember him terming it as human numerical dominance, meaning we are now the dominant species on the planet. We are outnumbering all other intelligent species, in particular these indigenous humanoids. So the advanced technology that they may have developed clearly has surpassed human capabilities. So when I think of Moffett Field that night, and I think of that disc hovering outside of Hangar 1, and then when I think of 2004, the Tic Tac UFO witnessed by the USS Princeton, the USS Nimitz, or 1964 with Lonnie Zamora seeing the egg-shaped UFO that had been situated on a tripod, which hovered, the tripod retracted into the ship. There were no visible uh, protrusions of the ship, and it left without a traditional, or excuse me, a conventional propulsion system. There are craft that exist that our government is no longer denying the existence of. In fact, they're holding congressional hearings for the first time in 50 years. I talk about that in UFO Nexus. It was in 1966 when they had the first UFO hearing. In 68, they had the Condon Committee. And then in 69, they had an official UFO committee. I think it was Gerald Ford, that whole sphere of congressional hearings. Um, I just think that some of the things that I've seen personally can factor into reporting. Uh, for instance, in 2004, on the USS Princeton, Kevin Day, who was a radar specialist, he witnessed exactly what David Fravor saw, and David Fravor's co-pilot, with regard to the Tic Tac UFO. You know, they were part of the USS Nimitz. He was a specialist on the USS Princeton, but in his case, he was ridiculed. His his military career was put at risk over the fact that he was talking about what he saw, what they had physically recorded. And David Brush, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, there has been quite a remarkable transition, and you do have to ask, and we will get to this. I think you do have to ask whether this is part of a deeper program, because we've moved out of what was clearly an effort to ridicule the topic, to get the general public to dismiss it, to now where all of a sudden there's been a 180. Now the agencies and even the Congress, the Pentagon, the White House are doing so much to get the public interested on this topic as a national security threat. And so, if you think about it, how does an entire country or even a planetary civilization go from UFOs are a joke, nonsense, anyone that talks about it, that they're tinfoil hats, they should be, they should be in a psychiatric institution, to all of a sudden, like, no, UFOs are serious national security. It doesn't happen overnight. It has to be a few years of conditioning to overcome that. And I think that's where we are at the moment. But we'll talk about that more.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that you had mentioned conditioning. Obviously, from the 1950s on, little by little, society had been conditioned by Hollywood, by the media, by television to familiarize themselves and become acquainted with the concept of non-human entities, of flying saucers. Um, a lot of people don't realize it, but the term UAP is not a new term. It's not an acronym that just popped up out of nowhere back in 2022, in May of 2022, when they had the first meeting on UAPs, the first in 50 years. The term UAP actually goes all the way back to the 1960s. So, I mean, that's interesting to me. But they're adopting the term UAP now because of the stigma associated with the term, with the acronym UFO. There's such a negative stigma and attachment to the term UFO or aliens. To do away with that, what we're seeing now is the government is taking an interest in UAPs. You never hear them utter the word aliens, and rather you hear them utter the term non-human entities, non-human intelligence. And it was in the Wilson memo. If you go back and look at the Wilson memo, which surfaced, I think it was in 2021, there they had mentioned the term aliens, alien craft, or something to that effect. I don't recall it exactly at the moment. But there have been incidents where leaks have occurred, and they've been pretty profound. They have reached the point where those observing, those reviewing, have asked themselves, if the government is now making commentary on what we've already known all along, of what we've known all along, um, how is it going to affect society? In November, in the weekend of 17th and 18th of November, they had the Soul Conference, the Soul Symposium in Stanford. And one of the documents, it was a PowerPoint presentation that U.S. Army Colonel Carl Nell was showing, essentially outlined the disclosure process, how they were by 2030 going to eventually let the public know to an extent about UAP, UAP technology, and perhaps non-human entities. Remember, some of the terminology that was discovered was hierarchy of beings, prime directive, and that's similar to what we hear in typical sci-fi narratives. So, are is what was occurring at the Soul Symposium more conditioning? Is it part of a psyop, a psychological operation? I don't know, but we need to continue asking for transparency. We need to continue championing the cause of openness so that we can gain greater access to the information that our military and various facets of academia and the scientific communities are discussing behind doors.
Yes, well, I think that the big risk is that the UFO or the UAP phenomenon, as it's now being defined, is taken seriously from 2004, and everything that occurred previously is dismissed as tinfoil hat territory. And what they're doing is that they're bringing out a lot of these scientists like R.V. Loeb and Eric Davis and Gary Nolan, a lot of these scientists who want to really focus on this is a science phenomenon. This is something where we need hard facts and evidence, and we need instrumentation, we need calibration. So to really look at the whole phenomenon through the lens of a scientist's worldview, I mean, it's like, well, I mean, really, that's nonsense. Because from the very beginning, this was not a scientific phenomenon; it was a deep national security phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the incidents you described kind of like illustrate that. People, there were extraterrestrials in those craft that you experienced when you were 5, when you were 7. There were beings piloting that craft out of that um, hangar 1. at Moffat Field,
Mhm.
and you mentioned the interest you had in the Dulce facility with
Right.
Norio Hayakawa, and to me that's one of the one of the topics that fascinated me, that there are these deep underground military bases where you have extraterrestrials and corporate um, personnel and military personnel working together. And it's like, well, I mean, that is just astounding. And you spent quite a bit of time doing research and wrote a book about it. So,
Mhm.
well, what did you find out about the Dulce? And tell us about your UFO Highway book.
Right. So one of the most interesting things that I found about the Dulce facility is the fact that over the years, I have befriended many of the families that live in Dulce. These are the Hickory Apache. And I met with Nancy Collado, Waylon Collado. These are two former tribal police officers. Nancy's grandfather was a president of the Hickory Tribal Council. And I believe it was a great uncle who was also president at one time. So I've taken a real interest in meeting with these people, understanding their culture, and trying to gain insight as to why there's this enigma around the entire area and this history that goes all the way back to 1940 with this Murdoch expedition, which I learned from this Colonel X who was working at the Dulce facility and who met with Phil Schneider. You know, Darcy Weir, who did the documentary on Phil Schneider, had contacted me for several months trying to get me involved with his documentary. And unfortunately, I couldn't because I was bound to a contract that somebody had bought the option to the book UFO Highway. And I was asked not to participate in this movie, this documentary. But Darcy Weir did an outstanding uh, film, and which was just a collection of research into the entire Phil Schneider aspect of it. You know, there's a whole nother story. There's the John Lear aspect of the story, which talks about Thomas Costello, of whom he learned about through Ann West, whose real name is Shirley Hinkle. She and I didn't get along at the time because I was doing my own independent investigation of everything that I had learned of Dulce based on the information that I had received from Colonel X. So when I looked into the Thomas Costello aspect, my investigation turned up that he didn't exist. The colonel told me that there was no Thomas Costello and that there was no security uh, guard position as described by Ann West and John Lear that he recalls. Being that DSD 3 is what he said was the security division there at Dulce. And there is an underground facility. It's not under the Archuleta Mesa. It's within Mount Archuleta, and it extends out to the Archuleta Mesa. And there are other areas. There's these other areas that extend out into the perimeter of the township, uh, away from the Archuleta Mesa. It's a massive facility, and one of the things that people talk about often when they think about the Dulce story is the Nightmare Hall. Well, there was a Nightmare Hall. It differs a little bit from the story that was put out by John Lear, but this was called the Maximum Containment Center, and it was an area where they were doing a lot of uh, genetic experimentation on super soldiers. There's a whole story that I can delve into with regards to that. But I think the most interesting thing is that the individual that I interviewed back in 2009 to 2010 really put together this semblance of information that when you look at it from the perspective of a civilian like me, I was never in the military. Um, it's something that just is mind blowing. The fact that there are gray alien beings working alongside facets of the military industrial complex in an underground facility, it's just amazing to me. And when I think about Los Alamos, when I think about Kirtland Air Force Base, that entire region extending all the way up to northern New Mexico, touching the southern border of Colorado, and all the cattle mutilations. And I think back to some of the stories of there was a sergeant, there was an individual who was abducted and mutilated by the Greys, very much like the cattle was. Famous story. Um, there's something going on there. There's enough information to confirm the veracity of the events that have emerged from all of New Mexico.
Can you tell us a little bit? Can you tell us more about this Colonel X? I mean, you say you personally interviewed him, so can you reveal more about what his specialty was and what it was? Is he still alive, for example?
I don't know if he's still alive. It's been a long time since I've spoken to him, but I can tell you this: I was writing a blog. I had a blog at Intel Corporation. This was at Intel Corporation. I was in charge of a bunch of servers. I worked at a department called IT at Intel. And on one of the servers that I had created on the intranet, geez, that's a term I haven't used in a long time, the intranet. That's how old I am. But on the intranet, I had a server that was accessible to a large number of friends, employees within the company, coworkers. And they knew that I was writing articles. I was doing a blog before blogs existed, essentially, about Area 51, about human origin, about quite a few things with relation to UFOs and UFO sightings. On one particular day, I got contacted by an individual about that blog, and it turns out this person was working there under an assumed identity, and they themselves were in hiding. They had put me in contact with somebody who had told them about an occupation that they had had within the military working in northern New Mexico. That's how I got in contact with Colonel X. And he had agreed. They knew that I was writing a book. They knew that I was putting a book together for Area 51. And I had been in contact with Norio Hayakawa. And the entire trajectory of the book changed at that point. The moment I sat down and I heard from this colonel what it was that he had been through, he had talked about these Type X events. He talked about how he was part of a specialized unit that responded to any type of emergency incident that involved non-human craft, UFOs essentially. And through him, I gained a wealth of knowledge about the Muroc expedition, the meeting between Greys and the military. I remember you had spoken about, 1954, Edwards Air Force Base. Well, guess what, Dr. Solid? Muroc Army Airfield B was the was the was the was the precursor to Edwards Air Force Base, and I wasn't aware of that at the time. It was Norio Hayakawa, when I met with him, who started giving me information about the history of the bases, and I had to put two and two together, and I realized there are some deep connections to the individuals involved with the story about Dulce, the underground base, and the gray aliens.
Yes, that Dulce base, I mean, that is something that I remember when I first became interested in this UFO phenomenon. I actually wrote a big, I think it was like a 15,000 word report about the Dulce base, about what was happening there, and it's kind of like did a literature review of all the people. But you were kind of you were closer to the actual event, and you got to meet and talk with someone who was actually there. So I never got to do that. So yeah, great to finally hear what one of the first-hand witnesses had to say about what was going on at Dulce.
Invited to the inaugural Dulce-based UFO conference, and I spoke there with Linda Moulton Howe and Greg Bishop and several other people. But prior to that, I had been there in 2011. I'd been there. Well, I'd been to Dulce in 2010, 2011, and I later went in, I believe it was 2012. This is early on. And one of the things that struck me is when I did interviews with some of the families of the people that lived there in Dulce, there are some things that would, if I told you, which I'm going to tell you, will blow you away. For instance, I remember interviewing this one family. Actually, it was a group of families. There was 2, 3 families I was talking with, and they said that throughout the year they will often hear traffic beneath their home. So I said, oh, wait a minute. I said, I had to get clarification. Like traffic, like from outside your house, and they're like, no, beneath our homes, we'll literally hear like trucks or like a train or something traveling beneath the township of Dulcie, and that correlates with some of the information that I received from the colonel, which was that there's an underground maglev system which extends from the Atoll building out in Los Alamos, all the way up to Dulcie, and then from Dulcie all to all these other various locations. So there's a lot of interesting things that people tell about in Dulcie. I remember I met with this one individual who was telling me about how she and her daughter had had Grays visit them at night and perform medical experiments on them, and they were afflicted with paralysis. They couldn't move, yet they could see each other, and they could watch these beings conducting experimentation on them. One of them ended up getting cancer, and it was as if she like, received cancer from whatever it was they were giving her or doing to her. And then years later, they cured her of the cancer. It was like a miracle. Whatever they did, they undid. These are the types of incidents that I have come across with Dulcie. I remember there was another family that I had interviewed in Dulcie where they had gone out on a picnic. This, by the way, this was in the 70s. This was in the early 70s. Woman had gone with her mother and father to a picnic right there in the township, and they had seen in broad daylight a UFO, and they were watching it. And the next thing you know, it was late at night. They had lost time. When they woke up, they got back to their car. All the food had been, still set out there. They didn't know what happened, except the 3 of them all had implants in their arms. They had these little tiny implants, which I liken to RFID type chips, like small RFID chips. These are the types of things that happen in Dulce that don't get written about, they don't get spoken about until 2016 when they held the inaugural the Dulce-based UFO conference. That was the first time that I had seen residents of Dulce starting to talk openly about these things. They were sharing them with me, Rick Prestel, Linda Moulton Howe, and back in 2012, I had a private conference with Janet Saylor of the ASPE organization, Rick Prestel, who was a member of MUFON at the time. I was a member of MUFON at the time as well. And my membership may have just lapsed at that point. I still consider myself part of MUFON. We met with the chief of police of the Taos Pueblo uh, township right there. So there's Taos, New Mexico, and then there's Taos Pueblo. This is it's an indigenous group. So we met with the chief of police, and he told us about over the course of 20 years how he had a UFO incident years earlier when he was a police officer in Dulce. I read about this in UFO Highway 2.0, the book that I also just released. He described in exact detail what Paul Benowitz described. He didn't even know who Paul Benowitz was, by the way. But he described the same UFO that Paul Benowitz had described, which I had learned about through Mal Fabregas of the Veritas radio show, who he had sent me a PDF, and it just blew me away. It was a conversation between Paul Benowitz and a local UFO investigator, and things that they had discussed were just amazing.
Well, just for those that maybe don't know who Paul Benowitz is, I mean, he was an electronic communications expert. I mean,
Right.
he had his own company. He stumbled upon some very strange electronic signals coming out of Kirtland Air Force Base and around the Dulce, Mesa. And what was very interesting when he reported that to the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, they actually arranged for him to be given a lump of money,
$75,000.
to research this phenomenon. So there was something going on. So yeah, you want to take up the story and tell us how important Benowitz was and what he discovered?
Well, I had recently written an article called Unraveling the Secrets of the Dulce Underground Base, a UFO researcher's perspective. And the story of Paul Benowitz and the alleged existence of the underground base, uh, you know, today it still stands as a perplexing enigma. We know that. I remember that you had done a review of Greg Bishop's book, Project Beta. And that, to me, that just fascinated me. And essentially, what most people are unaware of is that Paul Benowitz, like you said, had discovered radio signals which he believed were there were alien signals, and that he had traced back to the Dulce township, that area, in particular the Archuleta, not the Archuleta Mesa, Mount Archuleta, and he had shared that information with AFOSI out of Kirtland Air Force Base. And it's funny to me, though, that individuals who were initially reticent about entertaining him ultimately gave him a $75,000 grant. And I think the only reason why they did that was because it was plausible that the electronic interceptions had unveiled something of a genuine national security interest. But Dr. Sala, I think it had to do with aliens. I think it had to do with the great aliens that exist there in Dulce, New Mexico, and the ones who work somewhere within the vicinity of Los Alamos National Labs.
I agree, and you mentioned that book review I did of Project Beta. That was by Greg Bishop, and I just made the point that my thought was that Benowitz really did intercept some radio communications or some high frequency communications from extraterrestrials, and that the Air Force Office of Special Investigations knew that it was real. They funded him because they wanted to find out what was going on, and so they enabled him to dig up a lot of information. And then they had one of their operatives, Richard Doty, befriend Paul Benowitz, and he kind of started to do some very strange things, throw in a lot of disinformation. But the point is, and I think you made that same point when you communicated prior to this interview, that the most effective disinformation is disinformation which is based on truth, but is spun in a way to misdirect a person or to get him to go down a dead end. And that's what they wanted to do with Benowitz. They wanted to suck out of him all the useful data that was relevant to AFOSI, but then steer him towards this dead end. And you want to take up the story from that?
Right. Well, Doty played a pivotal role in disseminating the disinformation to Benowitz. And what you had said, which I thought was brilliant, was that the questioning of whether or not we should trust those particular individuals that were involved in the disinformation campaign. For instance, today, Richard Doty is a regular at UFO conferences. In the early days, it was William Moore. Was it William Moore and Doty? People were highly opposed to them being anywhere near a UFO conference because of the nature of the work that they had done with regards to Benowitz, providing him all this false information, not to mention the fact that Richard Doty had his own interaction with Linda Moulton Howe, if you recall. And he had finally provided her with insight to what she had already known, but many UFO researchers had already known. But he gave her access to classified documentation that detailed the true nature and the true existence of what the military had been involved with regards to UFOs and non-human entities, aliens, for several decades, possibly going all the way back to the 40s. But it's still an enigma that's persisting to this day. The story of Paul Benowitz um, challenged everyone's perceptions, knowing that AFOSI would be willing to feed him such high levels of disinformation to the point where it drove him mad and ultimately put him in an insane asylum where he died.
It is very sad what happened to him, because he's a good example of a scientist who discovers something genuine happening with extraterrestrials that is of interest to the intelligence community, but they swarm all over it and they take possession of all of the relevant information, and then they discredit the people, especially private civilians that were involved in that. That's their MO. You know, they suck out all the information, and then the individuals, they misdirect or they discredit in some way, and that's what happened to Benowitz. And yes, he died, I think, a very uh, unhappy man, suffering a nervous breakdown because of all the things that were happening to him. And you're quite right. Richard Doty and William Moore were people involved in this disinformation campaign, or at least Richard Moore reported on it. But Doty, I think Moore was also involved, as I recall. But yes, Doty and Moore were ostracized for that by the UFO community. But now they're kind of like front and center, putting out a lot of information, and so you do have to kind of question why is that? Why are these? Why is it this information person like Richard Doty?
Right. And you still have to take whatever they say with a grain of salt, because you just don't know. I mean, to this day, Richard Doty could still be a part of a PSYOP, a psychological operation, continuing to throw genuine UFO researchers off the track of what's truly happening within the military, within the government, and within the private sector, the military-industrial complex. Who knows what's going on? But I think, ultimately it was a tragedy what happened to Paul Benowitz. I remember Norio Hayakawa took me out. We drove up to the previous, as a matter of fact, I think at the time the family still lived at the residence of Benowitz's house. We went to Thunder Scientific. We saw the building. We went to Kirtland Air Force Base. We did everything. We did the tour. And it was just Norio and myself. But I couldn't help but think throughout that entire trip that Norio and I did about the tragic nature and the ultimate demise of Benowitz based on what was done to him by AFOSI.
Well, I want to just, so we know that historically there are these really important cases of UFO contact and deep underground military bases involving extraterrestrials. And that history is something that's glossed over by this kind of new wave of scientists and investigators that are focused on, 2004 is their ground zero, the Nimitz incident. So I want to now focus on what you discussed in your more recent book, UFO Nexus. You sent me a copy which I read
Right.
through. He really did a fast read, and I think it's a very good primer. I think it's a very good way of people that are wanting to make sense of this phenomenon, all the aspects and some of the history. They can get UFO Nexus. So, you want to maybe tell us a little bit about what prompted you to write this book?
Okay, so when the congressional subcommittee hearings happened, and we first saw David Grush, Brian Graves, David Fravor, this is back in July 26, 2023. This was the hearing on UAPs. I thought to myself, it would be important for somebody like me to document every single word that each one of them said, and then analyze every single sentence, do a comparative analysis, and then determine, are these three individuals telling the truth? One, I think they are telling the truth. Two, we have to remember something very important. David Grush is a former counterintelligence officer. And what does counterintelligence excel at doing? Obfuscating the truth, distorting reality, throwing people off the track. You know, a lot of people are calling David Grush a whistleblower. I don't think he's a whistleblower in the traditional sense, and this is my opinion. And this is my reason why. Because he is still bound to the rules and whatever protocol is set in place with regards to his former position as a counterintelligence officer to the Pentagon. Nothing that he discloses publicly can be said without having received permission first from the Pentagon. Yet he's on a quest to educate all of us about everything that he learned about while in his position. For instance, one of the things that he talked about was in 1933 in Magenta, Italy. This is 14 years prior to the Roswell incident that happened in 1947. He claims that Mussolini had come into contact with a crash retrieval, a UFO that had crashed there in Magenta, Italy. They were unaware of what the nature of this thing was. They thought it was from the Germans. Ultimately, they contacted the Germans. The Germans said it's not us, but they both got involved with one another. I would imagine they started to study this craft. There are so many open-ended questions as to the genesis of the UFO that purportedly crashed in Magenta, Italy. For instance, was that enough time for the Germans to begin tinkering and reverse engineering and developing their own technology, which far surpassed everybody else on the planet at that time? I mean, had they just had a few more months at the end of World War II, they were about to unleash a whole slew of rockets and jet propulsion engines for their aircraft that would have tipped the balance in their favor. And so I really wanted to do an analysis of what it was they were reporting to us through their testimony in July 26th. And from that, I wanted to gain insight into whether or not it was a psychological operation. I will tell you this. I do think, like John D'Souza said on the show that you did with John D'Souza, he has a lot of trepidation with regards to believing the validity of such events like the Soul Symposium, thrown by what's the gentleman's name?
Gary Nolan.
Gary Nolan. And again, I was shocked to find out that David Grush became the COO of the organization that they had put together. And so I tend to think that what we're learning right now and how it pertains to us as individuals, the military as an interested party with regards to national security implications, with regards to the advancement of adversaries who could potentially obtain UAP technology. There's a lot of open-ended questions. And I try to answer as many of them as possible within the book that I wrote. And I try to give a yes perspective versus a no perspective on all the different things that I covered. So I talk about the Tic Tac UFO in detail. I go so far as to do an entire analysis of the incident from my own perspective. And then I ask, is the Tic Tac UFO a product of reverse engineering? Is it an element that is from a legacy, this rich legacy of potential reverse engineering that has happened since the 1940s here in the United States and with our partners in the Five Eyes Alliance, the 5E Alliance, the Five Eyes. So I don't know. I do my best to advocate for traditional UFO researchers and put together correlations with things that are happening now. For instance, the Las Vegas UFO and alien incident. That was a strange incident that occurred in April of this year, on April 30th, leading into midnight, May 1st, the next day. You have a family that claims that they witnessed a craft land in their backyard, which is this huge backyard where they had a bunch of tractor trailers and trucks, gravel yard. They literally called 911 out of fear. They were terrified of what they saw. They heard footsteps on their roof. They claimed to have seen two aliens between 8 and 10 feet tall. And the police, at the very time, the Las Vegas Metro Police, at the very moment that the family called 911, had seen a blue-green streak, potentially a meteorite, as a lot of people claimed that it was, fly over the city. And also at that same moment, in another part of Las Vegas, there was a house with a ring camera where the entire neighborhood lit up, and you heard this tremendous noise, and all of that occurred at once. And there was this culmination of events that took place after the fact. For instance, they installed a camera on the residence of this family. The family was never punished for calling 911. It's a felony to call 911 as part of a hoax. They had individuals, men in black, essentially show up, ask questions, and participate with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, who had installed the camera. There were so many oddities occurring. We have to ask, do events like this hold credibility? I tend to think that they do. A lot of people try to write these off as a hoax, but I just don't think, based on everything that I've read, everything that I've seen, everything that I've heard with regards to the family, Greg Papa, who's an independent investigator who did his own work, he did a full interview with Ashley Banfield from News Nation. The police officers themselves. One of the funny things about that evening was that the minute they walked into the backyard, they turned off the body cams. They turned them off, and it's like, or at least they obfuscated the view for out of concerns of privacy. Let me ask you something: when does the police ever turn those things off because of out of concerns of privacy of the people that are reporting? Almost never. So that stood out as an oddity to me. Again, lending credence to the fact that something was being hidden from the public that occurred at that home on that evening.
That was a very strange incident, and what was interesting was that only a couple of months after that, you had something similar happening in Peru involving these beings abducting or trying to abduct some of the children from these villages there in the Amazonian region, and this was all happening during a time when US and Peru were conducting joint military exercises. So you do have to ask: was this all part of some conditioning program for a false flag event like John D'Souza was predicting? And I think he still holds that view that we're on the verge of a false flag event involving extraterrestrials. And I have to look at everything that's happening now. This crash, we mentioned it already, this kind of like really accelerated effort to get people on board with UFOs being a serious topic after what is it, 60 years
Right.
of editing and ridiculing the phenomenon. Now, since 2017 to the present is like 6 years. So it's like for every 10 years of ridicule, now it's like 1 year of getting people up to speed that UFOs are a national security threat. So, is this where we get this kind of false flag alien event or an attempt or a psyop? It might not be an actual some kind of false flag event, an attack. It might be just a psyop, something like that's very mysterious that we don't know. So, like this incident in Las Vegas, like the incident in Peru, could that be a model for something happening at a larger scale?
I think so. I think so. I think what's happening is the more that the government discusses these types of incidents publicly and through the media, the more interest the public is going to take. But at the same time, we're talking about a public who's been conditioned over decades to accept the existence of non-human entities and UFOs. So, the other thing I think about too is when we look at the Seoul Symposium, when we look at the congressional hearings, there's so many things that they're talking about behind doors that we need to be privy to. Strategic alliances. Building and maintaining strategic alliances is crucial with our allies because China and Russia, should they manage to acquire UAP technology, and by the way, I've spoken to UFO researchers who have told me that with the massive uh, geographical sizes of both China and Russia, it is almost guaranteed that over the decades they too have retrieved crashed UFOs and have begun to tinker and reverse engineer with the technology very similar to what the West has been performing with. So when you think about strategic alliances, uh, they're going to try and ensure that no single nation is left behind and promotes a united human front. Meaning, we're going to see. Let's say, for instance, there is a non-human entity that we ultimately encounter. Are you familiar with former CIA agent John Hernandez, who says that in 2027, aliens are going to reveal themselves? A lot of people used to think this was ludicrous. Not so much anymore.
That John Ramirez?
John Ramirez. And that's why we are now talking about space policy development, technological readiness. We're seeing lots of public engagement. In the Seoul Symposium, what are we seeing? We're seeing a confluence of interdisciplinary research groups. We're seeing the military, we're seeing academia, we're seeing everybody come together in preparation for this eventual disclosure event. And by the way, if you look at the leaked document from the Seoul Symposium, which was not supposed to be seen by anybody outside of the attendees, it showed a clear path to 2030 because they believe that we are in a secret arms race with the adversaries of the West over UAP technology. And whoever has it will, assert technical dominance over everybody else. And there clearly is a national security risk as an implication that why all this is coming out.
Well, that takes us to a key question, which is that according to David Grush and Bob Lazar's testimony, Eric Davis, that the US has recovered some crashed UFO debris. This does involve non-human intelligence. These are being studied in corporate laboratories, but then you have this idea that, well, these efforts to reverse engineer the craft have been unsuccessful. That the craft is just too advanced. It's like dropping an iPhone into the jungles of Papua New Guinea or something, and the shaman looks at it and says, "Oh, tries to work it out. It's not possible that." And to me, that flies in the face of what a lot of other whistleblowers and insiders have revealed. That yes, not only do we have these extraterrestrial spacecraft in our possession, and that they've been studying and reverse engineering these for decades, but these reverse engineering efforts have been successful. So what do you think about that? I mean, is this again another psyop? Is this a kind of limited hangout? Like put out this idea that yes, we've got these craft, but reverse engineering efforts have been unsuccessful.
Well, when I think about the military-industrial complex, specifically aerospace companies, and the fact that we know from Bill Corso, this is back in the 40s and 50s, was leaking technology to semiconductor companies, aerospace companies. They've had ample time to perform the necessary research and ultimately the reverse engineering of these technologies. We're talking about metamaterials that ultimately led into development of our stealth technology or integrated circuitry, fiber optics, night vision. I mean, this is according to Phil Corso. A lot of people tend to argue that fact, but I tend to agree with what he said. As a matter of fact, the colonel that I interviewed alluded to a lot of the information from Phil Corso being absolutely truthful. So when I think of the aircraft, or excuse me, the UAP craft that we are now seeing, is it possible that we are witnessing a remnant of the legacy of reverse engineering that has taken place here in the United States and amongst our allies? The answer is yes. If you go back to 2016 over Beaver Valley in Utah, there was a craft that was seen traveling at an enormous rate of speed. Of course, defying all the known laws of physics and not tenable for any human pilot, meaning a lot of the UAP craft that we're seeing is perhaps born of the technology that we have reverse engineered, but I will say this. I don't think humans are piloting these craft. I think we are witnessing autonomous systems or remote systems, i.e. drone systems, that are piloting these systems. And it is possible that in some cases, artificial general intelligence, which is a step up from traditional artificial intelligence. This is where the computer technology, the server technology, essentially develops sentience to the point that it's now equivalent to a living, thinking human being. And that's something that we're witnessing with OpenAI and QStar. That's a whole nother story. But and that's what led to Sam Altman being fired by the board, but within 24 hours being reinstated by Microsoft, was one of the investors. He was secretly working on QStar, which is artificial general intelligence. I bring that up, Dr. Sala, because this is important. Artificial general intelligence is us creating a non-human entity, which has the ability to outthink, outperform, and outwit us by multiple exponential factors that we just can't even conceive of. When we developed transformers, well, these are sentence transformers, which ultimately evolved in logic transformers for artificial intelligence, we enabled these systems to become far superior to any level of human intelligence. You can give me the most intelligent people on the planet, and they couldn't hold a candle to what we are developing in these labs at OpenAI and all the other various places. Not to mention, in the future, we're going to have quantum computing that will house artificial intelligence, language models, logic models. We are literally creating aliens and we don't realize it. We're creating our own non-human entities with intelligence that is far superior. But when I go back to talking about the UAP craft that defy the known laws of physics, it would take an artificial general intelligence or some semblance of an autonomous system, possibly paired with a human remote drone operator to to pilot these craft. What we are seeing over our oceans, off the coast of California in 2019, or as witnessed by the USS Princeton and the USS Nimitz in 2004. These are things that human pilots could not manage. They wouldn't survive the rate of speed, the rate of elevation, and immediate deceleration. It's just not tenable for a human body.
Well, I wanted to bring up the testimony of Edgar Fouché, who discusses the TR3B, and he describes it actually having utilizing torsion field physics, where there's a highly pressurized plasma circulating in a circular tube or chamber around the craft. It's a triangle-shaped craft, and as it reduces the weight or the weightless, it creates this. It's not quite weightless. It reduces the overall mass of the craft by a factor of I think it was 87%.
Wow.
So whoever are the occupants, I mean, the laws of inertia would now apply. Where, okay, rather than them being able to withstand, say, 10G, I think a national, or maybe 20G, I think is the record. But now, if your mass is reduced by that amount, you could withstand, say, 100G. And so then that raises the question, well, is this how they're doing it? These reverse engineered craft, they employ um, some kind of um, torus or some kind of uh, plasma, reducing the overall weight. Maybe they can get up to 98, 99%. And so that way you can get these very high speeds. So you want to talk about Edgar Fouché and his testing, because I know he did work at Area 51. I mean, he's one of these witnesses or whistleblowers who
Right.
has the credentials to prove that, yeah, he was at Area 51 and this is where he says the craft were operating out of.
I remember seeing the presentation that he gave. His wife had introduced him, and it was a beautiful presentation that he gave given. And it takes me back to the time when we started. I think it was, I forget what country it was in Europe where they actually had seen the TR-3B.
Belgium.
Belgium, that's right, the Belgium UFO incident. By the way, and I had received information from Michael Schratt, who I'd met with personally, and he had shared some information with me, schematics on the potential design aspects of the TR-3B, and we had discussed the possible uh, modes of propulsion, how it. I don't remember everything, but I do remember this. If Edgar Fouché was correct in his assumption in how the propulsion was and how the craft attained its level of mass for its occupants, it very well could be something that we're seeing on a regular basis. If you go to the Stephenville incident in 2009, Stephenville, Texas, that was a massive triangle that they saw. Some people in the night in 1997 over Phoenix, Arizona, the Phoenix licenses, some people reported seeing that as a massive mile-wide triangle. But we have a lot of incidents. There was one here in Fremont, California, very famous case in Fremont, California, where a massive triangle craft was seen. Makes me think of the TR-3B. Is that what we're seeing? Different variants of the TR-3B? Only those who were involved with the development of these craft would know how many different variants exist of the craft. What we saw over Texas may not be what we saw over Arizona and California. Incidentally, the Phoenix craft did fly over Nevada and into Arizona. So there is that possibility.
Well, I just wanted to raise one example of someone who has been in one of these flying triangle-shaped craft. He's a military witness. He's currently serving with the U.S. Army. I used the pseudonym JP to refer to him, and he says he's been some of these TR-3Bs, and he's also been inside of a flying rectangle. So a lot of people have similar stories of being inside of this craft as part of a secret space program. What makes JP unusual is that he's taken photographs. He's actually got photographs. He's sent me dozens of photographs. People always say, where's the evidence for these wild claims? He's got photographs. He said he went on a rectangle-shaped craft and he saw people wearing U.S. Air Force Special Operations patches. So he identified the patch of the people on the flying rectangle craft. So he's one example, and there are many others that say that yes, indeed, these secret space programs exist. They're being flown by the Navy, by Air Force Special Operations, or now Space Force. And I think that this is part of the rationale for creating Space Force and Space Command now, is to kind of like white world, the classified program. So yeah, you want to comment about that?
You remember in the mid 2000s, China had announced that they had destroyed one of their aging weather satellites out of low Earth orbit, a terrestrial laser-based system.
Yes, I remember that incident. Yeah, that was anti-satellite.
Right. Well, I find it odd that uh, one of the directives that has come out of the Chinese military and the Russian military is the ability to destroy satellites from terrestrial-based laser systems. Not too long after that, the United States developed the Boeing X-37B, which spent 287 days on classified mission around the planet. We're seeing levels of technology take these exponential leaps. And as a matter of fact, just a couple of weeks ago, China just launched a secret spy satellite, uh, one that many people in the Department of Defense theorized that was meant to focus on the U.S.'s latest spy satellite effort. This is the reason why we are now seeing the propagation of the United States Space Force. The Space Force, I know you wrote a book on the Space Force because I just bought that book for my son for Christmas, by the way. The Space Force, because my son is thinking about joining the Space Force, just so you know. The Space Force is going to play a pivotal role, of course, from the government perspective and from the military perspective with regards to national security interests, because we're seeing all of our adversaries begin to perform the same thing. You know, there's eventually going to be a war fought on the moon over resources between India, China, the United States, Russia. I'm not sure about Russia at this point, but definitely India just landed there. Israel tried to land there, and their craft had recently crashed. Um, but we're going to see um, struggles between superpowers over resources on the moon and perhaps mining operations in the asteroid belt. All of this, not to mention Elon Musk talking about uh, creating bases on Mars. So there's so much happening right now, and I think that in order for us to truly accomplish this, beyond the conventional propulsion, rocketry that we currently possess, it's going to take the implementation of otherworldly propulsion systems that are potentially based off of reverse engineered UFOs, UAPs, and not shock everybody by when we put the wheels into motion and we start revealing the existence of these craft. Perhaps the TR-3B is a precursor to what we're going to see within the next 7 to 10 years. You have John Ramirez saying that aliens are going to reveal themselves in 2027, and you have U.S. Retired U.S. Colonel, Army Colonel Carl Nell saying that we are in a secret arms race to be the first to announce the UAP disclosure by 2030. A lot of stuff is happening.
Well, indeed there is, and I wanted to give you the opportunity to tell us about your upcoming book, The Modern UFO UAP Researcher's Handbook, and I know that is going to be available sometime in January. So you want to tell us about that and what else you're doing over the next 2 months?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So the Modern UFO UAP Research Handbook, it's a traditional handbook that has all the information that you're accustomed to seeing, but it goes beyond that. I believe that the glossary that I've assembled, the the protocols that I have put into place for researching UFO sightings and UFO crash sites are unlike anything you've ever seen before. I literally tell people how they can collect soil samples from crash sites and have them analyzed by the University of Florida. I mean, I show everybody how to do things that they've never thought of before. And there's a lot of history in this book too. I don't just talk about, uh, researching UFO sightings and crash sites. I also talk about the history of ufology. And I delve a little bit into the contemporary uh, means to research UFOs. For instance, we a lot of UFO researchers are still using the Hynek classification system, which goes back to the 1960s, and the Jacques Vallée classification system. I developed something called the SP23, which goes beyond the C1 to C5 close encounter classification. I go from C6 up to C12, and I factor in all of this new technology, new types of events, new types of incidents that have happened over the past 35, 40 years that we can now attribute to a newer type of classification scale. And by the way, if you go to my website, UFOcurrents.com, at the website, you'll see that on the books page, if you click on the books tab, there is a free link beneath the Modern UFO Researcher's Handbook to what I call the UFO UAP Witness Questionnaire and Report Form. Now, I've had people from MUFON look at this and they think it's great. But what's important is that inside of that PDF file, I talk about the SP23 close encounter type expansion classification. So CE6 is direct communication. That's communication in cases that are typically nonverbal and may encompass the exchange of complex thoughts or emotions. CE7 is biological effects. These can be immediate or manifest over time effects that may include physical markings, altered health states, or psychological transformations. And then I go on. There's CE8 all the way to CE12. Interestingly, CE12 is based on temporal distortion. These are the characteristics of the CE12 are time distortion closely correlated with the presence or proximity of a UFO or UAP. So it's a really contemporary way of adding on to these already incredible classification systems from both Hynek and Vallée. I just give my own perspective, and this was developed with fellow researcher Richard J. Prestel. That's why we call it the SP23. It's the Sanchez Prestel 23 Close Encounter Type Expansion Classification, SP23. And it's free for everybody to look. And I think that if they look at that PDF, which is free at UFOcurrents.com, they're going to see that the follow-up actions are important on how to contact a witness, how to interview a witness, what's the importance of witness anonymity, environmental analysis. Everything is included. And I think people are really going to like this book.
Well, thank you, Anthony, for sharing a wealth of information going back now spanning 4 decades that you've been doing UFO research. So very happy to have you on Politics today, and I look forward to having you back.
It was an honor to speak with you, Dr. Sala. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You have been listening to Exopolitics today with Dr. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Join or start a conversation in the comments. Take the time to explore the vast library of best-selling books, webinars, and podcasts by Dr. Sala. Visit exopoliticstoday.com.
Timothy Alberino is the author of Birthright, The Coming Posthuman Apocalypse, and the Usurpation of Adam's Dominion on Planet Earth. He recently returned from an investigation to Peru where he interviewed villagers associated with an abduction event of females and others in the remote Amazon region of Peru, and he's here to talk about it today with us on Exopolitics today.
You're listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. Click the like button, subscribe to the channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Sala.
Well, welcome, Timothy. Glad to have you back on Exopolitics Today.
Dr. Sala, always a pleasure.
So, you have been very busy, and I know you've gotten back from a number of Central American, South American countries, and one of those was Peru, where you went to investigate. So, for people who maybe don't know what happened in Peru that kind of like compelled you to go there and investigate, why don't you kind of give people a quick summary of what it was that happened there over the last few months?
Okay, well, back in mid-July, between mid-July and the beginning of August, some very compelling videos began to surface on social media in which we saw villagers from the Peruvian Amazon in a state of chaos at nighttime, running around their village, discharging their firearms into the jungle. Subsequent interviews with the villagers revealed that they were under assault by some sort of a mysterious force, by mysterious assailants, who some of them alleged were extraterrestrial, or at least they believed that they were extraterrestrials because of the incredible capabilities of the assailants. And this all began in a jungle village called San Antonio de Pintuyacu, which is located up the Pintuyacu River, about a 2-day journey from Iquitos, which is the primary city in the department of Loreto. And this occurred in the region of Alto Nanay. And subsequent to that video and that incident, other incidents began to break out in the Peruvian Amazon. Basically the same phenomenon, but with some different details. For example, there was one incident in which a couple of people were allegedly being attacked by a UFO that was deploying some sort of a light at them, a laser beam or light at them that was trying to apparently lift them off the ground. There were some individuals who were attacked by lasers. There was a group of students who, in the same region, while they were out doing something for their college, encountered a strange being walking through the jungle. So there was all a series of incidents that were happening around the same period of time. But it was this particular incident in San Antonio de Pintuyacu that sort of kicked off the media frenzy. Peruvian media took the stories very serious, especially the one from San Antonio de Pintuyacu. And no one had actually traveled to the village to conduct a thorough investigation. Two police officers did respond initially. They had to go and investigate the attempted abduction of a 15-year-old girl named Talia. So they responded to the abduction attempt. They went out there to conduct a very preliminary investigation. They had a Navy escort with them, but the police officers conducted what I would consider to be really a piss-poor investigation and concocted a ridiculous fabrication. They said that the village was being assaulted by river miners with jetpacks, and that the river miners were attempting to scare the villagers and drive them off the land. I now know, and suspected early on, but I now know for sure that story is an utter fabrication. It is false. The villagers are offended by the notion that they're being attacked by river miners. And we now know also that the objective of the phenomenon is not to drive anybody off of the land. We can discuss that, why I believe that. But that's how this whole incident began, how this whole phenomenon sort of resurfaced. This phenomenon is associated with what's called the pelacara phenomenon, the face peeler phenomenon in the Peruvian Amazon. And it's that the face peeler phenomenon is probably goes back to the mid 80s, maybe early 80s. It's not an ancient thing. It's relatively recent, going back to early to mid 80s when it first began. the indigenous communities of the Peruvian Amazon, they don't know who the face peelers are. They suspect one of two things: either they suspect that they're an international consortium of gringos who are conducting clandestine organ harvesting operations, or B, that they're extraterrestrials, that they're non-human entities, performing some sort of operation for unknown purposes. I would say that there's also a C option, in that both of these things are true. In other words, it's a cooperation between some human faction and extraterrestrial faction or non-human faction. I don't know that for sure, but I would certainly add that in as a possibility. So after all of these incidents erupted on social media, many people in my audience were asking me to go and investigate because I had previously lived near this region of the jungle. I've been in this region of the jungle, but I lived up the River Masan, which is not far away. And for an extended period of time, that's where I learned to speak Spanish. I learned to speak their particular dialect of Spanish, which is called Charapa, which mixes in a little bit of Quechua with Spanish. And so, I've contracted malaria 5 times from this region of the jungle. I'm very familiar with it. I was 19 years old when I was living in this area, so it would just seem sort of appropriate for me to go and conduct this investigation. And so ultimately I decided to mount the expedition. I was fortunate to be accompanied by my colleague, Doug Thornton, who is an ex-infantry Marine and DHS operator. And so I also had some help. I was able to co-fund the operation, the expedition. I had some friends of mine from Conduit Church in Tennessee who helped me co-fund the expedition, because what we ultimately ended up doing was we ended up provisioning the village as well as conducting an investigation. We brought them food, supplies, rice, beans, sugar, so on, as well as medical supplies and strategic technology. So it was kind of a complex ordeal, and thankfully we were able to get in there, conduct an investigation, and get out safely without any sort of incident.
Well, I mean, this report that you released on YouTube, I mean, it's quite detailed in terms of exactly what happened and the images that you showed. And some things stood out to me. The firearms that the villagers carried, I mean, is that normal? I mean, do villagers in remote regions of Peru, I mean, are they always so well armed?
Well, it's normal for the villagers. It's an indigenous community, by the way. It's the Kitu people, a very old indigenous community, very important village of San Antonio de Pinto Yacu. The members of these communities do carry shotguns. They have shotguns. They use them both for defense, but also for hunting. So that's not unusual. Although most of these guys only have a couple of cartridges. They don't have a whole lot of ammunition. But what is unusual is when I got to San Antonio de Pinto Yacu, it took us 2 days to get there, going up the river from Iquitos. I was able to get a riverboat and fill it with all of our supplies and everything, get up the river. And when we arrived at the village, we were met at the shore by a small army of men with shotguns. That was very unusual. These guys were usually the villagers in the communities do not walk around with shotgun in hand, loaded. They have shotguns in their houses. They grab them when they go hunting, but they don't walk around day and night holding their shotguns. And that's the situation. That was the situation in San Antonio. So, as I said, when I arrived, I was met by a small army of guys with shotguns, loaded, and they were obviously in a condition, in a heightened condition of vigilance. They were maintaining their arms throughout the day, loaded and ready to fire. So that is unusual.
Yes, that really did strike me looking at those images. I don't know if we can show one of those, but yeah, those villagers that greeted you with arms, that's kind of like suggesting that they are kind of like very paranoid, or as you said, very vigilant about something. Something's happening there. And you did talk with the female you mentioned that there was an attempt to abduct her, and so yeah, yeah. You want to tell us, just kind of remind us what happened
Yes.
with her?
So the first thing we did when we got to the village, we had a very warm welcome. We had a traditionally Kitu welcome. They did this dance for us, and it was really quite intriguing. And I by the way had an official invitation to go to the village. I had contacted the villagers before I went, and the Apu, the chief of the village, and his council actually sent me a written an official invitation in written form. And the Apu met me in Iquitos and went up the river with me. So he accompanied me on the riverboat I chartered up the river with a couple of other guys from the village. I also brought with me 2 active duty Navy jungle operators, Peruvian guys, who are Peruvian Navy guys. They accompanied me. They were armed as well. And when we got to the village after receiving this warm welcome by the Kitu community, we began our investigation in earnest. And basically, what we learned was it was quite harrowing. Um, I was ready to. I had no idea what I was going to encounter in the village, what sort of story I was going to be told by the villagers. So I was prepared. I hadn't drawn any conclusions before I arrived. I was willing to hear whatever they had to tell me, even jetpack miners with jetpacks, should that be the actual story that came forward. But it wasn't. Rather, what was told to us was a situation. I'll describe. I'll try and encapsulate what I was able to gather through the testimonies the interviews that I conducted. I conducted many interviews in the village. Many guys wanted to talk to me and were very willing to tell me their stories, their encounters with this phenomenon. So basically, the village, when we got there, there had been a month or two since these things had occurred. It was not actively happening in the village when we got there. We're coming after the incident. So the village was being assaulted mid-July to early August by these very strange assailants who only operated at night. So as soon as the sun went down, that's when the activity would begin. And this went on for a few weeks consecutively. These assailants are dressed from head to foot in black armored bodysuits. They have strange helmets. They're wearing helmets that are elongated in the back. The helmets cover their faces. And they have these almond-shaped eye lenses, yellow tinted. They have hard shell backpacks, which we suspect might be battery packs or small reactors. And they have very strange footwear. Their footwear is not normal boots. On the bottom of their shoes, they have discs, 2 discs on each foot, one in the front, one over the heel. These discs enable them to float off the ground about a meter, and they can also perform some pretty incredible feats by way of these technological apparatuses on the bottom of their shoes. They can jump over houses, for example. We're told multiple people saw them leaping over houses. So whatever this technology is on the bottom of their footwear is quite advanced. But aside from the discs on the bottom of their shoes, the way they arrive to the villages, they come flying in the air, standing on top of circular hoverboard platforms. And these platforms have a series of lights, green and blue lights around them, maybe red as well, I don't remember. And they have the ability they have floodlights. So they have the ability to switch on floodlights when they want to. These circular hoverboard apparatuses. Now, usually what they would do is sometimes they would fly very low over the village standing on top of these hoverboards, and the villagers would only realize that they were standing on top of them when they were close enough to illuminate them with their flashlights, because usually they would only see the lights, like almost like a drone, these circle of lights. When they would put their flashlights on them, they would see these dark figures, these dark silhouettes sort of surfing on top of them. That's important to understand that these hoverboards, these circular hoverboards, are completely silent. They make no sound, except for when they accelerate off the ground, which they seem to make some sort of a compressed air sound. And the mode of operation, the way that these assailants would enter the village is they would hover above the village, and then they would land back in the jungle in the openings between the trees. They would land these circular hoverboards, and then they would dismount. Usually, they would dismount, come walking through the jungle or floating through the jungle, because remember, they have these circular discs on the bottom of their footwear, which I suspect, magnetically snap into the hoverboard. That's what I suspect. And I suspect that the energy source that powers the hoverboards is being carried on their back, because when they snap into these hoverboards, or when they remount their hoverboards, they press a button on their shoe, on their footwear, that energizes the technology and allows them to lift off the ground. So it seems to me that they're carrying the technology on their bodies, probably in these backpacks, the energy source, and that there is some function, with just the discs on the bottom of the shoes. I hope I'm explaining this in a comprehensible way. But they were encountered by multiple people in the village, face to face, at nighttime, with flashlights. One individual told me, several guys shot at them. One individual told me that he shot at one of these guys point blank with a 16 gauge shotgun, bird shot. And the guy, he said, was hovering above the ground about a meter. Now this individual tells me that the assailant was dressed in a bodysuit, as I described, but it was silver, which is sort of an anomaly. Everybody else told me they were dressed in black, but this guy swore to me this particular assailant was dressed in a silvered armored bodysuit. And he discharged his firearm point blank range. He hit the guy. He knows he hit him. He knows he hit the assailant because, again, the assailant's floating. The assailant fell back on his back, knocked back, and then he just popped back up as if, it had really no effect. It knocked him back, and he jumped back up into the air and floated away. And in fact, this individual who shot him told me that he could hear his birdshot dinking off of the armor that this assailant was wearing. So it's metallic armor. It's impervious at least to birdshot, shotgun blast. It's advanced body armor. And there were multiple encounters with these guys throughout these several weeks, that different villagers had different kinds of encounters, similar to what I just described. Some of them shot the guys, some of them just chased them. But they all saw the same thing. They all described exactly the same thing. And the girl that you're referring to, Talia, this 15-year-old girl, she had the most, she had the most direct confrontation, the most up close and personal confrontation with these assailants. Talia was just after dark. She was in her backyard. Now you have to understand the terrain here. Talia's home is sort of in the middle of the village. There's other houses around the village, around hers, and between her house and the other houses, there's this sort of it's sort of like a little gully. It's forested. There's some jungle back there. It's almost like a backyard. There's a little chicken coop, thatch roof chicken coop back there. And yeah, you're showing pictures right now of Talia. That's her backyard, and to her left is this little gully, chicken coop, and surrounding are these. It's surrounded by these other houses. Now that's important because of what happens there. So Talia, just after dark, is in her backyard, knocking fruit down from a tree with this pole, this long stick. One of the fruit falls to the ground. She bends down to pick it up, and there's some dead leaves, as you can see in the picture. There's dead leaves on the ground. She suddenly notices that the leaves begin to rustle, and she feels a gentle breeze at her back. She turns around, a gentle gust of wind. She turns around, and she sees one of these assailants that I previously described, and she sort of did this motion, like surfing on one of these circular hoverboards. He flies up to her, right next to her, lands on the ground, and grabs her from behind. And he puts his hand over her mouth. Then she sees another one of these guys flying up the hill. He lands in front of her and grabs her feet. Then both of these assailants lift her off the ground and take her behind the chicken coop in this forested gully behind her house there. And now she refers to these individuals as gringos. The reason why she refers to them as gringos is because one of them, and gringo, by the way, just means a non-Hispanic person, usually someone of European or American descent. And she said that one of these individuals, the one she actually calls the gringo, was taller than me. I'm about 6'1", taller than me. The other individual was about my height. The one she calls a gringo, she calls him the gringo because she heard them speak. And they spoke Spanish. One of them, the gringo, had a broken accent. That's why she calls him the gringo. The other one spoke normal Peruvian Spanish. That's what she told me. And so they have her behind the chicken coop, and the Peruvian guy, let's call him, the Peruvian face peeler, proceeds to take out this cream in this small canister and mix it with a powder. And then he sucks up this solution with the nasal syringe and shoots it up her nose, up both of her nostrils. As soon as he shoots this stuff up her nostrils, she started to fall into sort of a semi-conscious state. Then they took a larger canister out, tube, almost like a toothpaste tube, and they squeezed some other kind of cream in their hands. This was the gringo who had her from behind, remember, with his hand over her mouth. So he's proceeding now to smear this other cream on her face. And as he's doing this, she said she heard the Peruvian assailant say, "Be careful, don't put too much on her face. It's going to ruin the flesh." Or don't apply too much, it's going to ruin the flesh. Now, in a subsequent conversation I had with Talia, she explained to me that what they were saying was that the cream, if too much is applied, it's going to make it difficult to cut the skin off of the flesh, to separate the skin from the tissue beneath. That's what she said. Now, so they applied this cream to her face. Her face goes instantly numb. And then they proceed to take out this small device, which I believe it's a laser scalpel based on the description. And they start making an incision. The gringo that's got her from behind starts to make an incision right under her jawline. And he actually makes two because she started to struggle at this point. And she's struggling, and she managed to get her hand up under his helmet, and start to lift up his helmet, which caused him to panic for a moment because he did not want her to see his face. So he panics for a moment. He's struggling with her. And one of these two guys slaps her in the face as she's doing it. And in the ensuing struggle, they lose control of her momentarily. She said they dropped her. And now she no longer has a hand over her mouth, so she lets out a blood-curdling scream. And when she does this, you have to understand that the villagers at this point are already in a state of vigilance, because this was not the first incident. There was an incursion that happened sometime before this, and so the villagers were already aware that somebody is trying to make an incursion into their village at nighttime. And so they're already in a state of heightened vigilance. And so when Talia screams, remember, there's houses surrounding this sort of backyard area where she's at. Everyone comes running. Her brother's sitting on the porch. She's got his flashlight. Her neighbors are sitting on their porches. They've got their flashlights. As soon as she screams, they're on the scene in a matter of seconds. And they've got their flashlights. So this is where Talia's Well, there's one more detail from Talia's account before she goes unconscious. After she screamed, the Peruvian assailant, again, I'm calling him the Peruvian assailant just because from her description of the way they spoke, he starts to take off on his hoverboard, and he yells back to the gringo, "Come on, let's go, we got to go." And he responds to her, allegedly, according to Talia, "No, we can't just leave her here." And he proceeds to grab her by the hair and drag her up this little hill. Remember, it's a gully. He proceeds to drag her by her hair up this hill as if he's going to try and take off with her. But he doesn't get very far because the villagers are now on the scene the neighbors are on the scene with their flashlights. They train their flashlights on these assailants, and they see them. Talia is now unconscious, laying on the ground with blood on her neck. And her brother and the neighbors see the assailants. They illuminate the assailants with their flashlights, and I talked to them, and they described exactly what Talia described. These guys are in black armored bodysuits, helmets, elongated helmets, sort of surfing on the circular platform, circular hoverboard. No sound, there's no sound until these guys sort of maneuver where there's an opening in the trees and they accelerate up into the air. And when they accelerate in the air, there's sort of that compressed air sound. But there's no it's not propellers or jets or anything like that. It's a very strange sound, right? That these guys tried to describe to me. So, obviously they rescue Talia and treat her wound. She's unconscious. She was taken to a village another village that had a better medical post, and they were able to treat her wounds. And also they, subsequent to treating her wounds, a few days later when they examined her, they diagnosed her with severe PTSD. And I can attest to the fact that girl, Talia, has severe PTSD. When I first encountered her in the village during the day, it was in the evening, everybody's playing volleyball and soccer in the plaza. When I encountered her, as soon as she saw us, she started to tremble and cry and hide her face from us. And she took her hair and covered her face with it so we couldn't see her face. She was associating us with her assailant. And she was trembling. She did not want to talk to us. And eventually her father and the Apu convinced her to talk to us the next morning after breakfast. We went over there, and that's when Talia told me about what had happened to her.
Well, that's such a harrowing incident, but it does raise this connection with the Palacadas that you said that began in the 1980s. And I mean, is this an example? I mean, I imagine people have been found dead with their face peeled, and in this case, Talia was able to escape that. So is this kind of like rare, people going through this kind of an attempt and surviving?
The Pelacata phenomenon, this is typical of the Pelacata phenomenon. I was told that during this period of time, there were a couple of fatalities. Not in that village. This is the first time that San Antonio had been attacked like this. But in the general region, now I did a video, I think before I came on your show talking about this, before I went on the expedition, I had published a video on YouTube in which me and Doug were analyzing this scenario that was unfolding. And this was back in August. And in that video, I feature a young man. There's a video that I feature in my video of a young man who's being pulled out of the river or unloaded from a boat on the shore of a river, and 2/3 of his face are gone. And all you see underneath is skeleton, the white skeletal structure of his face. And you can clearly see in the video, and it's still up on my YouTube channel, although it's been taken out of the algorithm by YouTube because it's age inappropriate or whatever, so they age restricted it. But it's there still on my YouTube channel, and you can clearly see in the video that the skin where the face has been removed is very cleanly cut. There's this very clean incision that's obviously been made. That is not the work of piranhas. That is not the work of the depredation of any kind of predator. That is a face being cut off. Now, could be with a sharp knife, could be with a laser scalpel. I had assumed that incident had taken place somewhere in the Peruvian Amazon, in the general region of San Antonio, Pinto Yaco, but I wasn't sure. The villagers in San Antonio told me, yes, this did happen. It happened around the same time, and that individual, that young man, was was found in basically the same region of the jungle. I have not been able to independently verify that yet, but according to the villagers in San Antonio de Pintuyacu, that incident did indeed happen in basically the same region of the jungle in Alto Nanay. And that is typical of the face peeler phenomenon. So we can only assume that that is what was going to happen to Talia. Had these assailants been able to maintain control of her and finish the job, unfortunately, I think Talia's body would have been discovered in very similar conditions with her face gone. So it's the face peeler phenomenon is exactly that. These guys are peeling faces. Now, I should say, whether or not this time these particular individuals are the actual face peelers of, the same guys that have been doing this since the 1980s, or whether, or perhaps they may be mimicking the phenomenon to try, because they want the villagers to think that's who they are to cover up whatever other activity they're doing. I don't know. I can't say. That's certainly within the realm of possibilities. But the phenomenon is very real, and obviously these guys, whoever they are, and I'm saying guys. Look, I'm assuming they're humans. However, I should say that there are other possibilities in play here. As I always sort of, I always add this postscript when I tell the story about Talia. And Talia has undergone extreme trauma. She, as I said, she has severe post-traumatic stress disorder. She did have a substance shot up her nose, probably some sort of I don't know, something that rendered her unconscious eventually. So it put her in an altered state of mind, whatever it is. It incapacitated her. So it is possible that Talia confabulated the voices that she heard. In other words, she confabulated the detail about them speaking, because she had previously believed that the face peelers, the pelacaras, were gringos. And so there may be some confabulation there, because it's an anomaly. No one else heard them speak. No one else heard these guys speak. And in fact, when I talked to some of the other villagers who chased them through the jungle, they said, one of the guys told me, look, these things don't move like human beings. He said they're more agile. The way that they move, the way that the speed, the agility in the way he told me was it's non-human. It's like, and we don't know how to explain it. And again, they chase them through the jungle. And by the way, they found their tracks. They leave these tracks they're very large. All the guys said their tracks are really big, and they're two circles. So they're the discs on the bottom of their shoes. They leave these two circular tracks for each foot, and they're really big. Everybody stressed that. They're really big, and the assailants seem to be between 6.5, 7.5, even perhaps up to 8 feet tall, and that may be because of the technology that's in their footwear. Maybe it's giving them 6 inches height, right? Whatever this technology is that's on the bottom of their shoes. Or it may be that maybe they're not humans, or maybe they're not normal humans. Maybe we're dealing with super soldiers. Maybe, I don't know, and of course I'm just spitballing here. This is rank speculation on my part, but maybe we're dealing with reptilians. Maybe we're dealing with hybrids. Or maybe we're just dealing with gringo face peelers, sort of an international consortium of very evil men who are out there organ harvesting. I don't know. I suspect they're human, but I can't say for sure. I don't know.
Well, in your investigation, you interviewed one villager who drew a flying saucer craft or some kind of spacecraft. So, how does that relate to this? Is that like the kind of mothership or the original craft that these beings came from?
That's a very important detail, because apart from this hoverboard technology that they have and these discs on the bottom of their shoes, these guys apparently are also flying around in what I can only describe as advanced aerospace vehicles. There you have a picture of it. That individual right there, he's drawing this for me on the acrylic chalkboard. on the acrylic board. He's describing his encounter with this craft. Now you have to understand why you're looking at it. It's an acorn-shaped craft. You're looking straight up at it. So he's describing what he saw. It's directly above him. So that's the perspective of him below the craft. That's the bottom of the craft looking straight up at it. He says that one day at 3 o'clock in the morning, he was out checking his nets, pulling his nets up in the river, when suddenly, he said it was suddenly illuminated like daytime, like the sun had just come up. It was like daytime. And he saw this light reflecting in the water, and he realized there was something above him. So he looks up, and that's what he sees. He sees this craft. And the craft has got a light flashing down on it. And he said that it was about 30 feet above his head. It was very close. He got a good long look at it. He's just sitting there in his canoe looking up at it. And he said it was transparent. It had sort of a transparent mesh. He kept saying mesh, maja, it had a transparent mesh. And that's how he described it. And he said it was shaped sort of like an acorn. And you see those little nubs on the side. He said it didn't have wings. It had these little nubs on the side, rounded nubs, that it opened up. They folded open, and that's the position they're in the picture there. They folded open, and they began to deploy a series of rapidly blinking lights as if it was scanning. And then they would fold close. And you see the two little circles inside. One is sort of in the front, and one is above his hand there. Those, he said, were people sitting inside this craft. He could see them. One sort of in the cockpit and the other in the body of the craft. And this thing hovered above him for quite a bit of time, a couple of minutes, and he got a really good look at it. And it was just hovering there. And he was obviously quite astounded as he was witnessing all of this at 3 o'clock in the morning. And then he said suddenly it made sort of like a low humming sound. He saw some sort of exhaust coming out the back, and it just moved away at a high rate of speed, relatively silently, apart from this humming noise. Now, what's amazing is that several people in the village, apart from this gentleman, several village and the people drew this craft for me in the dirt. They drew this same craft for me in the dirt. And I have that in my video on YouTube. And they described the same thing. It hovering above the village, 30 or 40 feet. They described it. They saw it was black. It was not transparent when they saw it. Only this guy saw it transparent. The other guys, it had sort of black body. It had sort of black, matte black body armoring on it. And I myself saw something very similar to this in Brook Park, Ohio. Perhaps the same craft. This is the very same craft. So this sort of same description was also seen on Skinwalker Ranch. If you read the book by The Hunt for the Skinwalker by Knapp and I forget the other guy's name, Kelheller, I think was his name. It's very, very, very similar craft that's being described here that I saw that was on Skinwalker Ranch and that these guys are describing here in the jungle in the Peruvian Amazon. So now we're dealing with advanced aerospace vehicles. This is not conventional. So as soon as I realized that we're dealing with technology, I mean, the armor plating, the black armor bodied suits, okay, that can be conventional, state-of-the-art conventional body armor. The Russians have it. We have it. I'm sure that the Chinese have it. Okay, that can be conventional. However, these platforms, hoverboard platforms, circular hoverboard platforms are not conventional. That's not conventional technology. It's not propellers. By the way, I asked this individual, did you see any propulsion system? Did it have propellers? Did it have engines? He said, no, there were no propellers, there were no engines, and it was hovering silently above me. He didn't even notice it was there until it turned the lights on, right? And it's quiet at nighttime, besides all the insects chirping at nighttime in the jungle. But, you know, he didn't hear it like jets or propellers. And it's important to understand that these are the Aikido people. These are from the Aikido community. But this particular village got about 200 inhabitants. It is extremely remote. And it's a very important village because it's the original Aikido community. That's where they were hundreds of years ago. That's where their primary village was. So the provincial government in Loreto from Iquitos, they built a government communication outpost in this village. And the reason why that's important is because these villagers have satellite uplink internet in the government building. They all go there in the evening. They sit there and they're on social media or they're watching movies, and that's important because these guys are all aware of. They all know what helicopters look like. They've seen all the same movies. They've watched all the same movies we have. That's why they said that in the initial reporting, they said that the assailants were like the Green Goblin from Spider-Man because they were familiar with that movie. And the reason why they said that was because of the elongated helmet. If you recall the Green Goblin from Spider-Man, he has an elongated helmet. He's got this body armor, and he's floating on top of this thing. That's why they said that, because that's very much like what they encountered, except not green, black, and it wasn't jet propulsion like on the Green Goblin. It's silent, circular platform. So we're not dealing with conventional technology in terms of the technology in the platforms, and in the shoes, and in the advanced aerospace vehicles. We're dealing with obviously some sort of advanced anti-grav or zero-point energy, something like this, electromagnetic perhaps, some sort of a technology that is not conventional. And no, it has nothing to do with river miners, and it has nothing to do with cartels. Cartels do not have this kind of technology.
Well, one of the other interesting pieces of information you gleaned from that investigation was there were some villagers that you showed an image of an insectoid to, or an insectoloid, and you showed that, and they identified it as involved in these incidents. So yeah, what happened there?
Well, that was that incident actually took place in a different in a different village, not even a village, a city. So I was in San Antonio, Pinto Yaku. I stayed there for 3 days and 2 nights. Now, I was going to stay there for 5 days, but we cut the trip short. We completed our investigation in San Antonio, Pinto Yaku, and so then we decided to take the couple of days that remained to us and go to visit the city of Nauta. Now, Nauta is a large jungle city. It has 35,000 inhabitants. It's the only place you can go by road from Iquitos. And Iquitos is one of the most, if not the most isolated city in the world. You can only get there by air or by water, by river. So you got to fly there in an airplane or go there in a boat. And Iquitos has a large population. And 2 hours west of Iquitos is, by road, is this city of Nauta. Nauta is a very, very famous place. It's right on the edge of a national reserve, and a lot of tourism in Nauta. And what's important about Nauta, besides the fact that it's got a population of 35,000 people, is it's got an army base and lots of police. So whereas in the village of San Antonio, if you're these face peeler guys, you're going to be confronted with shotguns, right? Bird shot. By the way, they modified their bird shot too to make larger slugs. They were doing that as well. But you're going to be confronted with bird shot, 16 gauge shotguns, right? But in Nauta, you can potentially be confronted with automatic weapons and helicopters now, because now you're dealing with an army base and so forth, and the Navy base, and the police are much better armed, and obviously the army, the military guys. So that's very important, that context. Now, the video that you're referencing came out around the same time as the video from San Antonio Pinto Yaku. This video came out from Nauta, and this one features what maybe, possibly, could be a being of some kind. And I originally, when I looked at this video, I thought it looked like an insectoid, what Dr. David Jacobs would describe as an insectoid. Or maybe a very tall gray alien type creature. It's very fuzzy, it's very blurry, it's low resolution, it's hard to see, but it was very intriguing because in the video, and again, I feature all of this in the video I published on YouTube about the after action report I published on YouTube when I got back my YouTube channel. But in the video, you have this chaotic scene at nighttime. There's dogs barking, there's women and children yelling, and you have this guy with a flashlight trains his flashlight on this tree and he yells, "There it is, there it is." And again, apparently it looks like it could be sort of a creature. Now, I wanted to go to this location during the day. And again, this is not in San Antonio, this is in Nauta now. So we went back down the river, went to Iquitos, and then got in a vehicle and drove to Nauta. We conducted a separate investigation in Nauta. I was able to find the location where this video was filmed and to talk to the neighbors. Now, after I talked to the neighbors on the way home, I realized that although this was absolutely the location, no question about it, you can see that in my video, this was the location where that original video was filmed. I may have been interviewing these people there who had experienced a different incident. The reason why I say that is because they told me that what they had seen, and I guess another video was taken of this other incident that I probably had never seen, but it was the same spot. Okay, they told me that what they saw was a disc, your typical flying saucer that descended over these trees, and these trees are kind of in the distance. You'll see in my video, these trees are kind of in the distance. At nighttime, you can't gauge the distance there, but in the daytime it was clear where this incident had taken place. It's clear where they were flashing their flashlights, a little bit in the distance, up in this big aguaje tree, and this saucer had descended over the tree, and it was projecting a light down, and that's what these individuals had seen, and somebody recorded that incident. But again, I think that's a different incident than the original one that I was going to investigate, where it looks like there's a creature. And I showed them the video. I showed them, and I asked them, what are you looking at? What are you flashing your flashlight on? And that's when they told me, well, they sort of didn't recognize that video. They said, well, what we saw was a craft. So they were a little bit confused. And that's when I put it together afterwards that, wait a minute, these are two instances, two different videos that happened in the same spot, most likely. And the neighbors who live right across the street, the people I was interviewing had seen the one incident, but not the other. And she even told me, this woman, that they sometimes see stuff over there. Like it's not uncommon that they see craft and stuff in this backyard. And so, in my video, I take a still from the original video that's filmed in that location in Nauta, and I analyze it, and I put up a picture of an insectolin, a rendition of an insectolin that compiled by abductees, right? And I think we may be looking at something like that. However, if in fact that is a being up there that they're putting their flashlights on in this video from Nauta, if that's a creature, then it's extremely large because of the distance. You can see again in my video, it's very difficult to explain it, but you can see clearly what I mean in my video on YouTube. The distance, where that being would have had to have been floating in that tree or standing or something in that tree. The size of his head, if indeed it's a head that we're looking at, indicates that that being had to have been 8-9 foot tall, at least 7.5. So it was very large. That I know. If it is a being, it's very large. There's no question about it. So I was able to confirm with the neighbors that yes, they did experience some sort of a phenomenon unfold at that location. They say it was a disc. Again, I think there's two different videos, and I never saw the one that they were referring to, and they never saw the one that I was referring to, although it was the exact same location. So I was very intrigued by that incident because I don't know. I'm not saying it's an insectolin, a 9 foot tall insectolin up in that tree. I'm saying I don't know what it is, but it could be because in the video you can sort of see it moving its head back and forth. And maybe that's just a play on the light reflecting off of the tin roof on the, that's in the foreground. I don't know, but it is of interest to note that back in San Antonio de Quintuyacu, on the final night we were there, after we had conducted our investigations, I was sitting on the riverboat, and I was sitting there with some guys from the village and with my security guys, the Peruvian Navy guys, and I said, hey, let me show you a picture. And I showed them a video, and I showed them that video from Nauta. And I said, what do you think about this video? And they're all standing behind me, and Doug's got his laptop open, and he slowed it down on his laptop. And they all said sort of collectively, there's a creature there. There's something there. It's moving its head. What is that? And I said, well, that's kind of what we're thinking. And what do you think about this? And I put on up next to it, I pulled up a picture of insectilin, one of the ones that I think you just had on the screen. And they all just sort of gasped and put their hands over their mouths. And they're saying, oh my God, that's it. That's what's there. That's what we're seeing. And one of my chief security guy, the Navy guy, he looked at me and he said, he was, by the way, these Navy guys accompanied us all around the village. They heard all the testimonies. They were standing right there with us, standing guard in case. Why are they there? They're there because initially I thought maybe this is cartels and stuff, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and it's, a couple of gringos going out there with cameras. It's a good idea to have some security. So that's why they were there. But he said to me, you know what? This is the first time since we've gotten out here that I'm nervous. He said that video is making me really nervous. He said there's something in that video, something very strange is going on, and I'm a little nervous now. In fact, right after he said that, he sent the other Navy guy out to go patrol around the boat with his flashlight. By the way, we brought the villagers of San Antonio, apart from we provisioned them with food and medical supplies, but we also brought them strategic technology. We brought high-powered flashlights, really high-powered flashlights. We brought them radios because they were doing patrols every night. We brought them radios. We brought them thermal binoculars, and we brought them night vision goggles with recording capabilities. And then we trained them how to use all of this technology. And Doug and Navy guys, remember Doug was an infantry Marine, trained the men who were doing the patrol one night. We were in the building they call the Tombo, that government communications building. We trained these guys how to patrol in a military column. And we also, in addition to training them how to use our technology, and let me tell you something, these guys are not idiots. I mean, they picked it up really fast, and that night they were out patrolling with the radios. We divided their village into 6 sectors corresponding to the radios, and they were out there patrolling their village with the radios, with the night vision goggles, with the thermal binoculars, and with the high-powered flashlights. I was very impressed how serious these dudes were and how quickly they picked up the training. So, anyway.
Well, what I find kind of fascinating is that at least the abductee, the female abductee that went through that harrowing incident, I mean, she thought that they were speaking Spanish and that one was a gringo, that all of that overlapped with the joint US-Peru military exercises in that area. So it's like, well, how is that connected? I mean, is that a cover? Those exercises are cover for a kind of like a unfolding false flag event that's still happening now?
It very well may be. It could be that these guys are out there doing some sort of black ops in the jungle for who knows what reason and decided they're going to go take some trophies. It could be that they're just screwing around, testing their technology. It could be that the military is out there, that the various militaries from these different countries, including the United States, including Space Force, by the way, is actually out there trying to combat whatever this is, whatever this phenomenon is. Again, it seems like a very human thing to me, but I'm totally open to the idea that we're dealing with reptilians in black armor bodysuits, that we're dealing with some sort of, maybe even robots. My God, it could be artificial intelligence based on some of the other things. By the way, it's important to also for me to mention that yesterday I called a guy named Pablo Bardales, who lives in a farmstead called a little village called Jorge Chavez, which is on Lake Pucuna, near the city of Yurimaguas. Yurimaguas is in the Peruvian Amazon. It's not far from Iquitos. It's between Iquitos and Tarapoto. Yurimaguas is in the middle. I'm very familiar with Yurimaguas. Spent a lot of time there in the jungle around Yurimaguas. I called him up and on his cell phone, and he was in the village when I called him. This individual, he's one of the individuals that experienced the same phenomenon and was hit with a laser and was knocked unconscious and had some heart problems after. His story came out in the news, and I followed up on it thanks to a contact on Twitter. And I talked to him yesterday, and he told me the same story. The same story. Their village was there. It's a very little village. It's like a farmstead village on the lake. Their little community was attacked by the same guys, same kind of technology, flying on these circular hoverboard platforms, dressed in black armored bodysuits, same kind of helmets. And they were attacked a month later in September. So this is after the assault on San Antonio in a different part of the Peruvian Amazon, in Yurimagua. And he actually, what happened was he was bathing in the river, and he was coming back from the river back to his hut, and he had a towel around his waist, and he and his father saw these lights, these circular lights flying around in the sky. And then they saw these guys walking or floating. I don't remember if he said they were floating or not, but they were certainly at least walking around his homestead there. And same kind of thing. He grabbed his shotgun. He even said they were already aware of the pelacata phenomenon that had been breaking out in other parts of the jungle. So he started yelling, "Pelacata, pelacata!" He grabbed his shotgun. He discharged one of his cartridges at these guys, and then he had one more. He put in a shotgun. He started chasing them. He chased them into like a little clearing. He describes it in the video that's online. That's which he's being interviewed by the Peruvian press. And he says that he shot him again, and he seems to maybe disabled or caused the technology that these guys are using to malfunction, because one of them was attempting to ascend into the sky and was having a hard time. And so what Pablo says is that when he saw that this guy was having a hard time ascending into the sky, he ran up to him, and remember he's in a towel here, a bath towel. He runs up to him and he grabs him by the waist, by the legs, as he's like lifting off the ground. And Pablo's pulling on this guy, trying to tackle him, yelling to his father and his friends to come and shoot this guy. And suddenly the guy pulls out a what he calls a little flashlight, but he thinks it was a laser, some sort of a laser, and he hits him with the laser. He hits Pablo with the laser, and Pablo instantly goes unconscious, and the guy is able to escape. And presumably on the discs on his shoes, right? He said the guys did have backpacks, but it's all of the other details conform exactly to San Antonio. But what's really interesting about Pablo is he actually tried to tackle the guy when he's lifting off the ground, unsuccessfully. And he had some heart troubles after he was hit with this laser. He had to go to the hospital. He had some heart troubles. I think it disrupted the rhythm of his heart or something. I don't remember the exact detail, but very interesting. The same phenomenon, right? But further, southwest in the Peruvian Amazon, southwest from Iquitos. So this is closer now towards the Andes. So that was just another story I heard yesterday. So something very strange. And I want to say that all of this to me is very, very reminiscent to Michael Herrera's testimony, the Marine who came forth with Stephen Greer at his press conference that he did in Washington, D.C. a couple of years ago. And Michael Herrera, of course, this Marine who told this story about encountering this huge football field-sized disc that was hovering in this clearing in the jungle in Indonesia in the aftermath of that hurricane that had devastated the country. And he's there on a humanitarian aid with his platoon of Marines. And, of course, everybody, I think, knows the story. They encounter that disc. They encounter these paramilitary guys that were better armed than them, that spoke English, by the way. probably ex-military guys, ex-special ops guys, and he had deduced based on some later conversations he had with some people in the intelligence community, I think, that they were out there running, that these people with this advanced technology were out there running human trafficking operations in the middle of this jungle and in the midst of this humanitarian crisis after the hurricane. So that's sort of how I place the Pelacata phenomenon. It's sort of in that same vein. Very sinister human beings with advanced technology, using it to do the absolute worst things imaginable: harvest organs, cut faces off, human trafficking, which is a nightmare. I mean, that's really a nightmare scenario. It's like Richard Dolan's Breakaway Civilization, and it's like the most sinister villains, like super villains, are running these operations and are in control of this technology. But there also may be a cooperation between this evil faction of humans with a non-human faction. Certainly, the technology seems to be derived from alien tech. It's at least from my perspective.
So where do you think this is heading? I mean, is this just like kind of like isolated series of events in a remote area of Peru that's just going to be like that, a mystery to be that just won't be solved, or do you think it's building to something? Some people think that this could be something that kind of like sets the stage for some kind of false flag alien invasion. What are your views?
Well, the face peeler phenomenon has been going on for decades, but it's never garnered this much attention. We're living in a different age. We're living in an age in which these indigenous communities have cell phones and satellite uplink, internet uplink. So, whereas in the past the face peelers was just sort of like a boogeyman type thing, now you actually have videos surfacing of different things and encounters, and so they can't operate in the same obscurity as they could before. And I don't know what that's going to do to the phenomenon. What is that going to force? How is that going to affect their operations? Obviously, these guys are not concerned about running these villagers off their land. That's not what this is about. How do I know that? Because the same phenomenon was happening in Nauta. There's 35,000 inhabitants of an established jungle city. They're not trying to run those people off their land. That's guaranteed. Okay. By the way, I didn't say this, but where that video was filmed in Nauta, where I think it maybe could be an insectilin, the neighbors told me that very same night they heard gunshots ringing out around the perimeter of the city. They heard the gunshots, and then she encountered one of the guys that was on patrol around the city of Nauta, and he told her. She said, "What were the gunshots? What was going on?" He said, "We were being confronted with guys dressed in head to foot, black armored bodysuits, helmets, loading on these discs, on these circular platforms, on these hoverboard platforms. Same thing, but in Nauta, 35,000 inhabitants." So I don't know where this is going, but certainly whoever this faction is, human or non-human or a combination of both, they must know that the cat's out of the bag at this point. Do they want that? Are they trying to draw the attention? Are these the original Pelacata face peelers, or is this a group doing something else that wants us to think that they're the face peelers? All of these are questions that are percolating in my mind, and I don't have answers except to say that we are dealing with something very sinister. As I said earlier, somebody has advanced, in my opinion, reverse engineered alien technology and is using it to do the most abominable thing imaginable. By the way, not far from Nauta, in another village up another river, I believe it's called Bagazan. I believe that's what the village is called. I don't remember exactly. There was a young boy who was rushed to the hospital in Nauta not long before we got there. It was weeks before, and this was all over the news in the jungle near Iquitos, in the Iquitos region. This boy had sustained deep lacerations to his neck under his jawline, just like Talia, but these lacerations, like they were cutting his face off. You can see it. If you can find the video online, I posted it to Twitter. the uncensored, the unblurred video, very, very gory, deep lacerations to the kid's neck. He almost bled out. He almost died. They thank God they got him to the hospital in time and were able to give him some blood and sew up his wounds, and the boy survived. The boy says, what do you think he was confronted by? What do you think happened? Guys lying on these hoverboards, circular hoverboards, black armor bodysuits, same thing. So here's the question we have to contemplate. Are these guys with advanced technology so bad at these kinds of operations that they cannot successfully abduct a 15-year-old girl in San Antonio, and then this adolescent boy who was by himself at nighttime? Are they so bad at their job? They've got all this advanced technology. Are they so incompetent that they can't get the job done? Or is something else going on here? Are they intending to leave these victims this way, to perpetrate the face killer thing, to give them cover for something else that's going on? That's I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, fascinating questions there, and I think that this kind of insectoid connection is an interesting one, because I know that these are beings that are associated with some kind of ancient underground civilization that have been others have researched. I know I interviewed Dr. Anton Antilov from the Ukraine or Russia, and he said that in 1968 they discovered a craft that had crashed that was brought down by what was it, an S-20 missile, and he said inside it were these insectoids, and the Russians found out that they were an underground civilization and very ancient. So
like
I wonder if
Vril,
something like
Vril,
that,
basically, but the Vril mythology of these advanced beings living under the ground that have telepathic powers and so forth. It's very, very intriguing.
yeah, exactly. That's what he said. He said that these are beings that they recovered, that the Russians concluded they had these incredibly advanced psychic and intellectual abilities and technologies. So I wonder if something like that is happening in Peru, that there could be insectoids that maybe have an ancient civilization there, and uh, the military, the U.S. military, secret space program are trying to investigate.
Are trying to maybe combat them, but then at the same time, maybe there's a human faction that's working with them. I mean, again, if we sort of combine what the stories that I've told you tonight about the Pelecadas with Michael Herrera's testimony, in Indonesia, I feel like we're dealing with the same phenomenon, the same sort of thing, which again is extremely disturbing. Frankly, I was hoping I was going to find aliens in that village, because they would be better off dealing with extraterrestrials and really nefarious human beings that are organ harvesting and human trafficking. That's like the worst case scenario, especially if they're doing it in cooperation with non-human species. That's quite frightening.
So what's next for you? What are you working on at the moment?
At the moment, I'm actually getting ready to publish a book of Enoch with commentary and some conceptual artwork and stuff. Really cool. That's going to be coming out this month. So anyone who's interested, and you and I had a discussion about the book of Enoch previously, so people can kind of track with me to see when that comes out. But as soon as I got back, one of the reasons why I wasn't able to stay in San Antonio much longer than I did was because I had a father-son adventure planned that I wasn't going to compromise to Guatemala, where I went and visited some of the Mayan ruins in the Petén region, which was absolutely fascinating. And I've got an event coming up in Costa Rica in February, so I'll be going to Costa Rica in January, and always got something going on. But and of course I'm continuing to dig into this space peeler stuff in Peru, because it continues to unfold. The phenomenon has not stopped; it's just migrating.
Well, I definitely look forward to this new book on Enoch and what that has to say about ancient societies and what's happening today. So I'll look forward to that coming out and having you back on the show. talk about that. So I want to thank you, Timothy, for coming on Exapolitics today.
Thank you so much for having me. You have been listening to Exopolitics today with Dr. Michael Sala. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Join or start a conversation in the comments. Take the time to explore the vast library of best-selling books, webinars, and podcasts by Dr. Sala. Visit exopoliticstoday.com.
Drugs before, but it fucks with your perception shit. Yeah. And DMT might be the strongest one.
Was that your first time doing it?
No, I've done one of those things.
I am with JP. It is Monday, November 6th, and he had a visitation involving some Nordic extraterrestrials. So, welcome, JP, to Exapolitics today.
How you doing, Doc? I really appreciate this moment in time that we're living and this moment in time that we're talking and bringing this beautiful information for everybody.
You're listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. Click the like button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Sala.
When did this visitation happen?
This happened 2 days ago.
We're talking Saturday, November 4th. So, yeah, can you describe what happened? Where were you?
I was driving in my car and I saw a light following the back part of my car. And I was like, what is this? You know, what the heck is this? So I pulled over and it was already dark, night, around 9-ish. I pulled over and I'm like, what the heck is this? So I looked up and I saw a beautiful ship. The ship that I saw in Orlando, that I have a beautiful picture of it. The one that had the porthole. But this was at night. It was a beautiful, beautiful ship. One of my friends actually has a video of it. So we're still fighting to get that video to you. To see if that video could be released to the public for them to see the ship. But he was farther away. Quite interesting that we got a video. The ship landed in the woods area. So I parked my car and I started walking towards the woods to see what it was. I felt a good vibe. That's why I walked to the woods. Similar to the same feeling I get when you visit the arcs, you know, or when I went and touched the ship over there in Brazil. And I felt that vibration, that same feeling. So I start walking through the woods, and I see in the distance, I see that beautiful ship. It was glowing, a bluish white color, bluish blue, white, bright color. And then it dimmed down. It really dimmed down to like a navy blue fluorescent color. And it landed and it was humming. So I was like, do you hear me? I did not hear no answer back. So I kept walking towards the ship and I walked towards the ship and I see a Nordic there standing. And he lifts up his hands. He does like this, like he puts his whole palm like that. And he does it to me. And I hear his voice and he tells me, I'm peaceful. You can come forward. So
just for people that are listening to this and they don't see you, I mean, you just raised your palm straight up. The Nordic just raised his palm straight up and said, I'm peaceful, with his fingers all together, just pointing straight up, you know, a sign of peacefulness.
Yeah, I'm peaceful. You can come forward. So I did not hear a voice. I heard it in my mind. So I'm sure they have the technology of telepathy. They're more spiritual, more enlightened, more technological than us. He had a uniform on. It wasn't military uniform. It wasn't a uniform that I'd seen before, but he was dressed elegantly. No tights. It was more of a loose pants, similar to what the Indians in India wear back in the older days.
Okay, yep, like the baggy pants.
Yeah, Aladdin, but it was all one color, looking like Aladdin. I I said it in my mind, and he kept telling me, "Oh, I'm peaceful. Walk forward." So I walk forward and I look at him straight in his eyes, and he had a gaze, a healing gaze, a beautiful, like when you look into his eyes, it's like your whole body feels numb, and you're like not hypnotized, but you're like your eyes fixates with his eyes. And he says, "Come forward." So I kept walking forward towards him, and then a platform came down from the ship. The ship was the size of a half a school bus, but the height of a school bus. So it was a size of a half school bus, but the height of the school bus.
Just in terms of feet, we're talking the 20 feet in diameter and about 14 feet high. Is that about right?
Yeah, around there, more 30 feet wide,
Okay.
round. Like if you measure it from each angle is like 30 feet, and it's typical flying saucer like ship, but it was more smooth to the ends of it. But it was a flying saucer type ship. He tells me to come in the ship, and the platform comes down. He walks on top. I walk on top, and once you walk on this platform and you stand on this platform, your feet feels like magnets, so it fixates on the platform, like you won't fall, and it goes up and it locks. So he said, "Sit." I looked around. I saw a chair. It's like made with the ship, but you can clearly see it looks like a chair. So he told me to sit, and I sat down, and I asked him a question. I said, "Hey, I know that you guys went to the Arks. What's going on in the Arks?" I felt like saying that to him, but I physically said it. I did not say it through my mind. And he told me that the Ark was moving to the center of the Atlantic to position itself closer to a place where it was not worshipped, but a place where it used to be. So I thought, man, this is crazy. So is there a possibility that the military will revisit the arcs again? He's like, the possibility is slim, but we're taking over all the arcs. We're taking over all the arcs, and now they're in charge of the Pacific arc. So little by little, they're taking over the arcs, the Nordics, and they're moving more to the center of the Pacific, more center to the Atlantic, and these arcs are vibrating. The arcs are vibrating. That he was telling me that the arcs are vibrating. I don't know what that means. And then he said to me that he needs me and that he was going to get in touch with somebody else with another mission. And I said, "How did you find me? And how did you know I was around the area?" He's like, we know your vibration. We know, we know where you're at in all times. So some people have a certain vibration that ETs they can pick up, and that's why sometimes they get followed all their life with these particular extraterrestrials because they monitor their vibration is different from other people in how they think and how they do things. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, I'm feeling happy, I'm feeling the ship. Once you sit into these ships, you feel like the ship is part of you. So you feel happy, you feel healthy, you feel the ship connected to you easily. And a lot of flashes through your eyes. Like when you're blinking, you flash like you see clouds and then you open your eyes and then you flash, you see other worlds, like beautiful landscapes where the ship has been. And I told the Nordic, what's your name? And he told me his name was Japhis. Japhis. Japhis.
Japhis.
Japhis. But more with a Japhis. Japhis. I'm like, okay,
Japhis. Okay.
Japhis. I'm like, okay, cool name. Awesome. Is there a reason why you want me to go on the ship? He said he wanted me to take and drink something that the ship had. So he gave me a beautiful, it looked like a glass cup, but it was thicker, a thick glass cup. It had a blue substance inside of it. And he said, I need you to drink this. And I told him, hey, is this going to harm me? I feel really peaceful here. He said, no, it's not going to harm you. This is going to stay in your system for a long time. And we're going to monitor you better with this liquid inside of you. And it connects to your bones. It absorbs into your bones when you drink it. So I drank it, and it tasted similar to a mixture of lemon, pineapple, and like lemon pineapple, and it left a taste, not a bad taste, but like a perfume. You know, I never you ever spray perfume in your mouth. That bad sensation that you get in the back. It doesn't hurt. It's just it doesn't
An
taste.
aftertaste.
Yeah, an aftertaste that was not as pleasant, but he said it was normal to have that taste. It goes away in a couple hours. But I had that taste, like that dark chocolate taste, the after dark chocolate taste. And I felt good. I felt enlightened. I felt like I was getting more information. And I felt the urge. I think I told you, I think like 2 weeks ago or a week ago, that I felt like building a type of technology that I was building before. It's a type of healing technology. And I think after the interview, I'm going to ask your opinion about it. I can't talk about it right now, but it's a type of healing technology, but it's like a better version of it using crystals and other things that I think we can use that we can find on Earth. So it's going to be quite interesting. So yeah, he gave me that drink and he got up and he went like this to me. He put his hand down and he got me on the platform. And I went to the platform and then he looked at me and he started crying. And I looked at him and in my mind, I said, why are you crying? And he's like, because of what humanity has become. Things can change dramatically in this timeline. And he said that to me. So there's something happening with a temporal, something with timelines that is happening now that is really, really, right now, I think everybody should be now in this time with a positive and more lovely heart in this moment of time. Because when there's a lot of hatred, when there's a lot of things happening around the world, that's when timelines are getting messed up. and certain things can come back, and certain things can develop that can damage some of the things that has been happening. And I said, so I asked him, what do you mean about the timeline? What do you mean? He's like, soon you're going to get picked up again, and we're going to take you to a place that we're going to show you about the timeline that we have showed to certain militaries around the world. So he went like this again with his hand. He pointed to the platform. And I looked at him and I started tearing up because I felt what he was feeling. So I went down, he stayed up, and he looked down at me and he just waved at me. And I walked out and I saw the ship. It closed up and went all the way up. It shined like a beautiful bluish white light down into the woods. It turned everything like to daytime. And I saw everything like daytime. It was beautiful. Then it just went shot straight up and became so small and this and I went back and there was a cop with the lights on behind my car and he was investigating why my car was parked there. I really walked in the woods. So I left the car on with the lights and everything. But it was in park. So the cop stopped me like he says, oh, I thought nobody was in the car. I checked the gas and it was good. The cop was telling me this. You okay? What were you doing in there? Did you see that? I'm like, saw what? He's like, did you see that just like in the sky? I'm like, yeah, I saw that. And he's like, oh man, that shit was crazy. And I wanted to ask his name to get his testimonial. And he's like, no, I'm not gonna get into that. Just drive safe. Next time, put your blinkers on. If you leave your car like that, I don't know if you're taking a piss or shitting over there, but next time, just. And I asked him again, did you see what I saw? And he's like, hey man, I don't know, but stay safe. I'm like, all right, cool. So the cop went to the side and he left. I forgot to ask his badge number. That would have been good if I had his badge number. I got in the car and I started heading back home. And it was a beautiful experience with a Nordic. I haven't had an experience like that since Orlando.
So the craft in Orlando that you took a photo of, it had that kind of big panel and it had like two figures in there. That's the same craft?
Yeah.
Okay. So we got a picture of that from that Orlando, so that's good. And you said there might be a video of this?
There might be a video. There might be a video of the ship taking off.
Someone else took a video and
somebody
you might
else
be able to get that.
Yeah, that'd be awesome if I can get that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, too bad the cop wasn't willing to talk about what he saw. So the ark are moving in the ocean. So we know there's one in the Pacific. We know there's one in the Atlantic. But the other arcs you've described, Caldas Nuevas, Ukraine, Russia, they're all under land. So I assume they're not moving. But the Nordics said that they took control and they're moving the ark. So did they take control of all the arcs? The ones in like Ukraine and Caldas Nuevas, and White Sands, Mexico?
They said that they're gonna take control of all the arcs, but now they're really in control. The ones in the ocean. I don't know the ones in Ukraine, Russia, or Brazil. Yeah.
And did he explain to you why they needed you?
Why he needed me?
Yeah. Why they needed you? they're taking control of all the arcs, why they needed you. Did he explain that?
No, he did not explain why he needed me. It did not cross my mind to ask him. But when I was visiting the arcs, I remember activating certain things in the arc that a lot of people were not able to activate. And because of my vibration, because of my, I guess, way of thinking, I think they know that my past is from somewhere else. Then I know some things that will be important for them to.
You're connected to the arcs in some way. Do you remember, like, with when you went back to the Atlantic arc for the fourth time, and you took the crystal, and you said you guys got out and you were gone for like 2 days, but you thought you were only gone for like 2 hours,
Mm.
and then you had flashbacks. You and other people had flashbacks of ET in the arc. Do you have any more information about that? Have you remembered more about who those ET were? I just want to know if they were like ETs, like these Nordics taking control of the arc, or whether they're like the crew.
Well, I've been having flashbacks here and there about different types of ETs interacting with the arc. These arc came from somewhere else, and different types of ETs and civilization have a connection also with these arcs. So these arcs were built with a mixture of races. It wasn't just one race that built these arcs. So there's a mixture of races that built these arcs. And I think it's not just on Earth that there's arcs. I think there's arcs in other planets as well. They're like beacons. They say beacons
Right.
for those planets, for other planets that have these arcs that are buried there as well. So each planet has their arcs, just in case something happens in their planet.
Okay, but as far as those ETs that were inside the arc, when you went into the Atlantic space arc to get the jewel,
You talk about the Nordics that stayed behind?
now that was the fifth mission. In the fourth mission, you said that you guys were in there for 2 days, but couldn't remember being in there that long, and then later you had flashbacks of some ETs in there. And I just wanted to know if you remember anything more about who those ETs were.
No, I don't remember who those ETs were. I know certain sections of the arcs are run from different DNA and different ETs that they work together. But no, I haven't got no information about the flashbacks about the other ETs.
Mm-hmm.
Being honest here,
And you said that with your fifth visit to the Atlantic Arc, that there were the four Nordics that stayed in the Ark after you and the other guys, the four of you soldiers got out, that the 4 Nordics that were with you stayed behind. Were they dressed the same way as this Nordic in the craft that just picked you up?
No. They were dressed as like a military type of uniform, but it is the same type of Nordics. Yeah. So you have the Nordics that are connected with the military, and then you have the civilian types of Nordics that connect with the civilian sector. The ones that are connected to the civilian sector, some of them wear a whole body tights, or they look like they'll dress up like the baggy Aladdin type of pants, and their clothes are really loose.
Okay. All right.
And this Nordic that visited me, he was like probably like 6'6", 6'5".
And again, blue eyes, long white hair.
His eyes was whitish blue. Really nice eyes. Yeah.
And inside the craft, he was the only one inside that craft.
He was the only one that I saw. I'm sure there was probably one more somewhere, but he did not come out. I really sense 2 beings inside the craft.
Okay. So the craft was like 30 foot in diameter, roughly size of a school bus,
Mm-hmm.
12, 14 feet high. But when you're inside, did it look any bigger than how it looked from the outside?
It's weird, but yeah, it looks bigger. It does look bigger, and time does run different there. Time is different in these ships, and they got little like it's separated, like not walls, but they're like ramped it up, and they separate like in triangles walls. So it could be a size 12 by 12, and then 12 by 12, 12 by 12, 12 by 12, but it's separated, and you get through these different rooms through the middle. Like you can curve to another room, you can curve to the other room, you can curve to the other room, and it's really lit up. So everything's like a whitish, bluish color.
So you were just in one room, but there were like other rooms.
Yeah,
And there could have been other Nordics in other rooms. You said you sensed two of them.
yeah.
So you
I
sensed at least
sensed the
one
one
other.
that was talking with me, that was there in the same room with me, that picked me up, and then there was another one.
Now it seems odd that he would give you a drink and then like pretty much let you out of the craft. I mean that seems odd. Normally drinks are like to prepare you for something.
Mm-hmm.
So why did he do that? Why did he give you a drink and then like, okay, on your way? How was that? Give you
Well,
any idea?
no, he did not give me no idea. He just told me to drink that particular drink, and then he told me that this drink will help them track me better.
See. Okay. All right. Well, that
I
sounds
guess
like
connect me more with them in communication, more. I think is a way to, for me, I have a feeling that is a way to connect with me, them being in the farther distance.
okay. Well, it'd be good to know if in your next mission with those ETs, with that Nordic, if he's the same one that picks you
Mm-hmm.
up, is find out more about what planet he comes from, if he's part of an organization.
Mm-hmm.
Would be interesting questions to ask.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think a lot of people are going through these types of experiences.
Okay. Well, anything finally you want to say to the audience, maybe to our Portuguese and Spanish friends?
Como talking Português. Para todos que estão no Brasil, e neste momento vocês estão escutando tudo que eu estou falando, tá? Mas eu tenho um pressentimento. As pessoas que moram em Goiânia, que moram em Brasília, perto do fazendas, vocês vão ser visitados, né? Se vocês veem uma luz, tá? Se você vê uma luz, não se preocupem. Em sua mente, você accepta essa visitação, tá? Now I'm going to talk to the Spanish speaking people. Ustedes que viven en las haciendas allá en México o en Sudamérica, Perú, Guatemala, Colombia, Argentina, Chile, aquella gente que vive en la hacienda donde ve que no hay población de luz, donde ustedes ven las estrellas, ¿verdad? Bien, Perú, ustedes en estos tiempos, en estos meses van a recibir visitaciones de diferentes luces. No tengan miedo, recíbelas como si fueran felices, porque es un tipo de bendición. So what I'm telling you is that right now in this month, next month, to all those people that live in farms in Brazil and South America and Spanish speaking Latin America, everybody that's living in the farmlands to look up, they're going to start receiving visitations of these Nordic types of ETs, and people are going to start coming out and talking about these visitations also in Europe or all over Asia. They're going to start showing up, Doc, and they're going to start visiting certain people that have this type of vibration.
That's awesome. Well, thank you, JP, for that update on your visitation.
No problem. I just want to say to everybody, just think positive, bring love, a lot of love, share a lot of love, do kind things to others. Don't don't do bad things to people or to yourself or to your body. Be nice, bring positivity to the world, and share the love. Only with a simple hug, with a simple smile, you could change somebody's life. I think humanity needs that right now. One of the things that we're going through.
I'm into that. Thank you, Jacob.
Wow.
You have been listening to Exopolitics today with Dr. Michael Scott. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Join or start a conversation in the comments. Take the time to explore the vast library of best-selling books, webinars, and podcasts by Dr. Sala. Visit exopoliticstoday.com.
AUKUS Alliance plan to monitor deep space is a cover program for secret space program activity. Reptilian Vatican connection is a secret hidden in plain sight. Investigating alien abduction attempts in Peru, an interview with Timothy Alberino. The BBC is making a feature film on Gary McKinnon's hacking into NASA Pentagon computers. Colonel Philip Corso's testimony on UFO crash debris and meeting with an extraterrestrial is featured on the Weaponized podcast. A diluted version of the UAP Disclosure Act has been accepted by the Reconciliation Committee for the National Defense Authorization Act of 2024. JP has a new update. Nordics take control of SpaceX and reveal disturbing timelines for the Earth Alliance. Those stories and more on Exopolitics Today, the Week in Review.
You're listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. Click the like button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Sala.
Welcome to the Week in Review for December 9, and it definitely has been a busy week, especially concerning news over the UAP Disclosure Act. So we will get to that. So I want to begin with my first tweet, or X now, and to remind you, you can go to twitter.com/Michael Sala and you'll see my Twitter feed. So I want to begin with this tweet in terms of what's the true goal of the AUKUS Alliance's plan to monitor deep space with high-powered radar by 2030. So what is really going on there? Now, as far as classified programs are concerned, there's always a cover program for the more highly classified secret space program activities. So in this case, this plan that's been announced for a high-powered radar to monitor deep space using radar installations that are going to be triangulated from the United Kingdom, Australia, and the USA, that is a cover program for a monitoring, intercept, and attack space system that would be used to attack spacecraft either belonging to other secret space program activities or extraterrestrial motherships that park themselves in Earth orbit. And this is something that is very significant in terms of defending the strategic high ground. Space is the strategic high ground now, and the cislunar region, that's all the area between the Earth and the Moon, including the Moon. And if you imagine a big sphere around the Earth, where the outermost edge of that sphere is the Moon, that is the cislunar region. And this high-powered radar system, I believe, is a cover program for developing some kind of planetary defense system using installations that are going to be situated in Pine Gap, Australia, the United Kingdom, and the US, which can be triangulated to shoot at things using directed energy weapons and other weapon systems anywhere in that region and beyond. So there's a preview clip of my webinar from November 25, the good, the bad ET exopolitical state of the planet preview clip. So in this preview clip, I discuss how third parties manipulate both sides in international conflict to start or perpetuate wars. And so I look at the Israel-Palestine conflict that's happening now and say how that has been manufactured by third parties that are manipulating both the Palestinians and the Israelis to go at it. And so this is important to acknowledge that this has been going on for a long time, and researchers such as William Bramley and David Icke were among the first to expose that. Jim Mars also exposed that system where you have a third party intervening in international conflict to manipulate both sides. So there's no true binary conflict that ever happens. I mean, people think in binary terms, in terms of conflicts, whether it's Pakistan versus India, versus, whether it's the United States versus Iran, or Ukraine versus Russia, or Israel versus Palestine. People or scholars in international politics often think in binary terms that that's really what's going on. But you need to look at the third party behind the scenes, and that's not just extremists in both sides. I mean, a lot of people will say, for example, well, there's the extremist faction of the Palestinians, the Hamas, or the extremist faction of Israelis, and let's say the Likud party, that are behind this latest outbreak in fighting. But no, these extremists are typically figureheads that are used, exploited by the true third party, which is extraterrestrial. So that's the clip that explains that. Okay, so this is where you get to see how the reptilian Vatican connection is hidden in plain sight. I mean, it's right there in front of you. I mean, you look at some of the artwork. I mean, here's the artwork where you have some kind of reptilian-like being with one of the popes. And so Elena Dinan posted this, and she thought that this alluded to a contract being signed with one of the winged Sakar. Was it the Pindar that was rumored to be hiding below the Vatican? Well, the connection between the reptilians and the Vatican is a long one. It goes back a long time. And so this artwork typifies that. As far as the Pindar is concerned, the Pindar is typically the appointed representative for the reptilian or the Dracos. Up until I think it was the early 1820s, the Pindar was the Pope, because the Pope represented a figure that had powerful influence over the nation states of Europe and the Americas. But in the early 1800s, I think it was around 1850, the Pope, the Vatican, became dependent on the Rothschild family, and the Rothschilds made a huge loan to the Vatican, and he who controls the money supply controls the recipient, or the targets. And so the popes then became subordinate to the Rothschilds as far as their dependence on the Rothschilds for funding is concerned. And so that apparently was when the Pindar became associated with the Rothschilds. So the Pindar is typically a hybrid reptilian human that attains very high office, and they infiltrate all institutions. So the Vatican Church has always been, or the Vatican has been infiltrated for a long time. These hybrids reach very high positions as cardinals or as popes, and they're manipulated. Then the 1800s come along. Now it's who controls the banks that is the most important institution. And so the Pindar is someone that now comes from the Rothschild banking family. Here's another story. Let's go to Daniel Sheehan, who is a long-time UFO disclosure attorney. He identifies key individuals, agencies, and corporations attempting to defang the UAP Disclosure Act of 2023. So I'll go into exactly what happened. But in this article with Christopher Sharp, Christopher Sharp analyzes Sheehan's claims about the different parties involved in the battle over the fate of the UAP Disclosure Act that took place this week. So what was interesting is that in this article, he identified some of the corporations that were involved in the kind of lobbying of the Republican representatives that came out strongly against passage of the UAP Act as it is currently worded. And so the representatives, Mike Turner from the Intelligence Committee, that's the House of Representatives Intelligence Committee, and Mike Rogers, who heads the House of Representatives Armed Services Committee. Both of them are beholden to the major corporations, and so here is something that's very interesting. That these are the corporations that make these large contributions to the re-election campaigns of congressmen. And Mike Rogers and Mike Turner, they have received a lot of money from these corporations. And Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and now Radiance Technologies, that they have in their possession some of these crashed UFO material. And they did not want the UAP Act to be passed as it was currently worded. And so they arranged for the gutting of that. And so this article in the Liberation Time exposes 5 powerful Republicans blocking the UFO Disclosure Act. And so now we know who they are. I've mentioned a few of them. I recommend this article to kind of like get the full story on who these people are. Now we go to the next story, which was an interview I did with Timothy Alberino, who came back. He did a investigation in late October, beginning of November, of the alien abduction attempts in Peru. So this is my interview with him, and Timothy, he is someone who does field work, which is kind of rare in the UFO field. I mean, it is actually difficult to do field work when it comes to UFOs. The best you can do is to travel to the homes of whistleblowers or contactees and interview them. So this was something that Timothy Alberino did. He traveled to Peru's Amazon region. It's an area he knows well. He spent at least a decade there as a missionary, working there with his parents and doing his own work there. And he knows the local legends and the language, the local dialect of Spanish there. He speaks it very well. So he was able to go there and question dozens of witnesses firsthand. Also, he was able to supply the villagers. He took some supplies with him, which was very impressive. So he was able to get the firsthand story of what really went down with these craft or these beings that were trying to abduct people. And as you can see in this banner here, you can see these people on 2 people on what looks like a flying hoverboard or a flying circular platform. These people, they wore full body armor, and they were the ones attempting to abduct some teenagers. So he spoke with one of the abductees, a female, and she identified them and heard them speaking. And she identified them speaking Spanish. And Timothy Alberino, after he interviewed, as I said, many other witnesses that were there that saw what was going on, took shots at these beings. Timothy's conclusion is that these are not extraterrestrial. He believes that these are part of some highly classified program using technologies that are not publicly available. I mean, certainly full body armor suits are available, but these flying platforms and also shoes with some kind of small sphere below it, which allows one to levitate, that was also part of this. So, yeah, well worth listening to that interview just so you get a good idea that what's happening in Peru is part of some kind of psychological operation involving personnel that are part of a secret space program using highly classified technologies that are not publicly available to terrify the population and to create the foundation for something. And in the past, and in the interview, we talked about a possible false flag event. So this could easily morph into something like that. So that's my story with our interview with Timothy Albrino. So the audiobook version of US Army Insider Missions 2 is now available. Very happy to announce that. So you get to hear JP and I mean, I did have a company produce the audiobook, and so you have an actor doing the voice, the narratives for both JP and myself. The simplest reason was that I didn't think I would do a good job trying to imitate JP, and so it was better to get someone who could do both. So anyway, so that audiobook is available on Amazon.com and also Audible.com. So just go to US Army Insider Missions 2, and you will be able to get a copy. So next we go to this story that just came out on December 4 that Gary McKinnon experienced after hacking into the NASA and Pentagon computers is going to be made into a film, a documentary style film. Now, he has gone public, he went public well over a decade ago, saying that he saw a number of things on the computers, on the screens, and he, unfortunately, this was back in 2002. They didn't have screenshot available at the time, and download speeds were very slow. So that was the big problem. But he says he saw a spreadsheet of fleet-to-fleet transfers, also of non-terrestrial officers. He also saw a picture, an image of a large cigar-shaped spacecraft. And because he was prosecuted by the US and the extradition attempt took well over a decade, it made world news. And so it is a really compelling story. And because the Pentagon went after him with a vengeance, or the Department of Justice went after him with a vengeance, saying that he compromised security, that is definitely a very important kind of thing to keep in mind. And one of the things that is worth acknowledging here is that around the same time that McKinnon hacked into the Pentagon and NASA computers, uh, after he was discovered, around the same time, U.S. Space Command was demoted, was hidden within. It was demoted from from its then status as one of the major combatant commands to being a subordinate command within strategic command. So I think that what McKinnon did had kind of like cast light on these security vulnerabilities in the secret space program. And so Space Command, as it was then constituted, was demoted. And so that did have real life implications. And of course, Space Command, 17 years later, that's in 2019, was resurrected under President Donald Trump, and it is expanding in terms of multinational alliances. And I'll talk about that soon. So here's Senator Chuck Schumer calling out a group of Republicans who are trying to scuttle the UAP Disclosure Act despite overwhelming bipartisan support. So this is very interesting. Why of all people Chuck Schumer behind the UAP Disclosure Act? Now he is as deep state as they come. So why would he be supporting UFO disclosure? I think it's probably because he didn't really want UFO disclosure, and he probably proposed this knowing that it would be shot down. I mean, Schumer's been around for decades, so he knows the way Congress operates, and he put out a this UAP Disclosure Act, which when you look at it, it was very impressive in terms of having in there the creation of this uh, 9-man agency that would have the power of subpoena, that could use eminent domain to get control over spacecraft that were being studied secretly in various corporations or anywhere. And Schumer, I think he probably knew that there was no way that this would pass, but he proposed it and he played the white knight. He played the role of the white knight as did others, and you know Schumer, he is associated with John Podesta and Hillary Clinton, and you know they have long advocated UFO disclosure in the past, and in the past I was one of those that thought that Hillary Clinton and John Podesta that they were good actors because they were in support of UFO disclosure. And then, of course, in 2016, the whole thing with Seth Rich and Pizzagate happened, and as the truth came out, we learned more about what these people were really doing. And I think that UFO disclosure is really just a tool that these deep state actors use to manipulate the public or to distract the public. So I think Schumann did quite well in proposing this UAP Act that it would be shot down. And it was a very good distraction, and still is a good distraction because people in the UFO community are talking about it non-stop. It has kind of framed Pedestra, so it has framed Schumer and others supporting it in a positive light, and has kind of like made these Republicans that acted on behalf of the corporations look really bad. And so, yeah, I think that was a very clever ploy by Schumer. So here's a episode on Weaponized. Weaponized is a podcast with George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, and they have a lot of very interesting film footage that George Knapp has acquired over the decades, and Jeremy Corbell is a videographer as well. So in this film footage, they showed Lieutenant Colonel or Colonel Philip Corso talking about the Roswell UFO crash debris he encountered at the Pentagon and meeting with an alien at White Sands Missile Range. So the videos were from 1996, 1997, and they discuss, Knapp and Corbell discuss the implications of Corso's claims that some of the Roswell debris were used in classified reverse engineering projects that were sponsored by the US Army. Okay, so this is where we get into some very interesting differences in terms of what George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell are putting out there. So they totally supported what Corso had to say about seeding some of these technologies into the civilian world, into corporations, so that you had things like Kevlar fabrics being developed. You had microchips, you had night vision goggles, and other advanced technologies that were derived or back engineered from the debris recovered at Roswell, and that Corso would identify corporations working in areas where they were already kind of like moving in the right direction. But once they saw the actual technology, that would help them, rapidly, more rapidly progress in terms of developing that technology. So that was what Corso did. Now, Knapp makes a comment in this episode of Weaponized that I think is well worth looking at closely. His comment is that the propulsion systems of crashed UFOs have not been successfully reverse engineered. So that is consistent with what people like Bob Lazar and David Grush and other witnesses or whistleblowers that Michael Schellenberger have said, that all of the narrative that has come forward from these whistleblowers that have talked to various reporters or members of Congress that even appeared in Congress in July 26th of this year. The narrative that's coming forward is that yes, corporations have in their possession crashed UFOs and some non-human biologics, but they have had trouble reverse engineering these technologies. So that is the position of a lot of people now that are supporting David Grush. But in my research and my work with secret space program insiders, that is incorrect. That, in fact, these technologies have been successfully reverse engineered, that extraterrestrials helped the US military and corporations in the reverse engineering efforts, and this has been these secret space programs have been in operation since at least the 1970s, if not earlier. Okay, so another thing that I thought was very interesting is that Philip Corso, in an interview he did with Michael Lindemann, said that he gave briefings to Robert Kennedy, who was the Attorney General in the Kennedy administration. And so Kennedy, as Attorney General, was then briefing his brother, the president, on what Corso had been revealing. So everything that Corso said in the testimony to Knapp and to Knapp in the interview, all of that and more was being revealed to Robert Kennedy and through Kennedy to President Kennedy. So Kennedy knew that the Army was sitting on some crashed UFO debris, that they were seeding corporations with these technologies, and that there were extraterrestrials that had been landing on Earth and that personnel were meeting with them. So they knew, so Kennedy knew all this. So this gives us a more of an understanding or a better context on why it was that President Kennedy pushed so hard to have the CIA disclose classified UFO files in his possession. And I discussed that in my book, Kennedy's Last Stand. So you get all the information there. So yes, I think Philip Corso, very important testimony. So I'm glad Matt and Corbell put it out on their Weaponized podcast. So Elena Danaan has started doing a weekly Star Nation News update, and I think it's really necessary doing for anyone wanting to understand the big picture. I know Elena Danaan is a contactee, and some people say, "Well, where's the evidence? Where's the film footage and so forth? How do we know for certain?" Using corroborating evidence from other insiders, circumstantial evidence, uh, the testimony of legitimate insiders corroborating key aspects of what Elena Banana said. I believe her Star Nation news is being watched by people within the classified world. So if they're watching it, you should be watching it. Even if you still feel that, okay, there's not enough evidence for this, you should watch it and digest it, get an understanding of the big picture. Because you're not going to get that from a lot of UFO researchers because they don't look at contactees. And as I've always said, you want to get the big picture of what's going on. You've got to go beyond just witness testimonies and whistleblowers. You've got to look at the contactees. So here she relayed a message from Enki or Ea about conventional religions limiting human potential versus connecting directly with source energy. So this is something that Ea or Enki talked about in a message that he gave to Elena Danaan, and she relayed it in her Star Nation News. And so you get to a sense that Ea is someone that is very much in support of people being able to connect with source energy themselves and believes that conventional religions are really a means of kind of limiting people's innate potentials. In other words, conventional religions are all about dogma, whereas seeking one's source energy is all about going within. And this is something that all the mystics have always talked about. I mean, there's a difference between exoteric religion and esoteric religion. So if we're talking about the mystics, whether it's from Sufism, whether it's from Indian Vedic philosophies, Buddhism, Christian spirituality, they always talk about going within and connecting with the light within, which is then part of this oneness that makes up the universal whole. So, I mean, of course, it's much more nuanced than that, and there's variations depending on the traditions. But all these spiritual traditions talk about going within, which is exactly what Ea says he did. He taught. So it's like, well, Ea is communicating that he's like the mystic, the alchemist, saying, go within, transform the lead of human desire into the gold of connection with divine source. Whereas exoteric religion is all about dogma. It's all about believing these dogmas and going to war against others because their dogma is different to your dogmas. Your religious belief systems are different to theirs. So I think it's a very important point, and it's going to become more and more relevant because I think as we move into a post-disclosure world, as the extraterrestrials start revealing themselves, we're going to realize that conventional religions are just full of dogma that really do not help people connect with their innate abilities and power within. Because if you want to connect with extraterrestrials, you need to find that place of power within yourself, and you go within to do it. I mean, you know, quoting scripture or asserting dogma if you're meeting an 8-foot tall reptilian, it's not going to help you very much. So yeah, definitely take a look at Elena Danaan, her Star Nation News. So here's a research tool for those wanting to dig into UFO case history, and this is something that comes from APRO, which is a long time. That's the Aerial Phenomenon Research Organization that existed in the 1960s, and so they developed a huge database of case studies into UFOs going all the way back to the 1950s and so forth. And for those studying the UFO phenomenon, it's well worth looking at this collection. This is a long-time researcher, Isaac Coy from Britain. So he has created a website where he has put up there microfilms of APRO files. These are available for free online. So it's an incredible database. You can go there and you see all of these incredible newspaper stories going back to the 1950s. And it gives you a lot of context of what was being reported back then. Because in some ways in the 1950s and 60s, there was greater openness on the UFO issues. So you can definitely get a lot of information about what was going on there. So that's a handy research tool. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, so so news began to come out during the week that the fate of the UAP Disclosure Act was not good. So here was a analysis of one of the claims by Daniel Sheehan. And Daniel Sheehan, I mean, he's been around the UFO field for several decades now. He was the attorney for the Disclosure Project under Stephen Greer. And I believe it was during the Carter White House that he went and had access to the Library of Congress to some of their UFO files because he was tasked to do so as part of some kind of disclosure initiative associated with the Jesuits and the Carter White House. So he has made the claim that the Biden White House was supporting the passage of the UAP Disclosure Act, that according to Sheehan that Chuck Schumer thought that the passage of the act was, quote, the solution to the UFO issue. So this was, I think this was kind of like setting up the profile of UFOs. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, I really don't believe now that Chuck Schumer proposed the UAP Disclosure Act intending for it to be passed. I think he just dangled it, threw it out there as a carrot, and really did nothing to support its passage. And that is substantiated by the analysis of Dean Johnson, who really is a very solid investigator of congressional and White House activities. And so he examined Danny Sheehan's claims about the White House supporting this and that there was a real fight in Congress to support the passage of the UAP Act. And what he found instead, that there was a lack of interest, that the Democrats in particular, key Democrats who you would have thought would support their leader in passing the UAP Act, did nothing. And so, this supports the idea that the UAP Act was just put out there by Chuck Schumer, knowing that it would fail. And so, why is that? And so, I proposed that while it was setting the stage for possibly a false flag alien event, so you dangle the carrot of your full UFO disclosure, it's withdrawn or scuttled, or in this case, as we saw, it was essentially just fanged of all its teeth, and so it does nothing. But what it did do was direct public attention towards UAPs and their public. So now millions of people, tens of millions of people in the United States are thinking about UAPs because of the UAP Disclosure Act that Chuck Schumer proposed or put forward, and for well over a month now, it's been discussed relentlessly. So it's rather to raise the profile of UFOs and the existence of non-human intelligence. So why did Schumer do that? Why did the deep state do this? Some possible explanations: a false flag alien event, a catastrophic disclosure, or a long drawn-out fight over UFO disclosure in the U.S. Congress. So all of these are possibilities that we need to look at. So let's look at some other stories. So finally, on December 7, it emerged that a bicameral conference committee that comprised the ranking members of the Defense Armed Services committees from the Senate and the House of Representatives, that this reconciliation committee that was headed by these four individuals, the ranking members of the Armed Services Committee from both, along with others that came in and addressed this conference committee, that they decided to scuttle or dilute the UAP Disclosure Act that had been passed by the US Senate. And so the diluted version doesn't create a review board, so that's gone. There's no subpoena power to access, records, whether they are in any kind of corporation or whether they're in any agency. That doesn't exist. Eminent domain was removed. And so the big takeaway from this, I think, is that newer companies like SpaceX can forget about getting their hands on the UFO debris that older companies like Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and so forth have in their possession, and that they've been reverse engineering it for decades. And under the original UAP Disclosure Act, they would have been compelled to hand those over. So this is the tweet that Curious Explorer put out that analysed the conference report put out by this reconciliation committee. They also preserved the funding amendment, or this is the Gillibrand Amendment. They preserved the the one aspect that prohibited funds from being used on any UAP program unless disclosed to the congressional leadership at Intel and Armed Services Committee. So, that really doesn't amount to too much because even if you disclose these programs to ranking members in these committees, I mean, there's no guarantee they're ever going to say anything about it. I mean, we saw that with regard to the David Grush testimony. I mean, David Grush went to the Senate and House Armed Services and Intelligence Committees to give briefings about what he knew of up to 40 whistleblowers, and no member of these committees has come forward. And in fact, Tim Burchett, the Republican congressman who arranged for Grush to appear in this July 26th congressional hearing, he pointed out, he has said subsequently, that people within the intelligence and armed services committees, they kind of see themselves as privileged because they have higher security classification and have higher access or need to know when it comes to these programs, and they don't share it. They don't share it with other members of Congress. So yeah, so this Gillibrand amendment doesn't mean that much at all. So this is a good summary of the things that were taken out, and this is the Curious Explorer Twitter feed. Okay, so JP did a update that was released on December 7. And in this update, he talks about the space arcs being taken over by Nordics. And so this is something that JP has said, that the space arc, the Atlantic space arc, is being relocated into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and made inaccessible to surface humanity. That was increasingly worshipping these technologies. In other words, the different governments of the world that were collaborating in some way, I mean, they had problems in how they interacted with these technologies. And the Nordics thought that the humans were worshipping these technologies too much. And also there was some level of competition. So JP said that he was taken on this spacecraft and he was told about what was happening with the space arcs being taken under the control of the Nordics, and he was given a drink. And this blue drink that JP had, the actual name of the Nordic, it's incorrect here. It's not Yusuf. It's actually, phonetically, it's pronounced Jasif, Jasif. And so that is the name of the Nordic. And so JP is saying that this Nordic is very concerned about the way in which the space arcs are being treated, and also very concerned, especially about the timelines, the possible timelines that humans may be heading into if the right decisions are not made. So I think what that means, and a lot of people were kind of worried about this, like, well, JP saying we're headed for some negative timelines, or Nordics saying that this is what's happening. What I think is going on is that right now, the Nordics are monitoring human consciousness and they're monitoring events on the planet, and they're seeing how things are playing out right now because the White Hats have not made their big moves. The White Hats have not come out to expose the corruption and expose the stolen elections, expose the kind of false flag events, expose the framing of Russia. All of these things have not been exposed, and so the Nordics are looking at all this in terms of future timelines, and are very concerned about the possibilities of what may happen if the White Hats don't make their moves. So I think that's what's going on. So I don't think it's a cause to be concerned about at the moment, but certainly it's a warning that things can quickly get out of hand if the White Hats don't assert control soon. And the White Hats asserting control, we can't control that, but what we can control are our thoughts and actions. And this is one of the things that JP asserts again and again, as well as others. We can get into that place of higher frequency, higher vibration, where we are not buffeted, not going into depression or fear, anxiety, as things start to move in a negative direction. That we are the ones that are kind of like playing a leadership role, through our posts, through our interactions with others. So I do have another update with JP, and JP, in this other update, it's going to be released. We aim to release it next week. That's what our goal is. So we plan to have it out by next Thursday. And in this other update, just to give you a teaser, JP is saying that the Nordics have taken control of all the space arcs, not just the Atlantic space arc. They're taking control and they're restricting access to the humans because, put simply, we haven't got our shit together. That there's a lot of fighting. I mean, you just look at the world right now. There's a lot of infighting, and it's getting worse. And so we got to really cooperate, and the Nordics are wanting us to cooperate before we get our hands on these advanced technologies. So the Nordics are taking control. So very interesting. So you can look forward to that coming out next Thursday if all goes well. Okay, so here's something that I thought was very interesting. This is that Italy, Japan, and Norway have just joined the combined Space Operations Initiative, which is this cooperation between the space commands or the equivalent military commands in different nations, that they all cooperate, and US Space Command is at the center of that. So US Space Command is basically coordinating its equivalent space commands from other nations to form a multinational space alliance, a multinational military alliance. So this combined space operations initiative currently consists of 10 nations. So the other 6 nations are Australia, Canada, France, Germany, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. So these countries all coordinate their military operations in space, and they have a very important function, which is that as they coordinate all their space assets, so to varying extents, these countries all have space programs, and they are coordinating their space programs increasingly. And as the Artemis Accords start to take shape, and we actually have civilian space programs as the 2020s go into the 2030s, and many nations have functional space activities, whether it's space mining, space research, setting up space bases, space tourism, whatever it is, and they're signatories to the Artemis Accords. The Artemis Accords have within them a provision for the creation of safety zones. That means that if companies or signatories to the Artemis Accords and corporations associated with these, if they are doing a sensitive mining program or setting up a base somewhere, and that's declared a safety zone, that means that this combined space operations initiative is obliged to protect that. So what we are seeing really is the creation of something along the lines of a Starfleet, similar to what appeared in Star Trek. And also, another important aspect of this combined space operations initiative is that they coordinate with the extraterrestrial civilizations that are monitoring and interacting with Earth civilizations. So whether we're talking about the Galactic Federation of Worlds, the Ashtar Command, the Andromeda Council, the Council of 7, I believe it is now, that all of these coordinate with the US Space Command, and also which is heading this combined space operations initiative. And the goal is to ensure the smooth running of our solar system and the responsible use of ancient technology to make sure that there's not a space race or wars or conflict over the discovery and utilization of these space arts and technologies, ancient technologies. It's to try to coordinate all the Earth nations to work together and to use these to benefit all the members of this alliance. So it's very important. This combined space operations initiative is going to evolve into a future Starfleet, whatever it's called, whether it's Starfleet, whether it's called Earth Alliance, it'll be the functional equivalent of Starfleet. So very important to understand that. Okay, so I did a interview on Redacted where I discussed the gutting of the UIP Disclosure Act and its replacement with this UIP records collection in the National Archives. So what I said was that the plan to pass a UIP Disclosure Act, which was really, in fact, a controlled disclosure initiative. That's what it was. Some people were very suspicious from the get-go, saying that, well, we don't trust this controlled disclosure initiative. All it's going to do is delay things 25 years or so. There's some truth to that, but there was also a lot of truth to the fact that this was a controlled disclosure initiative where a lot of the secret technologies that were secretly being studied in corporate laboratories, that some of that could have been brought out into the public sector using the power of eminent domain. And so what's happened is that this UAP Disclosure Act has been gutted, and what we have instead is a UAP records collection that will be established in the National Archives. So elements of the UAP Disclosure Act were preserved, and the elements that were preserved constitute the establishment of a UAP records collection within the National Archives. The original idea was that this records collection would be pretty extensive because you would have a review board that would probe government agencies and corporations for records and artifacts and any knowledge that would then be relayed to the National Archives and to the records collection. So, in other words, without this review board, this UAP review board, there's no way that this records collection is going to amount to very much at all. Essentially, it's just going to be just more of what we're seeing under the Freedom of Information Act. The Freedom of Information Act, agencies are always being asked through FOIA requests to release these things. The Black Vault, John Greenewald, he's done really excellent work in using FOIA to extract records, but without the passage, without the creation of a review board with subpoena power, the power of eminent domain, the power to go to the president directly to disclose this rather than being subordinate to the Pentagon bureaucracy. Without that, then you're not going to have much released at all. And so, and as people who have experience with the FOIA Act, and I've had a little bit of experience with that, have found when you make these requests with FOIA, time-consuming, and you often get very, very little. Okay, so here's a reaction by Russ Coulthart and Bryce Zabel to the gutting of the UAP Disclosure Act, and that the remnants of it that was incorporated into the 2024 National Defence Authorization Act. So they spell out what's wrong with this, and I've already gone over it, so I don't want to repeat what I've already said. But what I thought was worth pointing out that Ross Coulthart made an interesting statement. He said that he was very much in agreement that the UAP Disclosure Act was gutted for reasons I just explained. He made similar arguments. Then he said something that was kind of like debated, and I wanted to kind of take issue with it as well, because he said that he had uh, sympathy for the Aerospace Corporation resistance or antipathy over the eminent domain elements of the proposed UAP Disclosure Act, because he thought that the corporations had spent vast amounts of money finding these crashed UFOs and bringing into the laboratories and studying them. Well, I think Ross Coulthart hasn't been around long enough to maybe know that there have been crash retrieval operations set up uh, that are run by the Air Force, by the CIA, by the NRO, and that they have had specialist teams in place recruiting personnel from the military that go into the field. And when they retrieve debris, they take a first look at it. They have corporate consultants often take a look at it, and then eventually they hand it off to the corporations for study and reverse engineering. That has been the way it works. So it's not a matter of the corporations going there, finding these UFOs, and then taking them to the laboratories. They always get the debris from these elite crash investigation teams that have been set up under taxpayer funding, with using personnel from the Air Force, or now Space Force, and or the National Reconnaissance Office, the CIA also, and then whatever is retrieved is then handed off to the corporation. So the corporations have been getting these technologies for free, really, and being told, take a look at it. So they don't own it. This is why the power of eminent domain is important, why it needs to be passed, because that's the only way you'll get the corporations to let go of these technologies. And without that eminent domain, they can't release it. So this is where we get to. Okay, so the UAP Disclosure Act has been gutted. It's presently being voted upon in the US Senate. Then it's going to go to the House, and then it'll be passed in in its incorporation in the National Defence Authorization Act. That'll be passed before the end of the year, and will be signed into law. So that is playing out. So this UAP records collection is all that's essentially remaining. So what's going to happen? Well, people have been pointing out, well, without a controlled disclosure initiative, what you're going to have now is an uncontrolled, or what is called a catastrophic disclosure of some kind. So what kind of catastrophic disclosure can we expect? Well, I think there are three possibilities that can come to mind in terms of what is likely to happen. First, there's going to be a flood of credible whistleblowers coming forward to talk about what they know of these retrieved UFOs and non-human intelligence biological material from them that they worked on in these classified programs. So I think we're going to have a flood of these. So we're going to have David Grush on steroids, because David Grush, he did not have first-hand involvement in these programs himself. Uh, he knows of people who did, and these are people that are going to come forward. Now, one of the people that I know that are part of these classified programs is JP, the Army insider that I've been working with since 2008 and joined the US Army in 2019. He's got direct access. He could come forward and be part of this. I do not know whether he will be allowed to do this, whether how long he's even going to be allowed to remain in the military. This is all very fluid. JP has been subjected to a number of attacks. He's been hospitalized several times very recently as well. And so it's taking a toll on him. So he is definitely wanting that to end. So we'll see what happens with JP in the future. But for the moment, JP is someone who has first-hand experience. There are many others that are willing to come forward, and this, I think, is going to be very interesting over the next year. A second possibility of a false flag alien event. I personally, I think that this is something that probably is a very real possibility now that the UAP issue has been raised to such prominence. As I mentioned earlier, Chuck Schumer, Deep State, I think he knew the UAP Disclosure Act was going to be shot down, but he proposed it anyway because he knew that the attention that it would generate would prepare the public for a false flag alien event of some kind. It doesn't have to be a full-blown alien invasion. It could be something much more mysterious, something along the lines of what we're seeing in Peru right now. So Peru, what we're seeing there, could be the template for some kind of false flag alien event where it's like you don't know who's really doing all these dastardly things, but something like what we're witnessing in Peru could be magnified at a high level. And the third possibility is that extraterrestrial motherships from the seeders, from the 24 civilizations, could show themselves. The space arcs could start showing up as well. So these are three possibilities that I think we might witness next year. So let's see. I think it's going to be a fascinating year. I think the stage has been set, ladies and gentlemen, for some really monumental events. And I will do my best to cover the stories as they unfold on my X feed, Twitter feed, and share with you breaking news on a weekly basis, and of course through the interviews on my Exopolitics Today podcast. So don't forget to subscribe on Exopolitics Today. I have a mail list on exopolitics.org or exopoliticstoday.com, so you can subscribe to the email list, and that way you'll be notified of everything that comes forward. So thank you for listening, and aloha.
You have been listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Join or start a conversation with friends. Take the time to explore the vast library of best-selling books, webinars, and podcasts by Dr. Sala. Visit exopoliticstoday.com.
Welcome to this exclusive four-part series on David Adair. I got the opportunity to meet with David on November 28, 29. I spent 2 days at his home where he kindly allowed me access to his documentation and shared his incredible stories. So what you're going to hear is 4 parts that describe his story, beginning with his background, where we talk about what connections he made early in his background due to his extraordinary synchronistic experiences with the father of the retired 4-star General Curtis LeMay, and later with the mother of the astronaut Neil Armstrong. So in part 1, we are going to be looking at some of the documentation that David shared with me about his encounters and meeting with General Curtis LeMay, and he shows how his mother did work at the hospital where General LeMay's father, Irving LeMay, actually died in 1965, and that's how his mother became acquainted with General LeMay, and later General LeMay played a pivotal role in the development of rockets that David Adair was building while still at high school. We're going to be looking at what it was that happened to him, how he got to become someone that was building rockets at a very early age, was being sponsored by various figures associated with NASCAR racing. Then later on, he began winning prizes at high school, got to meet with Professor Stephen Hawking, And finally, connection with Curtis LeMay becomes important when it came to the development of his rocket called Pepperland. So now we begin with part one.
You're listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. Click the like button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Sala.
So I'm with David Adair. It is November 29 for the discussion of his extraordinary life, and he is starting off with his background. And David, why don't you continue with the documentation?
Well, let's start off with the very beginning. I guess I was about 12 years old, and I would go to bed, 11 o'clock at night, and fall asleep, and these dreams started coming. And the dreams were kind of different than the other dreams I had. It was more in a form of like a heads-up viewer. You could look through it, but it had all these writing calculations on them, and actually they turned out to be algorithms. Back then, most people hadn't even heard of algorithms. This was, let's see, this would be about 1968 when it started, the dreams. And what was different about these dreams is that I didn't remember them that well. I'd wake up and try to write a few things down, but I wasn't organized or ready for it. Well, my mother stepped in, and I was telling her about the dreams, and she said, well, we can make it easier for you to remember. So she brought a big artist pad in and a pen, and then I said, well, I need to see. It's dark when I wake up. So she did something really unusual. She took the wires off the end of my lamp and cut it off, and she made an open ground. And I said, well, what good is that? And she said, watch this. You could touch the lamp, and it'd come on. Touch it, go off. There's no such thing on the market at the time. I said, dang, I think you might have just made a patent here. And we didn't do anything with it, but I had a touch lamp at that time, which they weren't even for sale. So at 2 or 3 in the morning, I wake up and I touch the lamp. It come on. I had a big artist pad, and I sketched down all the stuff I remembered. That's a good thing, because then I'd roll back over, touch the lamp, go off, and go back to sleep. Well, the next morning I wake up and I couldn't remember anything. Looked at the artist pad, and there's all the writings, and I remembered every bit of it as soon as I saw it. And I recopied some of it just to get the lines in order, so in a chronological order form. And this is where it gets interesting. Go back to sleep the next night. Just like reading a book, it picks right up where you left off. That's strange for a dream, I think. Because normally, dreams would overlap each other, whatever. No, this thing is like a continuing book. You leave off an expression, and when you go back to sleep, you pick right back up on that expression. Keep on going. And I thought, dang, that's kind of odd. And I'd wake up in the middle of the night, write stuff down. Wake up the next morning, don't remember it, look at it, remember everything. Write it all back down again. And that kept going for 93 pages consecutive. And when I got done, I had a notebook full of this stuff. And I would look at it and go, what is all that? And then...
So how old were you when you were getting
12. And then I was trying to remember to make sense of it. And then I remembered all these books I read. Because now we're going to back up a few years earlier, when I'm about 6 or 7. I would go into the local library, remember it's clear as day, and I'd go to the 600 section, which is all the technical books, and I pull them down and read them. And Mrs. Hunt came in. Mrs. Hunt was the librarian. She's about 76 years old then, and she looked at me and she goes, "You reading all these books?" And I answered her, but I didn't realize it sounded like a sarcastic answer, but it wasn't. I said, "Well, there's no pictures in them." So yes, I am reading them. She says, "How much of this stuff do you remember?" I said, "All of it." "Really?" Well, being Mrs. Hunt, a Missouri woman, showed me. She reached over my head and she pulled this book out and she over that. "What's this book say?" "Well, it would help to know the title." And she went, "Oh, okay." So she gave me the title, Singularities and Beyond. I went, "Oh yeah. What page are you on?" She goes, 93. So I sat there and I go, "Oh, a singularity is the collapse of a black hole. And when the event horizon, which is the opening, collapses in on itself, then it will stretch out to millions of miles long and become known as a singularity." She slams the book shut. She goes, "Okay, that's it, word for word." "You knew that?" She goes, "Can you do that to any book?" I said, "Pick a book." Picks another book. Goes to the page, tell me what the page number is, tell her what it says. She closed the book back. She goes, "How many of these books have you read in this section?" "All of them." "All 600 sections?" I said, "Yeah."
And you're 7 years old?
Now I'm 7 years old now. She said, "Have you told anybody about this?" I said, No, it's not a person I told." She said, "Good, don't tell anybody. Don't tell your mother, don't tell anybody. Because if you do, it's going to be problems for you. They're going to be scared of you." I said, "Aren't you scared of her?" She goes, "No, I'll find you a hoot." That's Mrs. Hunt. She said, "Are there other books you'd like to read that's not in this library?" Because we were in Welch, West Virginia. I mean, not exactly a booming metropolis. It was number 10, Pocahontas Coalfield. I was in the Pocahontas Coalfield. I was born in District 10. Yeah, just like Hunger Games, District 10. So she said, "But don't tell anybody you're doing this, and I can help you out." Because she was the head librarian, she could order any book she wanted, as many as she wanted. So she had me fill out a wish list. She found all these books for me from all over the country, all over the world. They come into the library. She'd check them out to me. I'd read them, and then we send them back and get others. I went through hundreds of books, and that was really handy because what I read in those books applied to what I was getting in dreams, and guess what? They matched. I was able to finish out the algorithmic expression. And then,
So in the dreams, I mean, you were seeing what, equations, or you were seeing
like looking up through a heads-up viewer which is transparent, it would just appear right in front of me. And then there's times some of them were connected, like quadratic equations. They'll be laid out like this, and so whatever it was nice enough to correlate them into, if they led to another pattern or to another expression, it would do so physically.
So you're having these dreams.
Yeah, and they're coming in all the time, and I'm just recording it.
Right, and you're reading these books.
Yeah, right, and then, I read these books about 6 years ago, but my memory started focusing on what I read 6 years ago, and coupled with what I was seeing right now, it was like getting the owner's manual of how this thing works. Put it together, tell you how to assemble it together. And
so where do you think the dreams are coming from? Was it
I had no idea. I just go to bed and they come in, but then the dreams took a strange turn, literally. Dreams didn't stay flat, two-dimensional. They started curving like this, until you got three-dimensional drawing of the stuff. So I went from two-dimensional to three-dimensional drawing. And then I could roll it in I think about it, I could roll it like what you call CAD CAM, computer-aided design. This is all in my dreams. None of this is 1966, 67, 68. None of this stuff existed. And I'm rolling it through and I'm getting it all written down and finally started making sense out of it. And then the next thing was applying what I saw on the formulas from theoretical into applied science, and that's where it gets tricky. So now you've got to take it from a concept to a 3D dimensional physical something you're building. And the only thing I could come up with was what I was seeing. I kept going down a propulsion system. Finally, I started looking at it as a singular propulsion, and then it became obvious. It's thrust, a thrust design. So it's the rocket engine. And I thought, wow, this thing's a rocket engine. So let's build a rocket. So started building rockets.
You're 12 years old.
Right. I started building these small rockets. Started off, bought the stuff off the shelf, Estes rockets. I remember the man that owned the company is called Vern Estes. He used to be a real estate guy. He started a little model rocket company. The thing became wildly successful. But I could see where it was going. So I started flying some of his rockets, but they weren't powerful enough. They didn't go up high enough. What they were good for, I'd shoot them up 1,500, 2,000 feet, and when they come back down, there's streamers behind them, and I could use a stopwatch and get upper wind drifts, and I could calculate wind speed drifts before I launched bigger ones. So I didn't have the heart to tell Vern Estes his big, powerful rockets were just streamers for me, so I gave calculations on my bigger ones. So I wrote him a letter and told him, make a nice little rocket, but if you did this and this to it, it'd be better. Well, I got a letter back from him saying, how many of these rockets of mine have you flown? And I said, just 3 or 4 of them now. He said, if I sent you the whole catalog full and the motors to boot, God, that's a lot of money. I said, yeah, I could fly them and tell you what I think of them. So I got this big box from Estes Rockets. It was the whole catalog. So I put this thing together. Now I got rockets all over the place. And then I could build my bigger ones. But the big ones, all that he had was solid propellant. I needed something much bigger, much powerful. So I had to move up to another grade called liquid propellant, and more specifically known as cryogenic. These are fluids that are fuel, but they start at 325 degrees below zero. Cryogenic. Liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen. And the reason they're so cold is because we can compress so much fuel into the liquid form that when the engine runs, the expansion rate on it is unbelievable. Like expansion rate on a hydrogen cube would be 150,000 BTU. That's a lot. That's that.
And what's a BTU?
Well, a British thermal unit. To put it in something you can easily understand, that's a big fireball, big as a living room. So I thought, yeah, I could get some thrust out of that. So I started building into the cryogenic fluid. Then I needed more sophisticated equipment because now you're going to need all kinds of material, aluminum, aircraft aluminum, some cases titanium, all kinds of stuff for the engine housing. So I didn't have anything like that. And then this is where fate steps in, I guess, whatever. Let me back up to my parents. My parents, my mother was the daughter of the mine superintendent. That's like a governor. I mean, it's a very powerful position. So my grandfather was the mine superintendent, and his daughter, my mother, fell in love with a coal miner. Well, she wanted to marry him. And the mine superintendent looked at my dad and said, I don't need for my grandchildren to be fatherless, because you lose a lot of people in the mines. And, I mean, losing 120 miners in an accident is normal. So he told my dad, he said, I understand you're good at auto mechanics. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy that old service station down there at the bottom of the hill, and you're going to open it up and run it as a garage. That'll be your living. Get you out of the mines. So my dad said, okay, that's a good deal. My dad was, he never made it past 5th grade. He was a functional illiterate. My mother taught him to read and write. But boy, when he learned to read and write, his ability in mechanics was unbelievable. He's just super gifted at it. So he opened his garage, lots of business, a lot of customers. Dad would fix 10, 15, 18 cars a day. And they stayed fixed. So people kept coming back. And Dad suddenly had a major business. And then the one set of customers that came in, they wouldn't bring their cars in until 3 or 4 in the morning. And I remember my parents putting blankets up over the windows and nailing them in place. Oh, what the hell? They didn't want anybody to see where the lights are on in the garage. Because these cars would pull into the garage. They had 200-gallon tanks in the trunk. And it wasn't gasoline. They were moon runners. And a gallon of moonshine weighs 9 pounds. So a 200-gallon tank, you got 1,800 dead pounds in your trunk. So these cars had to be powerful to outrun the revenuers carrying that kind of weight. So my dad would start modifying their engines. And these big engines to begin with, 392 Chrysler Hemi engines, 426 Chrysler Hemi engines, enormous power, 600, 700, 800 horsepower. So Dad would fix up their distributors, move them to dual ignition, dual points, a lot of power. And the revenuers are trying to figure out where these cars are coming from. So they chase them, and they can't catch them. Even though they're dragging 1,800 pounds of dead weight in the trunk, they still outrun them. And these drivers became very skilled at curvy mountain roads at high speeds. What we didn't know was that was the birth of the NASCAR drivers. These drivers that drove this moonshine, they became NASCAR stars. Buddy Baker, A.J. Foyt, Fred Lorenzen, all old names. But they were moonshine runners. Then they became NASCAR drivers. Crazy thing you ever saw. Buddy Baker, all these people. So they paid my dad in cash. That's all they carried was cash. And so my dad got really fast at working on car engines. They want to get them in there, get them done, get them out. The revenues don't catch them in the morning. So this car came by one day in the middle of the day. It broke down. Had a guy in it. He was coming from Detroit. He's on his way to Daytona, Florida. And he says, I'm going to go down there and race. My dad said, well, that's nice. He said, your carburetor is messed up. It was a Spicer carburetor. Those things were huge. They had water jackets around them. Looked like a commode collection. Very complicated carburetor to change. Takes about a day. My dad looked at it and he told the guy, he said, I'll change it within an hour. And the guy said, are you serious? And I watched that. I said, sure. So they were out in the front of the garage. Dad's changing the carburetor out. And the man asked my dad, do you always work this fast? He goes, well, when I can see what I'm doing, he could get the joke. Because it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon where Dad would be working at 4 in the morning. Can't see nothing. So the man watched him change it in 45 minutes. My dad was done by himself on his carburetor. That guy said, incredible. He said, I'm going down there to race. I'd like to hire you as my mechanic. Dad said, yeah, what I do? He said, just what you're doing up here, but down there at the beach. Dad said, yeah, I can do that. So the man sticks his hand out and goes, hi, my name is Lee Petty. And he will soon have a son named Richard, the greatest NASCAR driver in all of history. So the Petty family and our family hooked up at that moment. My dad packed me and my brothers up, and we're all babies, and we left West Virginia and went to Daytona Beach, Florida. And I grew up in the NASCAR world, whether I wanted to or not. And I had a thing for mechanics as well. So my dad put me on tearing down engines. These are big engines. These are NASCAR, Detroit locomotives.
And how old were you when you went down to Daytona?
Let's see. I was 2 years old. So.
And so the incident with the school teacher? The librarian?
That was back up in West Virginia when we went back up the second time.
I see.
But went down there, and Dad, they knew something was up with me. My mother did, because I was only 2 years old, and my model had a model rocket playing with, of course. It fell down behind the refrigerator. I'm only 2. Actually, I'm not even 2. I'm 20 months old. And my mother's watching me, and she goes, watch that, baby. You can't get that rocket. Watch it. So I grab a mop, and I reach behind the refrigerator with the mop, drag my rocket out to me, and then put the mop back. And my mother turned to my dad and said, something not right about this kid. 20 month olds don't do that. He done looked at the problem, recognized what the solution was, and did it. Dad said, yeah, if he keeps that up, I'm going to put him working on the engines. Sure enough, when I'm 7 or 8 years old, I start working on car engines. And I mean, we ain't talking little spark plug tune-ups. We're talking about removing heads, pulling crankshafts out, changing pistons. I mean, and I had a honer. The honer was heavier than I was. I had to have another adult pick the honer up to line up in the hole so I could move it. That's why a friend of mine that says, well, our guy is a rocket scientist with pencil and paper. Where'd you get arms like that? And I said, that's from honing engine blocks. Build up some muscles. So they said, dang, did a lot of engines. Yeah, I did. But by the time I was 12, 13, I had already built a couple hundred engines probably. And one of my engines that I ran across the dyno tester, that's where you set an engine in place at the stand. You hook up radiator hoses and fuel lines. It's just like it's sitting in a car, but it's on a stand. And you can run that engine to death.
And when you say you built these engines, are these engines that are based on conventional engines, or was this based on lean?
No, these are conventional engines. I'm just working for my dad. He's working for NASCAR and Petty, working for Petty. And actually the sponsor was Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge, and Chrysler. So they were providing all the financial support. And that's where a couple interesting things happened in the garage. 2 things I remember really clear. You never guess what the number 1 killer was of a NASCAR driver. And you say, car wreck, No, drowning. What? They come down US 1 on the backstretch. They're doing about 160 miles an hour. And they turn on the south turn and come out on the beach. And the cars are stock cars, literally off the conveyor lines of the big three, Chrysler, Chevrolet, and Ford. And they had very mushy suspensions, independent coil springs, and they would lean over in that high-speed turn, and sometimes their fenders would, or the bumpers would catch the sand. The car would flip and roll, and it would roll upside down out in the ocean, and before you can get the driver out, he drowns. And like, God almighty, never heard of such a crazy thing. Check it out. It's in NASCAR's historical facts. They'll show you pictures of cars rolling over up on their roofs in the ocean. Well, my dad lost a rookie driver one time. He really liked him. And he was young, and he was like 19. He drowned. My dad had a knife. He couldn't cut him out of there quick enough to keep him from drowning. So my dad was kind of pissed about that. He said, there's got to be a better way to do this. So my dad went over to this big old, some big old commercial truck. He cuts the damn relief springs off of it. He brings the springs into the shop. He welds them onto the frames. Then he takes a floor jack and he bends them in the opposite direction, kind of like the way you do a backward S-curve bow. And what happens is, when the car would come around the south turn, and the car wants to roll over to the centrifugal force, these bars would flex back, right the car back up, and they could do what the Japanese call drifting today. They could drift around the south end and outrun everybody, and you don't drown. So, sponsor came in, Chrysler. They looked at that and they said, "You want to give us a drawing on the blackboard, Fred?" So my dad draws these bars out, and they said, what is the force moving through that? So, what's the torque of the centrifugal force? So, wouldn't you know, Chrysler comes out with a patent that neither GM or Ford can have. It's a 100-year patent, and it's called torsion bars. And Chrysler's the only one that had them. Chrysler, Dodge, and Plymouth did not mush in a turn. They leveled out. And that's where the torsion bars came from. $1 billion patent. Went right through us. Well, that's the first thing I noticed that was kind of interesting about NASCAR. So I built another engine, and I've been doing some things to the engine. I could change the stroke on the pistons, make the rods longer, shorten the skirts down, get more power stroke. And I noticed my engines are starting to win. And Lee Petty's driving them, and then his son Richard learned to drive. And they started winning a lot of the big grand champions where you win first place in 4 different or 5 different events. And then there was something else I noticed about the engine. Dad always had me pull the heads off. So I pulled the heads off after cars ran nearly 7,000 RPM. That's maximum RPM for internal combustion engines at that time. Anything runs more than 7,000 RPM is going to fly apart. Just can't take it. But 7,000 RPM, and you run that for 3 or 4 hours solid, like in a race, that's equivalent to 100,000 miles of a normal engine on the road. So they're looking for things, wear and tear and stuff. And something I noticed about the heads, they had this curve over top each piston. And I said, the pistons are pounding out a curve of their own. And Dad said, what's it look like? I said, I don't know, it looks half bubble, a dome. So it's a dome shape. And he said, why don't you take a set of heads and mill out the dome shape ahead of it and see how it behaves? I did, but then the problem was, I said, I got a problem with the spark plug. And he said, well, take the spark plug out of the side of the head and mount it down through the valve cover on top. And And I did, and it worked. And what you had was that, yeah, cut that. You know what? Let the answer machine take it. So, what I didn't know, or my dad didn't know, when we put that spark plug in the top of the head, the birth of the Hemi engine. That's what Hemis look like. Their spark plugs aren't on the side of the head; they're up on top, going down the valve cover. So here come the same Chrysler people that took pictures of the torsion bars, took pictures of this, and Chrysler gets a 100-year patent on the Hemi. If you notice, GM and Ford never came out with a Hemi. They couldn't. They got a patent. So they had 2 back-to-back patents. Torsion bars, Hemi heads. And they started dominating the races. Now something I noticed, I'm not sure why this is, but the dome heads allowed, I guess, the expansion rate of the dome. It did something unusual. Remember 7,000 RPM was fast as it could rev? Not the Hemis. Hemis went to 14,000 RPM. Twice what a normal engine does. And it's cruising at 10,000 RPM. Just cruising. Where other engines are blowing apart. So imagine that speed that you had. You had such an advantage. That's why, man, in the first 30, 40 years of NASCAR, the dominating champion was Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge. And that's all that the Petty's remakes. And
that was your background.
Yeah, that was my background. So I did all that, and Richard and Lee Petty looking at me, especially Richard, and he said to his dad, Lee, he said, "Dad, we can't give David any credit for the engine because that man over there named Bill France will hang us all from the tree outside because he's chairman of NASCAR and they got a child work law. David's only 12. He can't be building these engines and winning Grand Nationals with them." He said that Bill France will hang us all. So I said, "Got a problem with David?" Nah, I don't care. Glad I can help in here and learn this stuff. And Richard said to his dad, let's do something for him. What do you want, David? Anything you do? And I looked around that place and went, could I have the shops at night? And they said, give him a set of keys and security code. And so I have now a full-blown NASCAR racing shop at my disposal. Now you take a NASCAR shop and a NASA rocket shop, and you set them side by side, and they are identical. They got to have the same machine, benders, rollers, splitters, welders, grinders, to create the bodies of the car and the bodies of the rocket thing. Because we had, and our materials, stainless steel, aircraft aluminum, titanium, all the stuff, we had the same metals. And then fuels. We were running drag racers. So we had liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen, kerosene. We had everything. Same fuels. So it was not much of a stretch to go from building a car to building a rocket. Same thing. Both of them are designed for speed. Just as fast as you can go.
So you're 12 years old, you're given...
I'm 12 years old and I've got this
shop.
Yeah. So people go, well, how do you build such sophisticated rockets? It's because of the shop I had, dude. My little side job of building car engines suddenly evolved into this, wonderland of machines and tools, and I know how to use them all. And so I started building my rockets. And my first cryogenic pumper, first big rocket I built, stood about 10 feet tall, and it had cryogenic pumps, and I'm able to get all the parts I need through the same part systems that the car parts are in, just different names. And what I couldn't find, I asked for help, and somebody, lo and behold, come up with parts. Like I need a Bell chamber, which is for a combustion chamber. And they find one. I got it. So I went to launch my first big rocket out of my backyard. Not a good idea.
So you what, 13 or something?
Well, what happened was I didn't like mowing grass. So I didn't think about it, but I thought I'm going to end the grass problem real quick. Because when this thing took off, it's full of liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. And it blew a flame the size of a football field. And it just incinerated the yard to nothing. So I didn't have to mow grass for a year. And it took off and it ripped out of there. And I remember the first time I launched it, all my friends come over to watch it. Oh, this is a big rocket, something, this is a big thing. In the backyard, kids getting ready to launch a rocket. So they're all standing down there from here to you from it. Because they used to like bottle rockets, And I said, guys, you don't want to be down there. You want to come back up here. So they all came back up to me and said, well, why do we want to be all the way up here? It's way down there. It's about 100 yards away. I said, believe me, in a second, you'll see why we're up here. Because when that flames come out of that thing, it was enormous. It wasn't a rocket, it was a missile. And it left like a military missile. And it went up in the sky, disappeared, clear blue sky, and you could hear the thundering out in the distance. It's rolling thunder. And my mother was in the house. She saw everything in the house start shaking across the tables and stuff. That's my rocket leaving. And she remembered the last time she saw my friends, they were standing only like 3 feet from it. She ran out the back door and asked me where my friends were. They were standing behind me. But see, we're not even allowed to play with matches. And I just incinerated the entire yard. So I turned around and looked. My mother asked, where's your friends? And they were gone. And I told her, I said, they're probably in the next county by now. So we were standing there watching that rocket take off. Just go roaring clear on the side.
So how did you know what kind of fuel, what kind of combination you come up with without the thing exploding?
That wasn't hard. There was a lot of books you referenced. NASA was, and the military were forthcoming with propulsion systems and their quantities of fuel, their fuel ratios. It wasn't a big secret like it is today. They like sharing information, I guess. Not like it used to be, but it wasn't hard to figure out. And all I had to do was just get some of the data runs on some of the stuff that went out of white sand. Just copy it, basically. But I remember seeing that rocket roar outside. And it went, I had an altimeter system and a radio control system. I had built things inside the exhaust vanes of the rocket engine called jet avators. And you could remotely control them left or right, but you could steer the rocket. And so with getting all the data I would get from streamers before I launched, I knew what the wind drift was, and I could shoot a rocket 10 miles up, and it'd come right back down right where we're standing. I got so good at it, and so I didn't like chasing rockets down. If a sucker takes off, it ought to come back. And with wind drifts, it does. I remember some rockets were launched and went clear out of sight. When it came back, I would only run maybe 10, 20 feet from the pad and catch them on the parachute. So I got really good at pinpoint accuracy. And this person went clear outside. I knew it was going to come back. And I remember asking my mother, why am I so weird? Why? My friends that ran away, I probably won't see them till next week. I said, why am I not like them? Then my mother said the strangest thing to me. She just looked at me and she said, I just want you to know you came through me, you didn't come from me. And I went, what the hell does that mean? But it wasn't until I was an older adult to figure that thing out. But I guess she was metaphorically speaking. But it was, I remember these rocket thunder now. And it later became a problem because, see, I was launching these rockets on sunny days. So people could see plumes. So I changed the fuel combinations and the temperature range till there was very little fumes. They were almost transparent. So you can't see it, but you can still hear it. You'd be standing there on a cloudless day and rolling thunder be going by. And people 12 miles away over in Mount